Good morning. Good morning, Shanghai. We start again our IDI talk. Today is Saturday, 22nd of November, and I'm very happy to welcome our distinguished guest on stage. Let's start first with Miss Rita Hu, design founder of Shanghai Insect Creative Design. Please come on stage with us. She will be our moderator of this panel in Chinese. And I guess our audience offline, that means online, they are following us because we are live in streaming. That's why the camera is there. Please, take a seat. And our distinguished guest, Dong Chen, contemporary artist, co-founding partner of Moji Art. Please join me on stage. Welcome to IDI Talk. Please, have a seat. And finally, Edgy Tang, partner general manager of the digitalization division of Yangtze Construction. Good morning. Please, welcome to join us for IDI. If you want to stay here in the middle, you are welcome to stay here.
Hello， 嗨，大家好，我是设计师 Rita， 来自上海一和社创意设计有限公司。今天非常开心，是 IDI 第10年。我个人呢也是陪伴了5年，从嘉宾，然后从曾经的 IDI 的展的设计师，到今天作为主持人，就是也是一个非常很好的一个寓意啊。然后在这些不断的这几年的我们的交融当中，其实很多时候我们都在探讨文化，探讨创造。那包括我个人从业城市更新。从在国外念书读这个专业到在上海在全国做，也是10年的时间。这10年我们一直在跟传统文化和当代表达一直在面临这些挑战和困惑。那么今天其实也是非常非常荣幸和开心，能够和我们董总做我们的当代艺术，还有和我们的汤总做现在数字化表达的。就这2个板块，其实跟我们的当代的传统和当代的表达文化是非常息息相关的，也是非常荣幸。在这问题开始前呢，我刚刚一进来就看到一个雕塑，应该是在后面，就是它是一个老榆木和一个镜面的一个装置，其实也是一种传统材料和新材料相结合的一个表达，一进来就非常抓我的眼球。然后后来我知道，就跟我们董总聊，这个装置艺术来自于我们的董总的团队设计，所以也想请董总分享一下这个装置背后的一些思考。
好的，谢谢主持人。大家好，我先简短的自我介绍一下，我是来自上海木偶艺术的联合创始人，我的名字叫董晨，然后我自身也是一个从07年开始就至今一直在公共空间雕塑和装置领域的一个创作者吧。刚刚主持人有提到，就是整个这个 IDI 的展厅有一个艺术的装置，也是其实今年介于这个契机吧，然后临时就是我们团队赶紧就是头脑风暴，然后介于这个特殊的场地，然后酝酿出的这样一件作品。那简短的大概介绍一下这个作品是，它主要是整个我们站在的这个800秀的秀场，也就是我们 IDI 的这次活动的主会场，其实它是我们上海1946年最老的上海电机厂。那我自身是因为是上海人，所以对一些传统和一些过去的一些记忆点有着不一样的这个可能更深的一些感情吧。那我最早就是00几年得知这边要就是改建的时候，我也来这边来拍过照片，然后来收集一些老的旧物件，直到就是前几年就是也有这个契机和这个发现，我在整个这个改建的过程当中，就找到一个非常难得的一个老木头，这个木头的直径将近有 80-90公分。那我就是和我们的精工集团商量了一下，就是把这个老物件收了回来。那也是在今年特殊的这样的一个活动吧。那我就是介于这个1949年的这个老木头和我们现在当代用了一些金属，然后我们结合做了这样一个榫卯结构的当代艺术品。我能否就是现在大概介绍一下我们这个领域的一些实践成果？大家现在屏幕看到的就是我们近几年在整个全国各个项目当中所落成的一些艺术装置。现在大家看到的就是应该不陌生，浦东的陆家嘴，然后我们上海，包括一些就是全国各地的游客，那个俗称的三件套哈，这个是在三件套下面的一个 In Benevolent Loop 的一个作品，是用纯铜打造的，然后4米的跨度，那在我们上海经贸大厦的一个水景当中作为呈现，那也算是我们上海乃至全国的金融一角的一个艺术注脚吧。那也是为这个空间增添了一些精致度啊。刚刚在就是上台之前，也和我们主持人浅聊了一下，就是一些我们多年落地的项目，就比如说这一件作品是在上海那个一个加拿大的园区，其实大家对于这个故事背景不了解的时候，当他看到一件艺术作品作为视觉艺术呈现的时候，其实很快能够去理解它大概背后的一个逻辑。就比如说这件作品一定是一个科创园区，它所展现出来的科技的元素和一些灯光的一些磁场的反馈，其实我们想传达的是整个这个园区它所带来的一个记忆点和技术属性。整个这个产业园区的名字叫 SIC， 所以我将它的这个企业的 logo， 在我们这个鲁班所，我做了一个鲁班所，那它的作为一个载体，然后将他们的一些主营业务，就是电路的一些重要元素，融入到了我们传统的这样的一个富有东方智慧的一个物体上，那做了这样的一个结合。整体高度是在7米多左右，那所以就是很快的能够炸你的眼睛，能够让大家迅速的记忆住整个这个符号。那这是当初在那个制作和落地的一些过程，包括我们这些年也会去做一些更舒适的一些空间的环境的点缀。比如说像现在的所展现出来的整个这个空间是一个商业住宅空间，那其实已经做得非常的好了，它的景观、它的树木、它的水景、它的建筑，其实都十分的有格调。那我觉得雕塑艺术和装置艺术对我个人而言，就在当今社会所赋予的重要的一位漂亮的女士啊，然后穿得非常的得体。富有很好的气质，那可能一个好的耳环或者一个精致的项链，它就是我想要呈现的这个雕塑艺术的这样的一个精髓，就是它能够让这个富有魅力的女性更加的具有艺术气息。那雕塑也是在这样的一个精致的环境当中所起到的一个升华的作用。这是其他角度的一些照片。那今年也是刚刚结束，在那个上海比较近2年比较火的一个商业园区叫 EKA 天物，那也是在它的核心的景观区域，它其实也打造的非常的就是网红用现在的词汇说的话。那有一个巨大的净水面，包括于婷老师设计的这个建筑，那已经是非常不错了。那艺术所存在的价值，可能就是将这些更好的东西，能够高度的融合在一个点上，把这个气质能够体现出来。 这也是我们的对于空间设计、对于空间艺术的运用的一个理念吧。这是我们近几年比较重要的一个商业项目，也是整个万科的一个近10年的他们内部说叫明星项目，也就是在福州的烟台山。这块区域的历史文化很悠久，最早可以追溯到五口通商。整体这个1公里的这个区域啊，它其实有明朝的一些古宅、古建筑，还有美国、英国大使馆，还有一些教堂啊，一些西式的建筑，所以这块区域的开发非常的复杂。万科也是花了很大的精力，用了6、7年的时间，从规划到设计落地。那也是机缘巧合，我们也是很荣幸参与到这个项目当中来。整个这个山地的，它是一个山地的那个商业项目，动线各方面非常的复杂，而且空间极小。它不像就是可能平原的一些，比如说上海啊、北京啊，平原的一些商业，可以很多的有的放肆的去运用我们的设计和我们的艺术。那在这样一个山地的商业体中，它的雕塑的体量是十分有局限性的。那我们就通过这样一个故事性，就是做了一系列体量比较小，但是它具有一个独立故事，最后将这些故事贯穿在一起的一些艺术雕塑，最终打动了这个万科，也是促成了我们这次比较重要的合作。这件是很近，就在我们上海，在迪士尼的南路口。它整个这个建筑和景观都是原班的新天地的设计团队，建筑是本伍德，景观是 DLC 的团队来做的，也是机缘巧合，他们在整个这个商业的入口处有这样一个水池，那找了可能很多美院的老师和一些来设计创作这样的一个雕塑。那可能基于我个人，就是我是80后，我有一些不一样的理念，就是说我个人比较喜欢将传统和当代去做一个结合。就像大家看到这组白玉兰的雕塑，因为白玉兰是上海的市花，那我从小出生在上海，上海给我的这个情感就是海派文化。海派文化，我个人理解就是，可能我今天穿的是西装，比较西式，喝的是咖啡，但是我的内心深处还是一个很东方的一颗心。那我就是将这种很特别的一种感情来思考这件雕塑的创作。那我用上海市白玉兰市花作为一个主要的载体，但是这几朵柔美的白玉兰，它没有任何一根线条是曲线的，我全是用直线，并且用冰冷的钢材来做3朵白玉兰花。但是它的内心到了夜晚的时候，这3朵花又像3朵巨大的灯笼，它的灯光所显现出来的情感又是比较柔和的。那我是通过这样的一个呈现来诠释我想要表达的我一颗这个海派的这样的一个理念。那也是机缘巧合促成了这次比较好的一个合作。这是我们去年落地的一个项目，非常有意思。大家可以看到这个装置啊，当中有一颗灯。这个灯呢是一家上海相对很知名的欧普照明，也就是我今天也大概看了一下 IDI 现场，其实有很多意大利优秀的品牌，一些就是供应商和一些优秀的艺术品和展品。那这家欧普呢，其实在就是国内耕耘很多年，做灯具照明。那传统的可能市场推广也好，或者是产品展示也好，极少会和纯艺术去做这样一个结合。那也是我觉得是未来的一个发展趋向，就大家对于艺术的一个理解和运用，已经不仅限于 闭门造车，好像艺术是艺术，产品是产品，有更多的这样的一个结合，碰撞出不同的火花，呈现出来效果其实是翻倍的。那我也很高兴能够和一些优秀的产品去做这样一个合作。我们做了一个巨大的艺术装置，8米高的艺术装置，当中是有它的这2年主推的一个灯具。它的灯光的一些科技，无论是在白天还是在夜晚，它所呈现出来的灯光效果都是非常的柔和和具有艺术性的。那通过它主推的这个产品和我们的艺术装置结合在一起，共同的去做推广和宣传。对于企业来说，对于品牌方来说，它得到的一个效果是它远远以前可能所无法体会的一些体验吧。我这么理解啊。谈到传统和当代的结合，我今天也特地拿了一件我们的作品，是在我们的安亭那边有一个菩提寺。我个人也是极少在非常传统的空间去做当代艺术，这样的契机其实是很少的。那正好有这样一个项目，特别的项目，是在一个古塔的前面。去做这样的一个树装置，那业主的需求就是这样一个若干的一个空间，就是大家烧香拜佛出来之后，这样一个副广场，觉得特别的空洞，也没有地方可以歇息，是不是可以给人提供一些休息的场所，或者就是能够停留一下？那基于这样的一个基本的功能，那我们就创作了这样的一个经幡为载体的这样的一个艺术装置，上面所有的这个亚克力，炫彩的亚克力是随着风动，就是它会产生出波光粼粼的灯光效果。然后呢，我们同样在这个艺术装置的旁边提供了水性的水笔。那以前我们无论你在全国各地哪里就是烧香拜佛，包括上海一样，会写在红布上啊，挂在树上啊，挂在寺庙的一些围栏上啊。那就是时间一长，有些红布会显得非常的老旧、破旧不堪。那我们在这边提供了一个可持续化的一个装置，它既可以看，它下面的石凳可以歇息。当你仰天看向这个古塔的时候，可能会产生出一种不一样的艺术的效果和一种心灵的感受。同时呢，有一个功能就是你可以拿我们提供的水笔写下你的祝福在这个亚克力板上，那它随着日照啊、下雨啊，它会慢慢的褪去，使下一个祈福者可以再继续的使用。那我觉得这可能这种可持续化的功能，对于寺庙的这样的一个空间来说，可能会有一些不一样的提升效果。包括我们也承接一些大型的这个政府类的项目，这是四川绵阳那边的人民公园。当初找到我们的时候，他们是想做一个公园的大门，那我就另辟蹊径，我就做了这样的一个，因为那边有资同有一个文昌文化，据说是文曲星下凡的地方。那我利用这个典故做了一个卷轴的这样的一个跨度的大门，整个跨度有30米，高度是6.6米，就是也是摒弃了一些固有的一些想法，不是说我们今天来设计大门就一定要往大门的这个方式或者方向上去走，你可以大胆的通过艺术的方式来呈现出不同的效果。今天也带来了一件作品，刚刚的那个主持人有提到的一件作品，名字叫合一。我刚刚也浅聊了一下，其实它就是用我们东方我认为最具有代表性之一的这样的一个老物件，一个榫卯结构，代表东方的智慧。那我觉得它最美丽动人的那个瞬间，就是它在契合的那一刹那，而不是完全契合的时候。那因为很多的古老的建筑，它都是榫卯结构做的，那你无法发现。 那是因为它的工艺和它的智慧已经到达了一个高度，但是它在契合的那个时候，当你发现它原来没有使用一颗钉子，使用了很多的榫卯结构来呈现的时候，你会很有惊叹。那我也是被这个深深的感动。那捡到这个榆木老木件的时候呢，我就是用上半部分的当代和下半部分的过去，上面的阴材，因为我们那个是金属嘛，金属是阴材，木材对我们来说是阳材，阴阳，然后过去和现在过去是我们的老榆木，现在是我们的这个金属的抛光的不锈钢，去做这样一个还未契合的这样的一个状态。那我觉得这也是我们未来艺术也好，建筑也好，包括数字化 AI 的一个愿景吧。我觉得是基于过去和当代去做这样的一个结合，能够碰撞出未来更多的可能性。高度是在4米当中是会有在契合的一刹那会呈现出灯光效果。我刚刚有提到的就是我们现在在的这个会场，也就是我们原上海电机厂，1946年就是在我们常德路800号这个地方，然后通过过去的发展和现在一些艺术家、设计师的共同改建，能够被我们现在的一些更好的使用方投入使用。那我觉得也是一种共同的理念吧。这样大概的一个效果。好，谢谢主持人。
谢谢董总。我刚看的时候我就特别对，此处可以有掌声。对，我其实刚才在听您介绍的时候，我会脑海当中有很多的疑问，会很想请教您每一个项目背后，我都有看到传统的哲思，包括对传统文化的理解在里面，所以这个接下来我们可以细聊一下。然后还让我印象深刻的是在福州天台山项目，您的雕塑出现在我的手机的照片里了，因为我正好今年旅游的时候，当时其实也是一个活动。然后呢，就跟我的朋友，在福州本地的朋友，我们就去逛了天台山。因为那个建筑也是我另外一个朋友做的，整个的一个更新。然后看完的时候，对那个雕塑印象非常深刻。我就印象中，当时晚上我跟我们朋友，我们在边吃边聊边走，在这个山上起伏上下，每到一个角度或3步1景的时候，我们看到一个雕塑品，我们在讲这个好有意思。从这个作品开始，我们延伸到我们的生活。我们的工作，我想那一刻的时候，这个艺术品其实它是跟我们的人文生活息息相关的，这就是传统和当代的对话，和我们的生活方式如何融合在一起，所以真的非常的了不起。我今天见到本尊了。是的，艺术和科技一直是人类文明发展说我们必须要持续关注的。那刚才董总聊到了很多关于艺术性，那么对于汤总这一部分的数字化，也是当下不仅是中国，整个全世界，我们对于科创领域都是一个头部的关注的一个点。也想请您聊一聊您关于数字化对于文化呀、对于创作这方面的想法。
谢谢大家啊，我是汤林燕，我来自于研哲集团。那研哲集团呢，实际上从2009年，从它成立至今，我们其实一直专注于做一件事情，就是我们怎么样能够帮助我们的客户去打造一个非常好的或温馨或实用这么一个空间。我们用高标准、高质量的一个交付，能够让客户能够在接下去这么一个环境当中去生活、去工作。那在这整个过程当中呢，实际上我们其实衍生了很多的 那个不同的业务。为什么我们会做数字化？因为数字化实际上，其实也是比较契合今天的一个主题啊，就是说我们怎么样把传统的一些东西放到现代的这个空间里面来，数字化一定是其中的一个很必要的，或者说接下去会有一个长足发展的这么一个元素。首先我们先讲一下我们对于今天这个主题的一个理解啊。我们一讲到这个传统的时候呢，往往就会觉得是不是那个深宅大院呐，或者一些罗马柱啊，这些一些很有标志性的一些内容，我们认为它是传统。但是一讲到现代化，我们就马上讲到了一些水泥啊，那个比方说一些比较现代化的一些极简留白啊，或者一些冷冰冰的一些机器啊，或者 AI 啊，不管怎么样，它仍然是一些机器生物。当我们在想到这些的时候，我们会觉得这是不是一个非此即彼的一个关系？但其实对于我们来说，我们从业者来说呢，我们认为它是一个跨越时空的对话。传统对于我们来说，它其实更多的是一种智慧、一种情感和生活方式。我们怎么样能够把传统的灵魂放到现代的空间里面，实际上也是我们这么多年，不管是从精品装修、数字化的应用上面来说，我们一直在探讨的一个话题啊。那比方说，我们一说到传统，我们是不是直接能够去运用一些比方说我们刚刚提到的罗马柱放在门厅里，就简单的应用，但实际上这个并不是传统的应用，它更多的像是把传统做成了标本。它是没有生命力的。那我们怎么样在现代化当中去运用呢？有两种方式啊，一种呢可能是更多的我们去理解传统的灵魂，我们去把它转译出来，而不是直译。我们并不是生硬的把它照搬过来，而是更多的呢是运用我们对它的理解，把它给翻译出来、转译出来，运用在我们的空间当中。假设我们其实在做一个有一个项目当中啊，我们的客户就有一个要求说，他想打造一个能够让自己静心阅读的这么一个空间。那我们并没有去照搬一个，他是喜欢古风的这么一个客户，但我们并没有照搬一个古代的一个书斋，我们更多的是去运用一些材质啊，我们运用一些比方说纸窗这样的一个设计，它可能是半透明的，但是我们给到它一个向内求的这么一个精神氛围。我们更多的是把现代化的元素和传统的元素能够结合起来。那在这当中呢，实际上我们运用了很多的数字化手段，但并不是说我们做一个投影，或者说我们简单的放一些机器啊，放一些 AI 的一些工具或者一些设备，我们更多的是结合它的一些光影、它的一些构造、它的一些材质，能够巧妙的把它融合进去。我们认为这样才是一个怎么样去把传统的一个灵魂装入到一个现代的空间，把它更好的结合起来，让大家能够既结合到我们现代的一些科技的一些应用，同时我们也能够，还是那句话，向内求。中国的古代的一些传统的一些文化，更多的是内敛的、向内求的这么一种生活方式或者精神氛围，我们要把它应用起来。所以这是一个很好的一个典型的一个案例啊。那所以呢，在这个过程中，我们就说，我们沿者集团不但是说在把那个传统的工匠艺术、工匠的一些能力，把传统的一些很好的一些灵魂注入到现代的空间，我们也同时开发了数字化的这么一个方面。那所以呢，这个其实可能是我们在做一个公司的介绍以及数字化业务介绍之前，我们想浅谈一下我们作为一个怎么说呢，建筑公司、装修设计公司、精品装修公司对这个 topic 这个主题的一个理解。那接下去简单介绍一下我们公司啊，包括我们公司的数字化业务。沿者集团呢成立于2009年，一开始的时候呢，我们其实做的更多的是怎么样把一些智能化的一些操作、一些管控，包括怎么样把一个精品的装修带给客户。那么我们一直专注于这一个领域，所以呢，在长达这十几年的一个服务的过程当中呢，实际上我们一直在做一件很重要的事情，就是我们在做一个标准化的流程管理。 实际上在那个建筑行业，标准化的流程管理是很难的，尤其是装修这个行业，因为大家都知道它里面非常细节、非常琐碎，怎么样才能够做到标准化的流程项目管理，其实一直是一个难点和痛点。那这是一点。第二点呢，我们在这整个过程当中呢，实际上我们一直是这一点我们走得比较超前啊。其实我们在成立初期，我们就一直非常专注于环保和可持续发展，而且我们不但要求自己做到环保和可持续发展的一些动作，我们也会协助我们的客户，比方说他的办公空间怎么样去实现。我们现在非常热啊，那我们之前怎么样去做环保和可持续发展的一些布局，或者说一些设计。那这个呢，是在我们过去的10几年当中一直专注的点。在整个过程当中呢，我们也成立了研哲几个部门，比方说我们有研哲学院。研哲学院是为了把我们的一些理念能够带给到不同的施工人员、不同的项目管理人员。同时我们也有我们的数字化的一个部门。那数字化部门呢，实际上它成立的时间非常早，几乎是在2010年的时候我们就开始做数字化，但是当时的数字化可能就已经是慢慢的去探索一些新的技术。在2015年的时候，实际上我们就已经是非常成熟的去应用 VR、AR、MR 这个我们所谓的 XR 技术，来结合到我们的很多的研哲的一些项目当中，尤其是数字化展厅。那么在这个过程当中呢，它的设计其实是就是刚刚我们讲到的，可能它的整个设计的装修设计是比较传统化的一些灵魂的应用，但是里面怎么样把一些数字化的高科技的内容应用进去，这是我们当时一直在探讨的。我们希望它有一个很好的结合。那同时呢，我们做的很多的一些工业化的数字化的领域的设计，也是非常的去切合这个客户的一个应用的实际的。那在这整个过程当中呢，我们其实也是不停的在摸索，在探讨。那非常荣幸啊，也是跟海内外的非常多的知名的设计师和一些设计的机构合作，也获得了很多的大奖。那在这里面呢，也罗列了一些。我们呢也是积极的参与各方面的一些活动，因为刚刚我提到，我们其实有很多的可持续发展啊，包括说我们也跟各个的行业的一些协会啊、商会去进行合作，因为这些其实，比方说我们 IDI 这边，其实它是有很多的非常高端的、非常好的一些理念、非常先进的一些设计的品牌。那么对于我们来说，这些其实也会带给我们很多的灵感。那接下去呢，可能是非常快速的介绍一下我们公司的一个主要成员啊，我们的创始人，包括我们最重要的一个合伙人张华，那包括我自己，那我个人呢就是负责，刚刚因为 Rita 有提到数字化，我个人就是负责那个数字化业务的。那我们数字化业务呢，实际上已经有10几年的在中国市场上的一个实践应用的这么一个经历了。那我们除了在一个理论的探讨上，我们不停地在往前摸索。实际上呢，我们也跟不同的工业类的、汽车类的、它的实用的一些展会、展厅类的，以及他们的一些研发，等等的一些实验室的一个合作上面，我们其实做了很多的一个探索。那另外呢，我们其实也有非常强力的项目管理团队，我们造价团队。包括我们的一个实施团队，在这整个过程当中呢，实际上就像我们刚刚提到的，我们整个公司架构呢，虽然是根据实用主义啊，我们分了很多不同的部门，但实际上我们是拧成一股绳，我们一门心思的，就是专注于刚刚我们说到的这几个点，怎么样去做可持续发展，怎么样去做环保，怎么样去把最好的一些高标准的一些内容能够带给客户。那这些可能我们就简略的略过啊。接下去呢，我们在快速的去看我们各方面的一些 case study 的过程当中呢，也讲一讲我们公司对于接下去整个公司的一个布局，包括数字化业务的一些布局的一些战略和想法。首先呢，我们在国内通过我们不停的进行一个高品质、高效率、高质量、高标准的这么一个交付的一个能力啊，交付的这个项目，能够去为国内的怎么说呢？一些 很重要的客户去提供一个服务。那么其次呢，我们从去年甚至于从前年开始，我们开始布局整个全球的一个市场，我们立足于上海，辐射全球，在欧洲和中东以及东南亚的其他的一些国家，我们已经开始了我们的项目，并且呢，在今年晚一些时候，在欧洲和中东应该会设立我们的欧洲总部和中东总部。那为什么要做这件事情呢？实际上我们也是想把中国的一些传统的，不管是传统的一些灵魂、一些设计，还是我们传统的工匠的一些能力、技艺，我们总是听到有一些国家在谈他们的工匠的一些工艺，但实际上中国的源远流长的这个它的历史文化当中，包括刚刚董总提到的很多的内容是非常非常怎么说呢？适合于推广到全球去的。我们应该让全球看到我们古文化当中的刚刚提到的一些情感、一些生活方式，我们向内求的一些精神氛围，这些都是我们应该往外去推广的。所以我们在做很多的国际项目的时候，也是有一些使命感的。我们是想把传统文化带出去，工匠的一些能力带出去。其次呢，我们在做这些不同的国家的一些项目的时候，也经常性会碰到一些怎么样的需求呢？数字化需求。因为数字化 AI 的一些发展是目前的一个大趋势，所以之前我们去中东去参加一些展会的时候，很多人过来就问，哎，你们有没有这个能力，有没有那个能力？里面包含了很多，就是你们有没有装修的能力，有没有能够把数字化的一些内容结合到整个装修建筑的过程当中，能够帮他们全部实现出来，不仅仅是指建筑装修，包括它的硬件软件的配套，包括它的一些内容的一个设计和设置。其实对于他们来说，你们整合去做一件事情是他们想要的，因为他们不希望做一个割裂的一个事情，好像我建筑装修归建筑装修。所以像董总这边，像 Rita 这边，其实我们之前也有很多的合作。那实际上呢，艺术也好，古文化的一些推广也好，包括以前一些工匠的一些能力、一些技能的一些推广也好，和现在 AI 和数字化的一个结合，实际上这是我们为什么我们集团公司会专门有数字化业务的原因，包括我们一个发展的方向，一个战略的方向。我们不能把它脱离开来，不能做一个冷冰冰的科技的板块和一个具有传统灵魂的一个装修板块，我们应该是把双方进行一个结合。那在这整个过程当中呢，我们可以看到我们在很多的比方说一些商业体，比方说一些豪宅，比方说一些自己的一些办公空间的设计里面，其实我们可以看到的很多，就是我们既有现代化的一些设计，我们里面有很多数字化的应用，包括我们其实刚刚也提到了，我们也跟很多的艺术家、设计师去进行合作，有很多的设计的产品，有能够打造很多的传世的，我们也是想做一些能够传世的一些内容和板块。那这个呢，可能接下去我们就快速的过一下，因为我们做的案例确实比较多啊，我们快速的过一下这个。或者 Rita 有什么问题我们可以探讨，因为内容比较多。
对，我们刚才听汤总聊完，我也特别的，一个是感触，第二个是非常的骄傲，因为跟严泽我们算是老朋友，也是经常合作的。然后听到这么多走向国际，代表中国去表达中国的文化，这一点就是作为国民来说是非常骄傲的。包括数字化这一部分，其实也非常认同和感同身受的，是因为我们也在很多的空间设计中，像我们是做商业街改造和那种老成片区更新比较多，包括有些博物馆，他们现在也更多商业化的，除了要展示文物，还要跟当下的社会的社区居民的生活息息相关，所以也是因为市场的一个需求，以及新商业，就是消费者对于我们的这种体验的要求可能会更沉浸、更互动等等，我们就发现传统的只做空间表达确实不满足于当下的一种消费心理了。我们也在做更多的一些数字化的一些融合那或许在这一部分的话，我们也可以有更多的一个合作的契机。
是的，就是现在这方面的探索，其实 更多的是在起步阶段，因为比方说单独看某一个板块，其实都已经很成熟了，但是怎么样真正把它融合起来，这是一个起步阶段。以前可能就是1和1，现在我们要怎么样把它变成1+1大于2，这一点其实我们一直是一个探索。对。
那汤总，您能方便分享一个案例吗？刚刚您说到的就是这种传统的，我们就实体空间和比较新兴的数字化的这种结合的一个案例。
实际上我们之前呢，我可以分享2个案例哈，一个是比较的，它其实是一个内部的展厅。这家企业呢，实际上是一家制造型的企业，在当地呢算是纳税大户吧，所以呢非常受到当地政府的一个重视。那么在这个重视之下呢，实际上他们也是有压力的，因为他们要承接很多的政府过来的一个参观，同行业内其他企业过来参观，以及他们客户的一个参观。那么所以呢，他们去花了巨资做了一个展厅，做了一个壳，它里面是空的。那做完这个壳之后呢，当时他们就犯难了。为什么？你要填满这个壳的时候，实际上你要满足刚刚我们说到这3点。同时，它是一个制造型企业，而且它制造的东西不是传统的一些很老的一些设备，它更多的是为像苹果啊等等的一些比较高科技或者走得比较前沿的一些企业去提供一些设备，而且他们不停地在做研发。所以他们的那个展厅的一个需求是什么呢？第一，它一定是要高大上的，它一定是要不仅展示自己的产品，还要展望未来的一个世界。它作为这个行业的龙头企业，它要承担起说我要告诉来访者未来的生态是怎么样。那这个点那就需要很多的数字化的内容加入了，因为它是还没有存在，更多的是在设想当中的，而且它需要高大上。那么这是一个点。第2个点呢，就是说他们还需要去承担，因为他们有客户过来，所以他们需要非常清晰的能够告诉客户说我的产品是什么，我的优势是什么，你们应该怎么样来找我们去进行一个深入的去聊。那么所以而且它有一个很大的难点是，它已经做好了这个壳，当我们接手的时候是一个已经成型的壳里面，我们要去根据它的一个整个空间的布局，尽量减少空间的改变的情况下去填满它的一个内容。那在这个整个设计过程中，其实设计的是蛮痛苦的，因为从无到有其实是一个比较简单的过程，但是在一个既有的环境里面就因为这个环境肯定是别人的一个设计，别人的理念，加入我们的设计和我们的理念，并且还要利用它原有的一些数字化的设备，他们也做了一些数字化的硬件的设施已经在那了。那我们当时呢，在设计的一个重点不是装修，是我们数字化部门，我们当时确实是做了很大的一个设计的一个板块，真正的实施其实并没有花费很大的精神，但是在设计的时候，我们要设计一个什么动线呢？既要满足这3类的人群，我们还要能够让他们体现他们在行业里面的领头羊的一个地位。那么另外呢，我们还要体现未来的生态，但是同时我们不能是一个简单的技术的堆砌。比方说，当时对方客户有人提议说，现在机器人很火，我买一个100多万的机器人放在里面走来走去，这是不是就很高科技了？但当时被我们给否了，并不是因为他的预算，因为客户出得起这个预算，实话实说啊，咱们比较接地气的说这件事情，但是它跟我们整体的风格是不符的。未来你们整个业态的生态到底是怎么做的，并不是靠你一个机器人在那去做这件事情，或走来走去就能够去实现的。所以当时我们在给他设计的时候呢，我们肯定是有他们的 culture 啊，他们的文化的一个展示，这是肯定有的。那包括他们有现有的产品的展示是有的。那么最重要的，我们做了很大的一块板块呢，是做未来生态。未来生态里面呢，我们有最强大脑，我们有大脑的一个设计，我们有专门的一个主控室，这个主控室是非常高科技的，甚至于里面有一些内容，实话实说，是我们现在的技术还没有办法达到，我们只能通过一些高科技的手段去实现出来，告诉他将来我们朝这个方向走，我们还在做研发，但是将来它的所有工厂是通过一个中央大脑去控制的，这个中央大脑会进行每天的 不管是物流、仓储，然后它的一个生产，包括它将来的发货，所有的都是通过它去进行调配的。它的工厂会做成无人工厂，那么无人工厂我们也搬了一些无人产线放在那儿。这个时候我们就没有用这些有手有脚的很累人的一个机器人，我们用的是最实用的，比方说那个一些小车，机器人小车，比方说一些机械手去实现。包括我们做了一个数字孪生的一个虚拟的工厂，那这个虚拟工厂是便于我们大脑背后的这个主控室背后的这些人不停地去预测和去看到问题去报警。那这整个做下来设计下来，实际上我们是跟客户是做了很多的探讨的，甚至于客户专门派了一个研发团队来跟我们去做一件什么事情呢？就是他们去设计了一个他们自己其实现在没有办法投入使用的一个产线，但是呢，未来他们觉得这是一个发展方向，我们要呈现给他的客户看，因为很多的他们的客户看到这个东西会迸发很多的灵感，他们会来主动找他们一起来探讨说，哎，我们其实可以合作把这个事情做下来。那同时呢，他们也在做转型，要给客户做一些解决方案。那这种产线的设计又满足了，就因为客户是想象不出来的，很多东西我讲一个概念你是想象不出来，但是当我有一段比方说10米长的一个产线放在那边的时候，那感觉就不一样了。所以这是一个非常的典型的一个案例。另外一个案例呢，实际上可能是一个刚才讲到的博物馆。现在博物馆的很多的内容，就是以往我们在接受一些展厅的时候，博物馆我们走进去就是会有一条动线，那有一些可能会带一个设备，有一些可能会有一些人在给你讲解。那这个时候呢，设备其实它是很矮板的，它就是这些内容。那如果人的话呢，可能有一些人讲得非常有趣，我就曾经碰到过一个非常有趣的一个讲解员，我跟他探讨了很多，但是这个是一个几率，对吧？所以呢，我们当时给一个博物馆，当然它也是受制于就是转型的一个阶段，所以它只是做了一个尝试。他拿出了他们其中一个产品，让我们用一个技术手段，数字化的一个手段去给他展示他的前世今生。这个其实是一个展示为主的，但是我们的展示自由度很高，也就是说，并不是我走过去看了个影片，更多的是我可能可以从挖掘开始，我自己去动手，我去发现里面的一些什么东西，我有一个 discover 的一个过程。那这个过程其实对于过来参观的人是会很有兴趣去投入一个探索或者说花这个时间的。另外一点呢，实际上它也有很多的，就是你可以衍生出去的一些，你可以去发掘的一些动作。那这个是他们做一个尝试，而且它并不有很大的一个商业的一个想法，它更多的是一个科普，是一个传输的一个文化的一个动作。当时做的其实是蛮成功的。那如果说要推广到整个博物馆或者整个其他的藏品，那其实受制于很多的空间，或者说包括它的一些电力啊等等，它要进行一个整体的改造了。但是他当时整个就是那个馆长，其实对于这个是非常非常满意的，他觉得是一个很大的突破。当然我知道现在类似的这种设备很多，有很多外面可能你戴一副眼镜能看到很多东西，但是呢，这种数字化呢，可能很多东西是需要去感受的，因为自由度很高的。比方说我们曾经做过一些医疗器械的，你做手术流程，我是看还是参与？我只能按照英语的 yes or no 去选择，还是说我其实有很多选择，甚至于我有一排的手术器械，我每个都可以用，只不过你用了这个是对的，你得分了，但是你用那些是错的，病人可能就引发了一些并发症，他可能就会出现一些问题。但是这个自由度实际上是需要每个人自己去感受的。那数字化呢，它的魅力也在这儿，就是它可以做到让你感觉只是在看一个影片，也可以让你感觉哎，我其实就是身临其境在感受，也可以让你觉得我就是里面这个主角，我可以去使用里面所有的工具，这个就很有意思。对，
提供更多的可能。
对的，
是的，汤总刚才 讲的，我能感受到您一定是一个非常实干，包括您和团队非常实干的。因为刚才我们也听到非常的 super high tech 的一些装置啊，这种表达啊，也是充满期待，有机会可以去你们的项目参观一下。就是您刚说到博物馆这个，就是我也挺感触的，因为包括可能我做完主持，我下午就要出差，也是再去聊一个博物馆，从数字化到经营到产品一起来做的一个商业合作。也有像汤总您说的，我们基于他们已有的一些空间哈，就是他们是一个文字博物馆，基于他们已有的硬件条件，我们设计一个故事线。从展览开始到结束，我们这种故事线里面会穿插游戏，然后在游戏当中，因为我们主要针对研学，那么可能就对小朋友来说，它更像是一场素质教育的课程。就是您在学习，在通过游戏闯关的过程中，在结束，我们还会有一本研学的小册子给到他们，然后以此来 feedback， 就是我参观完了，是不是有一些答题嘛？就是我今天的参观内容是到了吗？这就好比说这种教培机构，他最后要去考级嘛。考级就让你有成就感，这个事儿我拿到一个，您是的，董总说的没错。然后在这种小册子完了以后，我们虚拟的体验完了，我们就开始实地的进行文化，就我们会有当地传统的这种手工制作，就让孩子们在这里坐下来去感受，就是传统文化，让他们再有一个带得走的自己的一个产品。然后包括其实像这种新商业的模式，我们也不是一上来就谈一个设计费，我们其实更多可能从运营上大家一起去谈利润分红的形式来做。那么这样的话，可能对于博物馆来说，他们也相信我找这个设计团队不是打一枪就走，而是我们共同去创造，通过产品，通过空间，通过对这个文化故事线的理解，能够大家一起去走向一种新的一个营销方式。对，这一点也是刚才汤总聊完，就是让我有的一个感受。
其实像刚刚提到的，当然正好今天有点时间哈，那个小册子，因为我自己有2个女儿，带他们去任何地方玩，回来收获了一堆小册子，有 passport 对吧？有什么什么东西有打卡的。但实际上我们会更建议做成数字化的。现在小朋友都是有数字化产品，都是有电子产品的。你把它做成数字化的一个东西，它的传承会更久。我前几天搬家，扔掉了好多的 passport， 以前都会放着给他们做个纪念，但是太多了，太杂了，不可能再去翻了。但是如果它变成一个 series 的一个东西，然后把它放在它的数字化的一个电子产品里面，对他来说印象会更深。效果会更好，
对，相当于数字资产。
对，而且对于博物馆或者说对于一个地方的一些地方文化，他想吸引别人再次过来的时候，这些都是手段，就是可以通过数字化的手段再次邀请，甚至于你的邀请不需要说，我请你过来玩，我在我这个数字化平台上，你之前有了很多的打卡，我再次在里面发布一些新的任务。有很多小朋友会说，这个东西我上次没有看到，这个内容是我上次没有学到的，我很有兴趣，所以它的吸引力会更强，保存持续时间会更长。
是的，您说的这种就技术上是数字化 App， 像做一个线上的一个平台一样去实现。是的，
更多的其实是做小程序会更好。
对，就是小程序。
对，
是的。
其实当然这只是一种模式啊，因为刚刚 Rita 你提到的是想要跟他们进行一个长期合作。那么长期合作来说，像这一类型的设计就很有意思了。如果短期一次性的项目，其实小册子非常好。但长期来说，我们要整个经营的过程当中，你肯定是想要 call back 这些人，甚至于让他们带来更多的人。这个时候，你怎么样用数字化手段，就很有意思了，就很有可能性了。对的，是的，
对，非常有意思，就是刚才又学到了，我会非常快速的应用到我们商业模式中。其实刚才不论是董总提到的这个装置艺术，包括汤总提到的数字化，我们都在谈论文化。那么文化 当中来说，我们要去传承的第一步核心就是挖掘文化。那文化也有很多面向，所以我也非常想听听董总关于您做这么多创造背后这种文化挖掘是怎么做的，以及这个项目当中我摘取文化哪一方面着重作为一个传承发展。
好，谢谢主持人提问。我刚听完汤总的那个表述之后，我也有很多共同的这种感受。就是您主持人刚提到的这个文化的挖掘，我想说，其实做我们这个领域，包括跟汤总一起，我们做这个我们叫大领域吧，叫做艺术创作或者是设计再造这个大领域，我觉得还是挺幸运的。那幸运的点在哪里？就是通过不同的项目，通过不同的业主，通过不同的业态，我们始终在学习。我觉得好像置身在我们的同属的领域里面，自己在学习我们领域的时候，当你接触到一个新兴的行业，一个新兴的业主，一个新的朋友、新的人，你在学习你将要表达或者阐述的这个项目的同时，你再去了解一个新的文化。就像我刚展示的部分的我们的落地项目，其实很多的东西也是有通过这个项目我去了解在地的一些文化，包括您刚提的福州。其实我之前没有去过那边旅游，但是也是通过这个项目从零开始去补福州的历史、福州的文化。那如何能够在这样的一个文化体系里面，先就是借汤总刚说到的一个词，也是说到我心里去了，就是你得先学会翻译，就是历史就在那边，文化就在那边，大家看到的是官方的翻译，但是怎么通过你一个艺术从业人员，从这些现有的文化在地的内容里面去翻译出你自己不同的情感，这是非常非常重要的，也是我们这个行业非常幸运的点。我觉得也是在这个过程当中，不同项目当中去摸索，并且我刚一直在想，就是汤总说的数字化的东西。汤总刚刚也提到很多的业主啊，对于数字化的理解啊，就给我放一个机器人啊，或者什么，其实这是很直接的翻译，就是把数字化、把 AI 直接翻译成了一个现有大家很认定的一个形式化的东西。但是汤总在这个领域发展的时候，他会对这个翻译有一个自己的认知，加上自己的理解和情感，那这是我们要做的很重要的一步。那我想说的是，在这个过程当中，我们是既幸运的，又要不懈去努力的。那其实我们已经落后了，因为我是80后，我觉得落后点在哪里？刚提到的这个 app 也好，提到的这个 passport 也好，现在的孩子他是 AI 时代的、数字化时代的、互联网时代的原住民。我女儿生下来她就会玩 iPad， 玩手机玩的比我都溜，从来没有告诉过她手机密码。她看你几次，她就把你的密码记住了，奶奶的手机密码、你的手机密码、妈妈的手机密码。他们是原住民，不需要过多的去教育和替他们翻译，他们会来翻译的。但我觉得这个反而是我们需要在这个过程当中不断的去学习。我们是互联网 AI 的移民，我们是从小在地文化当中、传统文化教育当中生长起来的，那也是基于时代的红利，能够接触到这样的一个全新的时代的来临。那我们是幸运的，也是需要不懈努力的。那这是我想表达的一个想法吧。
谢谢董总啊！刚才听到，也是挺感触的。要挖掘那么多在地文化历史，这一部分我的感触点是因为我们很多时候做老城片区更新，的确也是有时候从县志就开始读起。对，那个大量的这种阅读工作，但现在随着 AI 的进步，可以非常快速的有一些大数据的 搜索，但确实就像董总和汤总说的，数据在这里，我怎么去理解数据？每个人有每个人对于生命的体验，通过自己的生命体验，他会找到他的那一道门、那一扇门，去打开这一片的文化的一种转移。这也是我想，我们3位虽然是可能不在同一个大领域，但是不同的一个精专方向上，我们都能够感受到让我持之以恒的兴奋，还有热情，继续去挖掘往下走的一个最根的一个动力。是的，那我们现在是可以场下提问或者是互动的一个环节。好的。大家如果没有什么问题的话，那么我们今天的活动，今天这一场关于设计、关于传承、关于创新的活动就在这里结束。也欢迎大家跟我们的嘉宾多多交流，相信他们会为你们未来的不管是工作或者作品都带入新的灵感。谢谢。
谢谢大家，谢谢。
谢谢大家。
谢谢汤总。
do like this, okay? I don't want to cut you, okay? Sure, sure. And we are keeping going with our talk. The second talk of today, Saturday, 22nd of November, we'll see on stage Miss Betty Liu as a moderator. Welcome Miss Betty Liu on stage to join us IDI talk. A round of applause of Miss Betty Liu and Gian Maria Quarta. Welcome. Please join us. It's a free seat. Gian Pietro Veronese, you are welcome on stage. And Stefano Piontini, welcome to our distinguished guests and speakers to give the best of their knowledge about exploring the intersection of creativity and functionality in modern solutions. We will have some videos, presentation. We would love to engage with our audience. We are doing streamlining these talks, so I wish for you to enjoy. Please.
Thank you. Thank you, Lena, for the introduction.
Welcome.
Hello. Check, check. It's okay. Good morning, everyone. Welcome the fourth day of IDI Festival's Italian Design Icon Festival. My name is Betty Liu. I'm a cross-cultural communication consultant and also the host of the WeChat video channel Culture Mixture, where I interview the guests from all around the world. Today is my pleasure to host this panel and with some distinguished guests and also my friends. As you probably heard from the previous introduction, and today our panel is exploring the intersection of creativity and functionality in modern design. So before we get started, I would like to invite you to join me to welcome our three distinguished guests to give some introduction about themselves.
Thank you, Betty. Thank you so much. I'm not sure if we have a PPT also. Well, my name is Gian Maria. I am an architect and I'm the founder of architecture and interior design studio Quarta, which bears my name. The studio was founded in 2016 in Shanghai and is now co-led together with Ju Dan, with me. The studio takes an approach which starts from dialogue and research and then focuses on a design that is emotional and at the same time functional. So I think today we have a lot of things to talk about with the topic. These are some of our publications, recognitions, etc. I don't have a fancy video, I just have this PPT, so I'm going to go through very quickly. This is our very first project in Wuhan, the project that kicked off our career. It's a restaurant, Saltimbocca, and a lot of elements that we see here that later evolved into our practice into retail and commercial spaces. So our approach is pretty much architectural, so we focus a lot on understanding how space works and how through space we can serve the ever-changing needs of customers. This is some of our more recent projects. This is here in Shanghai in Xintiandi. It's a retail project for a Japanese golf brand called Honma. I'm just gonna go a little quicker. Here we have a project in Chengdu for Skechers, in which we integrated the urban flow of people into the design of the facade of the store. And we are very comfortable switching from different types of projects and different scales. So we can go from large flagship stores to small tailor-made projects in tier 1, tier 2, tier 3 city in China. This is a series of projects that we did for a Chinese local brand called Haiti, in which we localized different experiential stores in different cities in China. and then more work for local retail projects, brands, and a few projects in F&B as well, which is also a backbone of our approach. We usually combine, our approach can be scaled up and down to different size and types of projects, and being able to work on both retail projects and F&B cultural projects is really what keeps our work more dynamic and interesting over the years. That's it pretty much. We have more, but I think that's enough for an introduction.
Hello everybody, my name is Gianpietro. I am the brand manager of Delvis, which is an Italian furniture brand. It's a part of a big group where we are doing different kind of business unit. Actually, Delvis is mainly for the Chinese market. We are having a comprehensive collection, which is including all parts of mainly residential furniture. Having a showroom in Sinanlu 86. We are serving a variety of customers, from end users, designers. We are involved in different projects. At the same time, we are pretty much involved in the community here in Shanghai for what concerns culture, art, because we strongly believe in the artistic spirits of design. Therefore, we organize many different kind of events in our showroom that are related to art, design, lifestyle, and fashion. So as I mentioned, we are a part of a big group. This one is related to China, but we are also having production units that are serving mainly North American market, as well as a niche brand in Italy, which is called Delvis Unlimited, which is doing collectible design, working with different kind of artists and designers for a small collection with a completely different kind of market and range. You're always very welcome to come to our showroom to visit, and so that you can experience what we are doing much better than here, where we have just kind of talk.
And I'm Stefano Piontini. I'm an architect. I'm here in Shanghai since 2013. I've been working as general manager for Voda Fieri Savarino Partners, and recently one of the last experience was to be APAC store planner for the group OTB. I did a small PPT to introduce a bit what I believe is important in today's design, that is the power of emotion. Today we are in a space, in an environment where the design has to determine emotions in the people, bring back a spirit of a combination, a different kind of combination between the spaces and the users of the spaces, and identify a few emotions. A small parenthesis. This was the last prize we won with the studio. It was the AD100 of this year. It was happened just a few weeks ago. A good recognition, a good achievement so far. And again, talking about emotion, the architect is etymologically a chief builder. So the responsibility of the architect is 360 degrees around the space, organizing the space. Today, architects are more coordinators than anything else. In the past, the designer was more involved to be a one-man show. Today is a team development, is a teamwork, and the architect is the coordinator to put together professionals and to create a space that is comfortable and bring wellness to the people. There are emotions and sensations in every space. There is warm and welcoming. This is a space for restaurant. Is a space that create. Obviously, you need to stay in a good feasible, warm environment where you are experiencing food. Then spiritual and sophisticated. When you go to brands, when you go to retail, you need something that brings the soul of the brand out and expose the soul of the brand to be true to the clients, to the experiences. And dynamic and energetic. When you approach a shopping mall, when you approach a public space, you need to feel the energy of the space. You need to feel the different speed of the different places inside the architecture. So looking at about that, I have few case studies really fast to quick go through. One is a foodie bazaar we developed in Wuzhonglu, Mixi this year. It was a good success because the area was pretty much, how to say, slow for the customers. And we created a simple flow with a bit of touch of South Asia to create a warm environment, a welcoming environment for the people to cross by, to experience the space, to approach the restaurants in a different way. And the spirit of the design, the atmosphere we created was helping the flow, helping the customers to approach and to experience the different spaces that were facing this area. We also have a lot of study about how to implement the green sensation without being boring, without going too far with greenery. So we implemented a system of systematic trees and planters to have a welcoming environment as well. And as well, a very good study of the lighting. We had partnership with a local lighting designer. We really trust a lot the process together with lighting designers because they bring a plus, and today projects are 50% well done if you have a better lighting designer than other projects. Fashion impact. This year I followed this beautiful store of Maison Margiela in Mixi, Chongqing. The goal here was to develop a young, fresh experience for the brand. Obviously looking also at cost saving and time-wise having a perfect timeline of execution. We developed a lighter version than the usual stores, but it was really iconic, it was really astonishing. We implemented the lighting, we implemented the materials. There is a beautiful resin on the floor. The marmorino on the wall is balancing the travertino that you have on the niches. And the lighting are creating a very good accent on the products, so there is full attention on products. As well, for the cafe area, we had this kind of bamboo rhythm of the vertical elements that create a very good filter with the exterior. And then the games of the marketing, we played with a crossroad where the code of the brand has been announced and has been explained on the ground with every number on the crossroad. Then a little project that we did, but very iconic in Chengdu, was combining heritage and sport. We were in Taikuli, Chengdu, a heritage mall, a heritage building, and with Adidas we developed an originals store where we literally were inside very strict parameters for the heritage building. So we developed a space that were combining 3 buildings together with a canopy in the middle. The canopy is self-standing and independent from the original structure to not wait on the original structure of the building. And we implemented basically materials, choices, and we leveled the floor all over the space on the same level, creating an interesting thing, this small combination of discovery heritage with the glass, looking at the original floor of the building, and touching heritage, looking at the wood of the doors and the columns that are original. Here is the lounge, and again the canopy with the bar in the middle of the space. Voila, this is a bit of the introduction from myself. Thanks.
Okay, thank you, Fergus, for the very thorough introduction. I think now at least our audience will have a visual experience of what you have done. Because here we're in the design panel and we have 2 architects and we have a 1 brand representative. So I think we will have a very interesting discussion about the topic we have about creativity versus with functionality. So I have prepared some questions for 3 of you, but also I do have some questions for each one of you. And at the start, as we understand in modern design, it's not only about creativity or aesthetics anymore, right? Design becomes a way of thinking. Design becomes a kind of an approach of problem solving. But somehow, I think I heard some discussion, at least not necessarily inside of the designer community, but people from the outside design community. People think that you either have some very beautiful aesthetic things or you have purely functional thing. So do you see this so-called creativity, functionality, is this 2 concepts, is it actually complementary to each other or sometimes a conflict? Or what's your take or what's your understandings about these 2 words in your practice?
I go first?
Okay.
Okay, my first. Well, I think creativity and functionality, or sometimes you say aesthetics and functionality. I mean, this combination, this contrast, let's say, has been the topic of design and architecture for many, many years, probably always. And I think the 2 things are really not separate. Actually, they really work together for me. Creativity and functionality are helping each other and strengthening each other when they work in harmony. I think that's also a possible definition of good design, probably, how good you are at combining these 2 extremes, okay? Because people think that creativity must be about making something beautiful without function, and that functionality is making something that just works. But there is definitely a tension between the 2. So from my perspective, the way we usually apply this to work is to propose solutions that can be working in both directions together. And I think sometimes there is a misunderstanding about imagining creativity as a layer, or let's say beauty as a layer that you add on top of the function. So you make the space work first and then you paint it a color or you add a material. And I mean, as the projects that Stefano was showing just now, for instance, those are beautiful projects, but there are also projects that work right away. And the beautiful solution of a technological detail or of a material that works to perform under certain conditions is the beauty of the project very often. And this is something that is difficult to explain to clients sometimes, because I understand that it's not something that is tangible right away. It's something that requires a level of understanding that sometimes is not immediate. Sometimes it's something that you feel, you know you're in a space that looks good, but you don't know why. You don't know that the lighting is at 3000 K and that's why the space feels good. You just feel better in this space than in another space. So that's why in the design phase it's difficult sometimes to have this conversation, because there is this idea that first you need to focus on making the space perform, and then you treat aesthetics as part of this performance. So yeah, I'm not sure. I'm not answering the question. I'm just commenting on this, because I think it's pretty much of an open.
Yeah, I think it's
well.
because for people from the outside design community, when I talk to many people, they would think either design has to be beautiful and ethically beautiful, or it's functional. So I think the people find it hard to comprehend. Actually, design is most of the practice, designers try to really combine the 2, try to balance the 2. So I think it's just the best. The voice is coming from you. Like you have to tell the people from the outside design actually can help them to achieve both. It's not either or. People can have it all. Okay, so come to you, Gepetro. What's your experience? I mean, because you represent an Italian brand, so do you think the creativity and functionality somehow reflect both, like in the product of your design brand?
Well, first of all, we do products and not
Yes.
spaces. So, but anyway, the approach is more or less the same because it is about balance. But I mean, it depends, you know, because each single market is different. So
Yeah.
the way you approach China is different than the way you approach Italy or the way you approach North America. And so therefore, it is a lot about your customer, your people and their needs, what they want, what they need, who they are, and try to fit their needs, both in terms of creativity and functionality. But I agree with Gianmaria when he says that after all, you can achieve creativity through functionality. So you can be very creative when you are functional. And then it depends to the collection. So for example, with our brand here in China, it is exactly about balance. It's about 50-50. So you cannot make a chair for daily use that is very beautiful but uncomfortable, or a table that cannot be used for dining, or a bed that you cannot use for sleeping, obviously. So therefore, whatever you do, it has to be a mix. And our furniture designers, obviously, when they design a collection, they think about all those things. So how to achieve ergonomic and comfort, but at the same time, they have to be beautiful in the eyes of customers, reflecting the spirits and the philosophy of the brand, playing through shape, materials, quality, colors, and so forth and so on. However, with our Italian brands instead, with Elvis Unlimited, we do collectibles. And in that case, the balance is very much through the creative side. So we do objects. So it is something between objects and art pieces. And when you do that, instead you can make a chair that is done 100% in rubber, that the weight is 150 kilos, but the customers are completely different, so they buy because of the experience of the piece, so they don't care pretty much whether or not it's comfortable. So it is a statement, and in that case, because it's a different product, it's a different brand, it's a different target market. So
I think you can hold it for now because I'm going to ask you about the sister brand later, right? So we leave some kind of the question, like let the audience to think about it. So then I'll go back later to you. So Stefano, what's your take on this? This seems like complementary or conflicting two concepts.
I agree with what both of them said before. What I'm adding is that definitely there is creativity in many fields. For example, even in a Formula One car, like the one exposed here at IDI, or in a furniture piece, there are level of creativity plus functionality. I believe that today we must focus on functionality, especially on the designer architecture level, in the sense that there are fields like art where you can avoid functionality. But art is a reflection of your own design, your own expression. When you talk about people, when you talk about having objects or architecture or spaces that are working for the people, the users that they need to experience these elements, you need more and more functionality level to respect. If we talk about chairs, we have certain standard dimensions that if you don't focus on that, you are uncomfortable. If we talk about Formula One cars, you have rules and parameters that you need to respect, and you need to stay inside to be legally allowed to race. In the spaces, in the architecture, you have fire rules, mechanical rules, structural rules that you need to respect. So you must be functional and creativity in the functionality space. So functionality is the box. Creativity is basically the sketch inside the box where you can express yourself, that when you can customize for the customer, for the users, for your experience, the space. But these things must be extremely combined today. Otherwise, you create a piece of art, not an architecture.
Yeah, I think this is a very good example. Stefano just gave a very vivid example about how to combine the functionality and creativity, okay? So now I have a question for the two architects here. So as I mentioned earlier, the modern design has been, at least when I went to sign up the design talk, or I listened, I have exchanged opinion with the design professors, they already told me design, actually the modern design is mainly is about problem solving, okay? So that is, they have to solve a particular problem. So I want to ask, in your practice, when you design the space, when you design architecture for the clients, how do you really find the pain points that your clients is really facing, and then use what you both call the combination of creative and functional solution to really address that challenge? Or sometimes I'm thinking is like, say, the emotion is that also can be defined a problem. For example, people want to enter a space, they want to feel exciting, or they want to feel calm. Then is that can also be defined as a problem, right? It's like the designer, how you can provide a solution to solve the problem, say how to make people to feel this way. So maybe both of you could give us an example of your line of practice, like the kind of the project you design for the Chinese clients, okay?
Yes. In my field, for example, talking about also retail and shopping malls, there are two levels of attention today. The first level is the users, the final users, the customers, that they have a perspective on the things to do, on the things to see, and the things to experience in the space. Another problem today is, let's say, the brand or the owners of the projects. Sometimes there is a non-correspondence between the two. Today there is in China, I have to say worldwide, a difficulty for the retail to put on the ground the offline experience. There is a strength in the online experience, there is a less strength in the offline experience. This is not generated by, let's say, a problem in the product. It's generated because the mindset of the people that are selling the products is not the mindset anymore of the users. The users are asking something different. And sometimes the people are, let's say, not willing to react to this kind of input from the users. They want to still stay in a different way, in a different pattern. So this is generating in somehow a division between the vision of the users and the vision of the owners. And in this, basically, the architects are in the middle. So they need to balance these two elements. They need to learn the owners that they need to implement the design in a different way. And they need to teach the users to be less aggressive on certain choices, to be more traditional in somehow, and respect, let's say, the brand ID, the brand identity, the brand wishes. So we are the bridge between these two dialogues. And today, even more is a difficult job. It's more psychological, it's more deep. We need more tools. Not talking about AI or real tools, but basically tools about people, professionals that can help in defining the things. There is study of sociology, study of environmental in terms of acoustic, in terms of sustainability, that can implement all of these and define a path, define a dialogue that can be working and be a sort of compromised design between users and owners. This is mainly, let's say, the problem solving we need to do today. Hard challenge, but exciting to do it.
I fully agree with Stefan. Actually, I think that for me at least, the key word that also defines the way we work is dialogue, no? And I think, so yeah, of course, problem solving is about how you face certain situations and how you find solutions for certain problems. But I think I wouldn't focus too much on the problem side of problem solving, but I would focus more on how the problem solving attitude and mindset can be used to negotiate situations in real life. Because I think design is very much about, people think that design is something that lives in the clouds, no? But design is, as Stefano was pointing out, is very much about the real world, no? About what happens in the physical space and how that impacts customers when they walk in a space, people when they live in a house, and the clients. So whether you are the client as a homeowner, or whether you are a brand who is trying to reach their customers emotionally and ultimately transactionally in a store, for instance. So for us, dialogue is really about establishing a connection between the client and their customers. And in that sense, I fully agree with Stefano that our role is more and more of coordinator, of being orchestrator, of understanding what the customer stands for, what their values are, what the values that they want to communicate, but also sometimes helping to edit what they want to say, what they can say, and in which way. Because a lot of customers, they have a lot to say. Some brands, they have 100 years of history, and they have so many things that they could say, but not always saying everything is the good thing, right? So sometimes you need to pick what are the things that people want to hear in a certain context, in a certain market, in a certain time, and restrict yourself, restrict the information that you give. So space really has this power of, very tangible power of showing something and making people feel something in a space, which I think is really the power of our work as architects. Because sometimes it's difficult for a brand to communicate directly how certain improvements, certain innovations that happen in the logistics side of the brand impact the emotions of customers. But with space, you can really let people feel what you stand for, how you interpret life.
Thank you for your sharing. I think it's very inspiring, especially talking about the dialogue. I think this is kind of somehow, you could say it's a little bit intangible dialogue. As you said, you have two clients, different layers. The first is a brand who actually hire you to design the space, build architecture. The end client is actually the user. There are clients who walk inside of the space and then experience the space. So I think talking about the dialogue, and then this question, let's go to Gepetro. I have been to your showroom many times, and always because you organize like arts activity inside of a showroom. I would still say it's a very rare to see nowadays here, because showroom usually I think it's like display the products of the brand. But why your showroom devs decide that you will bring in the art exhibition inside of your showroom? Like how these two things, like the art and also designs, complementary to each other in the space in the devs showroom?
Well, first of all, it is in our DNA, I believe. Also, our founder, Stefano Del Vecchio, is an art collector himself. Therefore, we truly believe that design and art, they have to be together sometimes. So we don't want just to sell furniture and products. So we also want to deliver emotions. And therefore, by organizing all these events, we bring a community together, which is artists, curators, gallerists, that they use our space to show their artworks. And at the same time, for us is a way to deliver a kind of domestic feeling, because for the curators and the art galleries is a good chance to take out the artworks from the gallery box, which is normally an empty space. Instead, when they come to our showroom, they can give their collectors, their customer, an idea of how artworks actually works in a domestic space. And therefore, it creates a different kind of perception of art. And for us to give an idea to our customer and our peer of how our furniture is strongly connected with art, with emotion, and with all these kind of things that are very important, because we believe that when you decorate a house, it is the place where you have to live. So it is not just a box of, it is your place. So when it has to reflect your individuality, so you as a person, you have to be comfortable, you have to, like when you open the door of your place, you have to be, wow, this is me. And so we truly believe in that. So, and we are trying to do our best to help people to understand how to achieve this, because many people actually, they don't know that, and they need to be guided in the process of choosing the right piece, the right furniture, in the right size, in the right material, in the right colors.
I think what you said is very important. Sometimes I think it doesn't matter how hard like the architect actually try to do. I mean, in the end of the day, the physical space is fixed. So if they need something emotion, different emotion, they have to bring in other thing, right? And also, as you said, sometimes the galleries usually they call it a white cubic box, and then it's really without context, without rose decoration and the art piece on the wall. It's really a little bit dry. I think sometimes people cannot really experience in the in-depth level. But as you said, most of the times, I think most people that buy artworks is put inside their own home. So they need to feel how does it feel. Like if really put in some space, it's very similar to their home. At least give it kind of the sense of motivation to imagine how it feels like that this artworks feel like put in their own home. So with the furniture and the products you have in your showroom, I think it's really good give people a kind of good sense how to feel in their own home. And also another question I want to ask you, you actually already mentioned it a little bit when you do your introductions, is you have another sister brand called Icons-1122. So this is purely about collectible design product, right? So can you give us an introduction about that?
Well, again, this is because of the spirit of our founder. So, as I mentioned, he's an art collector, and he really wanted to have something that is related with contemporary art. So, collectible, are objects. So, it is something between objects and art, and they are done in limited edition. So, Delvis Unlimited, our curator is Valentina Ciuffi, which is the founder of Studio Vedette in Milan. She's the one that is organizing Alcova during the design week. And so every year we have two different collections, so we ask different artists and designers to come with ideas. And so that can be lamps, chairs, vases, rugs, pieces of furniture, and so forth and so on. Yeah, this is obviously a completely different approach, because this is there's nothing to do with functionality. So it is about emotion. It is about the fact that we want to have something that is special, that nobody else have, and that also can increase the value in time. So it's not something that you're going to throw away when you have to buy a new chair or you have to buy a new table. So you want to have it like a piece of art. And so next month in December we are going to exhibit in Art Basel in Miami, which is for us a great achievement, because as you probably know, as a collectible brand, it's very difficult to be in Art Basel. And so let's see. We are very excited about that, and we are looking forward to explore more about the collectible market here in China, in the Asia-Pacific area. We have a niche collection of Unlimited in our showroom, but we're going to have more.
Yeah, that's very good to hear that. I have seen this. I believe I have seen these two products, right? It's like the collectible. Yes, I have seen. I think I have a confidence they will have success in the Basel in Miami. So now the next question is actually my favorite type of question, because everybody knows like I'm in the cross-cultural communication. So one of my interests is I always like to try to explore and discoveries that especially the people from different culture, like how you perceive each other, especially how the culture environment, the culture, let's say the mindset influence your line of work, your professional practice. So because three of you, you're all like Italian and you both work here in China for very, very long time already. So somehow I would say that you like consciously, subconsciously, you probably already learned so many so-called Chinese culture mindset. But I want you probably three of you could introduce a little bit for the two architects. Maybe you could introduce a little bit about in line of your practice. One, do you really see, like say the Chinese clients, they have some specific, unique requirements, needs when they come to ask you to design for the space or design the project? Do you have something you just find is very interesting? I never heard about this from the clients for other place. And also when you put, the end users, their preferences into consideration when it comes to design, do you see the Chinese people, like let's say the people come inside the shop to shop or go to the restaurants, do they have specific like cultural preferences where you have to put that to realize in your design and in the end to give to your client? Maybe start with who? Who want to go start first?
He wants me to start first, obviously.
You've been silent for too long.
No, the question is very interesting, but actually I need to a little specify the question. Today I think there is a gap, not anymore between different cultures only, but there is also a gap between ages, meaning the different generations are talking in different languages, especially here. And to be honest, there are more similarities, for example, for the the last one is the Z or Z, yes.
Gen Z?
Alpha.
Yeah.
We are already at Alpha.
Okay. The new generations, let's say, are much more closer worldwide than what we expect. They are much more global customers, let's say. While Gen X and millennials are much more local customers. So there were much more gap in the past than today. Anyway, there are differences. One approach that is very similar between US and China is that the customers are asking for a final product, a final result. They don't want to decide too many specifications, too many they don't want to choose too much. They want to have a final product in mind already. While in Europe, especially the previous generation, right now a little less, but there was the idea that, okay, I can customize everything, every detail, every stitches of my furniture as I want. And this was giving a sort of sense of also of luxury. I choose everything by myself, by my idea. I give more a luxurious feeling that I get more a luxurious feeling than more involved in the decision. Yeah. While here the idea is I'm more luxury if you suggest me something and I say that I like that and I see the full picture and you give me the full details already, specifying everything, and I accept that package. And it's something very much linked more with the US culture, where you have packages, really. Like, I choose an apartment, I have 3 options. I choose A, B, or C. Okay, I go for one option and that's it. I can mix a bit the options, but I will not, let's say, go for an option and I will evolve it, like what happened in Europe, for example. So this is one of the approach. And then talking about retail, there are actually things to not do that are more linked with the culture. You have messages that you can give in Europe, you cannot give here. For example, the minimalism is something that we always emphasize in Europe, but it's something that has never been understood here fully because it has been seen as a poor design, as something rough, and just taking off costs, not as a plus. So when we talk about minimalism in China, And less is less, exactly. So we need to have a minimalism that gives still details, brings out identity, brings out elements that create interest, create sophistication. There must be a level of sophistication that is much more elevated than a simple white box, plain box. So there is a different level of perspective in this. Then, in somehow, is what we need to respect and adapt to. So many times there are brands arriving here and say, we are the maximum expert in doing, I don't know, kitchens or tiles. They arrive here and they face that, okay, it's a different market. I'm failing because I'm not proposing what the clients want. There are many cases during the year we saw, and it's truly, again, a matter of dialogue, a matter of listening, arriving on the market, having an open approach, understanding and absorbing information before giving the product, before giving the information ourselves. This is important, I believe.
Okay, how does...
Okay, so
Do you have
I
a
agree.
specific stories you can
Yes,
share with
exactly.
us?
I wanted
Yes.
to go into more juicy stories. So I tell you about my experience. Okay, so when I opened the company in Shanghai, that's 8 years ago, 8 years ago. I never done interior design at the time. I worked as an architect, but I've never done interior design before. And the company in the beginning was doing interior design projects, so I kind of learned from scratch, okay, by myself almost, with my back then business partner. And certain things in the beginning honestly made no sense in China because you were meeting clients and you had all your certainties about what design is like and how a good project should look like. And the feedback was sometimes completely puzzling. And even sometimes when client came to us bringing their feng shui master and giving feedback, it happened. And in the beginning we were like, come on, the feng shui master, really? Honestly, like at the time, I thought it was nonsense. And with experience, with time, actually, to be honest, I came to realize that there are many more points of connection between how we design, how we think is harmonious, how we think is balanced in a space, than points of difference. I mean, a lot of things that in feng shui, for instance, seems magical and absurd in the beginning, when you put them in practice, they make a lot of sense. They are very practical. They're not just voodoo architecture. No, absolutely, at all, not at all. Like a lot of elements, some of them are weird, but a lot of them are actually very practical. They make a lot of sense. I understand how it can be challenging for someone who spent a long part of their architecture career in Europe to adapt to this. But actually, if you can find the points of connections, there is a lot to learn. And I've learned a lot in the last year. It's been a crazy good experience for me being here because it offered me a completely different perspective. So yes, there are points of connection. It's also very true what Stefano was saying. A brand that wants to come to China needs to understand China. You cannot just apply the same parameters that you do for store design in Europe, for instance. But even I'm going forward in this logic and saying that even coming to China and coming to Shanghai is different than coming to China and going to Chongqing. You know, like you need to understand there are certain things that are universal, okay? It's the way people behave in space can be universal in the way people move, etc. But then you really need to understand the way people make choices in Shanghai is completely different from the way people make choices in Chongqing.
Yeah.
And you need to understand, like, what's the lifestyle there, what people do, when do they shop? Do they shop, like in Shanghai, people at 10 p.m. are already sleeping. in Chongqing, at 10 p.m. they go out, you know, so that's different.
Yeah, I think what you mentioned about it is very interesting, because what I always like to say, because I answer a lot of questions and people ask me what is the cultural differences and how the cultural differences impact the work. I would say it's two principles that people need to remember. One, people are people. Second, people are different. So give back to what you said. Like people are people, meaning the fundamental needs and desires that people have across the culture, across the countries are very much the same, I would say, right? And so this part, I think people need to understand, I'll always keep in mind. But another part that people are different, meaning, let's put it a very simple example. The Chinese will use chopsticks to eat, right? The tool we use different. And also for the Westerner, you use forks, use knives. So we all need to eat. But how we eat, what the tool we achieve the goal are very different. And also, I would say sometimes the language plays a very tricky role. It's because I would say the language translations always involve a lot of culture translation. If people do not really understand the culture from the both sides at in-depth level, it's impossible to do that translation effectively, which will, in the end, which really bring a challenge for the understanding. So, for example, and sometimes we say left and right, if we translate is east and west. But if people have no sense of east and west, there's no way to translate, right? So I think sometimes it's the culture differences is on the one side is more complicated than people thought, but also on the other side, it's more simple than people thought. So let's go back to ask John Petro, it's like in your, because my understanding is this is a whole, the showroom, the brand is owned by Italian, but you have a factory in China, right? So I guess also in terms of product design, you have involved a lot of, let's say, the preferences, your potential target, the Chinese consumer. So do you have any, say, the product which is, it's really that it's being developed and designed, which is based on your observation and your discovery about the Chinese audience, and what is the, like, how you really put the local, let's say, your target, the consumers' preferences in your design, the product design?
Well, as you say, things are complicated in simplicity and the opposite. So they are complicated, simple in the complexity, you know, and actually, it is a very good question because, as Stefano mentioned, it is about place, culture, generation. So it's very complicated to have a comprehensive, range of products that are satisfy everybody. For what concerns my experience for the Chinese market, for example, as an Italian brand that is producing obviously with Italian philosophy and Italian spirit. If we consider the three different main spaces in the house, so living room, dining room, and bedroom, the one that is, closer between us Italians and the Chinese people is definitely the living room. Because of the functionality of the living room, so because of what is happening in the living room. So definitely for us is way more simple to design and to match the needs of Chinese customer for what concerns sofas, coffee tables, cabinets, side tables, occasionals. Once you know exactly, the right alchemy between creativity and functionality, materials, sizes. So, it is difficult, even to fit a sectional sofa in an apartment in Shanghai, because even if you have quite a good income, to have a big villas it's not easy, right? It costs a lot of money. So you may have even a good price sectional sofa, but if it doesn't fit. It's purely physics. So you cannot fit a huge big sofa in a small living room. So you have to know what customer wants and what customer can afford. Way more difficult is, as you mentioned before, to match the needs of Chinese customers for what concern dining rooms, because it's a different way of eating. Different food, different way of positioning silverware that they don't have, by the way, on the table. So the functionality of the table itself, the quality of the material. So for example, for us, a delicate top is not a big deal. Because after all, we say, okay, it is just about maintenance. Here it is much more an issue. It is difficult to accept for a Chinese customer a top of a table that is delicate, that requires maintenance. You don't use tablecloths. We do. And this is already something, right? Or, I don't know, the way, for example, a sofa has to be upholstered. One of the questions, common question of Chinese customer is, can I wash it? So you want to have a sofa in Nabuk leather, which is the most delicate product ever. Obviously, you cannot spill coffee or chocolate on top of it. But it is a normal question, so can I wash it?
Why not?
Why not? Okay. If you want to have the leopard effect, yeah, maybe. Yeah, it's true. So, yeah, or bedroom. Bedroom, it is, think about it, is the most intimate room in the house. So normally it is where you are there only by yourself. So, I mean, it's not like the living room or the dining room where you have guests and so forth and so on. So, for each space, there is a different demand, and for each space, there is a different request. And this is very much a cultural thing. Yeah.
Okay, thank you for sharing that. It's very interesting. Like sometimes I do find that I live in the two world. When I say like one, I live in English speaking world. This more Western like culture. Like you influence more by the knowledge or what we read in English language. Another one for me is Chinese. So sometimes I do find there's a gap between the two. So another thing I want to ask is because nowadays in China, it's on the social media. I have to say, there's a term. I think it's a new term has been coined recently that we call it emotion economy or emotional economy. I don't know whether any one of you have heard about that before, but basically this concept is to say in today's China, any brand you can grasp or can somehow play or you can provide a kind of desirable emotional experience for the user, then the brand will, to really have them. So I want to ask, like, say, our two architects, and also if Petro have something to say, you can add this. In your project, do you have a specific project where you really highlight, like it's either your client told you have to highlight, or whether when you design, you think that end user will really want to experience a very strong emotions that in the space. So maybe you could also give some suggestions to some brand if they want to design their showroom or space, how to really to create, to provide the kind of emotion experience that maybe their users and their end clients will be really desire.
Okay, I start. First of all, I think like putting together the two words emotion and economy makes me like cringe a little bit.
I didn't coin the term. I just
I know. No, jokes aside, I understand perfectly what that means. Personally, I think that designing for emotion, meaning with the purpose to grasp people's emotions, is very difficult. I think there is no recipe that you can follow on how to catch people's emotions. Also, what emotions, because emotions, there are beautiful emotions, there are also fear, so you don't want to definitely go in that direction. What I can say in our experience is that every project is different, but there are some general rules, I think, to at least express through space certain feelings and let people feel certain emotion in space. The most simple ways for us are, first of all, to understand what type of behaviors we want to trigger in the space, because in the end, people interact in a space, they're not alone, so how they're gonna move how they're going to circulate in the space is one of the first ways that we look at. And then you can really use materials and lighting as a second layer on how to suggest certain uses of the space and therefore certain emotions. I mean, we are now walking on a carpet, for instance. If you have patches of carpet in a store, they usually let people slow down and hopefully relax as well. So that is one way of making people feel comfortable in the space. Using lighter and darker areas in a store, for instance, but we can also talk about restaurants, is a way to, again, let people feel more focused on certain products maybe, or focus on their own experience of the space rather than everything flat and bright, which can work in certain environments, but that's when you want to have the excitement part. That's when you want to have people to get in and just go everywhere, just move freely in the space, like in a shopping mall sometimes. So again, I'm just giving you some examples of very basic tools that you can use, but really it's very difficult to start a project thinking I want to have people feeling this, okay? Like very often it's people feeling things and giving you feedback when the story is already finished or when a space is already finished. And most of the times you have no idea that you were generating these feelings in people. And that's, for me at least, is also beautiful. When you finish a project and people tell you, oh, it made me feel like that. And you couldn't foresee that in the beginning. It's quite cool, because, yeah.
Okay, so Stefano, you got something to say?
Yeah, I kind of disagree with Maria on
Fantastic.
this.
Yeah.
Quite completely, because I think that actually the examples you put there are actually in control of the emotion. You put carpet, you put light because you are controlling emotions. So you are designing emotions. I feel that today is more important to focus at the beginning of the emotions you need to create, because it's the code that you attract or not people and users inside the spaces. Meaning, the success today of Labubu, this little puppet, is because it's bringing a bit of joy, a bit of, let's say, naiveness in the people. And you need to create a space where you sell these objects that is obviously happy. So the stores of Pop Mart are yellow, are one of the brightest color, the most happiest color, let's say, in the range we can choose. So there are codes that you are defining to bring a product, to bring a customer in a certain mind status and help them to focus on certain things. You bring red, for example, inside a food destination to enhance the sensation of starvedness and to be more ready to eat. You bring blue to let them feel calm, relaxed, and enjoy the space, stay longer in a space. You have codes that corresponding to colors, to materials, gives you emotions. If you put a space like a store full in concrete and metal, you want your customer to be rock and roll, to be active, to be fast, to be punchy, to be aggressive. You don't want weak people inside a space of concrete and concrete and metal. At the same time, if you put wood, velvet, and precious materials, you want a sophisticated client. You want someone that stays in a space that feels a different kind of emotion himself. So you create a code, you create the emotion that the client needs to feel when arrive at the space. And you are in control of a lot of the mood that the users are having. I had many people experiences bad, mood when they landed in Shenzhen, because the airport designed by Fuchs has actually all these hives, all these hexagons on the ceiling. Some people feel like holes, feel like something missing, and they feel scared. They have to walk with the hands on the eyes to not focus on the holes. And it was something that I was like, no, but seriously, for me it's beautiful, this kind of, no, it's a bad effect, I don't like it. And there were a lot of people give me this feedback. I was surprised at the first. But then I understand is really the message of the designer was, the airplane are like bees, and you have a hive, and the airport is like the hive where all the bees are getting there. And then the users feel, no, I see needles, I see holes, I see something that I don't like. So there is an aspect that you need to control when you are designing. This is going back also to the language between worldwide and China.
But then you see that I also agree with you, but you see that there is a certain degree of control that you can expect reasonably.
But you
in a
need to
project.
anticipate that.
Of course, always, definitely,
You need to anticipate that today.
Definitely. I mean, that's what we do as designers. That's how we use. That's what materials are for. That's what lighting is for.
Yeah.
But there is also one part that is very difficult to control, as Stefano was saying, because you really don't know what, in the end, people are going to feel in reality when they walk in a space.
Yeah, I think this is what they say, like, control what you can control and let go what you cannot control, right? So I think the last maybe Petro, you could also say a little bit about like when you design these products and also even decide what products you would design for you, like put it in your brand portfolio. Have you think about like what do you want to trigger particular emotion of the users in the beginning, or you want to give them the freedom to to make them decide what when they see the products, when they touch the products, how they want to feel?
Well, obviously, playing with materials is the most effective way to deliver emotion in furniture, right? So, again, it's about the way they look, but also the way they feel when they touch them. So you may use different kind of material, leather, fabrics, glass, wood, marbles, metals, and all these things, they trigger a different kind of emotion in customers. So some customers, they prefer to have a certain kind of material. Some customers, they have more preferences for something else. But we do scale production, so it is industrial products. So obviously we have a collection of, I don't know, a chair or a table or a bed or a sofa, and the emotions, they are the same, basically the same design. What can change is how you put them together. And so it is about then the different needs of the customer and the way you are able to deliver the spirit and the philosophy of the brand to them. Once, instead, for example, for our collectible brand is a completely different thing, because at that point it's only about emotions. So, and it is again to give to customer something that they perceive really as special things, something that they have and nobody else have. And this is emotional enough, I believe.
Okay, thank you. So thank you, like three of very distinguished guests, and to share with us there a lot of inside thoughts on these topics we have discussed today. I think at the wrap up that I have to say, I think like the functionality and creativity is never and should never ever be conflict with each other. And for the designer and also even as a client, the consumer, that we always need to try to find a product, find a design, find a space that they can combine the two, they can really balance two, and that is what makes good design. So thank you for everyone to join us. Please stay tuned for our next session. It's coming up soon. So thank you, bye.
Thank you so much. In just a few minutes, and we will keep going this morning with our talks and our guests. Slide. And now is the time to jump to talk number 13. So it's my pleasure to invite on stage Miss Carolina Wang as our distinguished moderator today. Welcome and beautiful round of applause. And Chrissy Gao, General Manager of Bertazzoni, China. Welcome and thank you for joining us from Beijing. Then Miss Gabor Sass. Please join us, founder and chief designer of Officina Italia Interior Design. Welcome. And finally, Mr. Daniel Heuser, president and chief architect of Virtuark. Welcome to our distinguished guest, designer, and we are very keen to have you on stage today with us.
Good morning, everybody, and welcome, first of all, to our guest. I'm your moderator for today. My name is Carolina Wang. I'm one of the alumni for Luis University. And today we are gathered to talk about creating solutions that are smart, sustainable, and human. But first of all, let me introduce our guests one by one, and then we will move on to have questions, and hopefully we can provide valuable insights about the state of art of our industry. Here on my left is Chrissy Gao. She's the general manager of Bertazzoni China. With over 12 years of profound industry expertise, Chrissy has consistently operated at the forefront of taste and luxury, from defining service standards in ultra-luxury hotels since 2012 to leading aesthetic trends in high-end home furnishing in 2017, and ultimately spearheading the Chinese market for the century-old Italian legendary kitchen appliance brand Bertazzoni in 2021. Mrs. Gao is not only a pioneer in the market, but also a profound interpreter of modern Italian lifestyle aesthetics. Welcome to you, Chrissy.
Okay, thank you.
And next, for our second guest is Gabor Sass. Gabor is the founder and chief designer of Officina Italiana Interior Design. Gabor is a designer trained at the IED in Milan, where he developed an Italian aesthetic sensibility combined with a contemporary and functional approach. After various international experiences, he founded Officina Italiana Interior Design in Shanghai, an interior design studio specializing in high-end residential, hospitality, and commercial spaces. His vision is rooted in balance between technology, craftsmanship, and human comfort, creating environments that elevate everyday life through intelligent solutions and refined materials. His work blends creativity, precision, and design culture, and transforming each space into a harmonious, modern, and deeply personal experiences. Welcome, Gabor. Thank you for joining us.
Thank you very much.
And lastly is Daniel Heuser, who is the president and chief architect of Virtuark. Daniel is a passionate architect and experienced project manager, active in China since 1994, and leading a multinational team located in Switzerland, China, and Southeast Asia. He's the president and chief architect of Virtuark, which specializes in educational, corporate, industrial, R&D, and commercial projects with a focus on workplace quality and learning environments. Welcome and thank you for joining us, Daniel.
Thank you.
And I would like first for our guests to introduce your companies and what each of your companies is doing currently. And let me start first with Bertazzoni. Chrissy, what is Bertazzoni doing in terms of smart and sustainable design in China?
Okay, so Bertazzoni is the manufacturing brand for like kitchen appliances. So the highlight of this brand is actually over 140 years already. So which means we have across the 3 centuries to today. So now you can see the screen. So we just produce home appliances. So now we are developing China market. So now they have already got 6 generations. So this, I think, which is very brilliant Bertazzoni family brand. Okay. So also our brand is also the manufacturing. The factory also in that very near to Milan is called Guastalla. So in the Guastalla area also have a very famous Bugatti, yes, and the Maserati factory, Ferrari, and also that Lamborghini, very famous, yes.
And bring us like along like your video that you're showing. Like, what do you think that states like puts Bertazzoni apart from, let's say, local players and even other international like kitchen appliances companies? What is the most defining characteristics of Bertazzoni?
We are positioning like a premium level of that kitchen appliances in this market. So the highlight of this Bertazzoni is like our layout, our design is very famous. So also they gained many like prize award in the world, like Red Dot, like IF Design, like Good Design in US, yes.
Okay, and moving like together, like when did you find it like Officina Italiana interior design, and why did you choose Shanghai, and what is the do you think that the main characteristics of your company?
Well, Officina Italiana Design has been founded quite a few years ago. Actually, I moved to Shanghai back in 2018, and shortly after I founded my company. Well, the main characteristics are basically taking my Italian heritage and bringing it to China, but blended with the local culture. So this is what we do, because our clients are principally Chinese. So it's Chinese private clients, because we mainly do villas and big-sized apartments. Therefore, of course, we're bringing the Italian design to China, but we also have to take in consideration the local uses and what people actually do in their homes and the way that they live. So we need to blend these 2 worlds together.
Thank you very much. And then, for Daniel, do you have a video to show, or?
I actually have a little presentation, which is the one that we just saw. I can try to make it a little bit fast, because I see that we don't have maybe much time, but I would like to go through that.
Yeah, we
would
would love
possible.
to see some of your work showcased.
Sure. There's a little story that I wanted to start with. Basically, today we're talking about, and the topic is how technology and innovation makes lives better. And actually, funny story, one of the greatest designs that it's out there that makes people's lives better, it's a button. But that button, in most cases, actually does nothing. For many years, at the intersections of the biggest cities in the world, we can see these push-to-walk buttons, but they're, in most cases, disconnected. So why are they even there? And, well, the answer is that they just makes the wait feel shorter, and they also kind of gives a perception of being in control for the user. So you see, when we design, we have to take in consideration these kind of things, and we have to take in consideration the human behaviors. Well, this is basically my approach for my design. And every time that I have new clients, I need to understand them. I need to understand their lives, how they live, and basically make the design around them, around their lives. We talked briefly about my company earlier. Well, basically what we do is high-end interior design for residential projects, but we also do some commercial projects and F&B, for example. Like recently, we just finished a coffee shop in Pudong, in a Watertown area. It's a little bit far from here, but very nice to go and take a walk there. We for sure use a lot of technology during our projects. So we do use AI, but always as a tool. And we also use real-time renderings. We also use prototyping, which basically helps us to move faster through certain moments of the design process. For example, we 3D print many of the objects that we design, or also, for example, if we talk about some handles for kitchen, for example, we want to see if they actually work properly and they are comfortable to use. And we, of course, do all our research on materials and lights and everything that needs to be put in a project. So ultimately, what we try to do is to design for a better life. That's what we do. Let's see some of the projects that we did during the years. So the first project is this 500 square meter apartment in Chengdu, where we started from an empty box. So we took care of everything from the start to the beginning, from the beginning to the end of the project. Obviously, going through the whole designing process, space planning, choice of materials, choice of furniture, etc. We designed the atmosphere and everything through technology as well, because our client is a client who really likes to host, to have people at home. Therefore, we had to use heavily technology with the home automation systems and smart technologies to make these environments to change from one to another environment really quickly. So we designed, for example, a party mood, a relaxing mood, maybe entertainment mood. And as we can see, we also created, we can see here, I don't know if you can see. Anyway, it's a home entertainment area dedicated to cinema, dedicated to the music, and dedicated to entertainment overall. We created, for example, the walk-in closet as a boutique style environment. We collaborated with specific Italian brands. In this case, we can see here on the right-hand side Reflex, and we designed something, redesigned, I would say, something that already existed on the market, but we redesigned it for the client's needs. On the left-hand side, actually, we use kind of like a rudimental technology, because the client had a collection of magnets that he collected around the world, and we put this world map on the wall, but the background is made out of metal. So he can put all his magnets on the wall and exactly from where they come from. The second project is a beautiful modern lodge in Japan, Niseko. And in this case, we wanted to blend and honor the heritage of the Japanese culture and blend it with Italian design and technology. So what happened is that we had to keep certain areas which are part of the Japanese life. For example, the use of an onsen, which is the bath, you know, the Japanese bath, where we used the original materials like wood and like lava stone. And we also had to put certain areas like the yoga room, some sort of like gym, meditation room, together with some spaces which are more part of our culture, which are like a family room, for example, to gather people. So in this case, we have spaces for, let's say, there are spaces for contemplation, and of course there's also places for connection and storytelling. Here we can see some of the areas, big fireplace and family room. And the last project is a villa in Phuket, Thailand. So this villa is in the nature, obviously, so we wanted to blend nature with this modern architecture as much as we could. And this home has been created for well-being, basically, inside the nature, but we also used all the technologies of that of a passive house, therefore for heating or cooling systems, or, for example, heating of the water, etc. So we use the passive design as much as we could inside this home. And as we can see, we try to also use nature, so a lush nature outside to blend it with the interiors. So ultimately what we want to do is use technology not for itself per se, but it always has to have a human purpose. Therefore, for us, it's not about gadgets, it's not about something edgy, but it's about something technological that will enhance our lives. There are some smart designs that we use in most of our projects. These are something, we can make some examples. For example, we can follow the circadian cycle of our circadian cycle to set up the lighting system in our homes. Maybe I explain a little bit, maybe people don't know. So basically in the early morning and late in the afternoon, sunlight is usually orange and dim, and in the middle of the day, usually sunlight is more cold, so more like a bluish and very bright. So this helps us to be awake when we need to be awake, and it helps us to be sleepy, let's say, when we need to go to sleep. So it doesn't disrupt our circadian cycle. This is just one of the many examples that we can put.
Very fascinating. I think that it's great how you guys use technology to sort of like really enhance like the human experience, which is like at the end of the day is the topic of why we gather here. And I'm gonna ask like further questions later about the relationship between like human design and sort of like technological tools that like each of you like use in your company. But let me move to Daniel, and I would like to understand a little bit more about how Virtwork came to be, and what does Virtwork specialize in, like here operating in. I know that you have a very international team, like operating like in different countries.
Yeah, in fact, our story actually started in '92 when I came to China as an exchange student and to study architecture. And I came then back after graduation in '94, built up a joint venture for a Swiss architecture company. And since 2000, I'm working by myself. And since 2003, I founded this company, Virtwork. So we have gone quite a long way since that. So we did far over 500 projects. We handled more than $2 billion of investments, mostly foreign investment into China. And so there is around 120,000 people going to work every day in the buildings we have been responsible for. So that means we are maybe a bit different from my colleague, where you're in a luxury segment. We are more catering to a broad need of mainly of people needing good workplaces, of students needing good schools. So, and we do architecture design, interior design, and project management. So this is the typical thing we would be doing, and we would often manage the projects we designed also by ourselves, so that we make sure that on construction site the quality we have designed is really built. So we had then, of course, together with our clients, we made a journey. While we had our first projects all in China, then our clients started to go abroad, to Southeast Asia, for example, also to Europe, lately a bit in the Middle East also. So we started catering them also in these markets. And so I think what is a bit different is we are, in this sense, not a typical architecture company who is just designing something and then, but we are normally making sure that as a partner of our client, we help them implement the project and go through. So we often build up the budgets, we build up the timelines, we manage it on behalf of the client so that they can actually get the result they want within the time they have foreseen. Because again, as this is not luxury, normally there is not much sensitivity on delays, right? So that means you need to finish. If you want to build up a factory, they need to design, they need to supply some parts to automotive production. They have to produce at a certain time. They cannot say, well, make it a little bit nice or make it, think it again, have half a year delay is not an option. Same for the budget management. So I would like to show you one example here. It's a building in Shanghai. I just get up, otherwise I cannot properly see what I show you. So it's a building we did for a Swiss company. It's called Belimo. And Belimo is one of the world market leaders on aircon controls for sustainable aircon systems. And what you see here is, of course, quite nice, a nice building, a nice showroom, and so on. So this is the typical thing. This is what you will see when you go there. But the important and interesting thing actually is what is behind. And this you can see here. It is actually a project where we transformed a 4-story production building into this big R&D hub, and which has production, R&D, showroom, customer center, of course, canteen, everything you need. And it's an extremely complex project because you see that we had to demolish part of the building, we had to extend it on 3 sides. And of course, all that was done during the building being occupied. So that means this is highly complex, and that's where technology and know-how comes in, because you need to manage that, right? So you need to be able that at each time this project is working, that people are safe, that the workplaces are reasonably well usable, even if there is construction going on next to it. And so that's an extremely important thing. Then one thing we do here, this client, he had a requirement that he wanted to be near zero carbon. And to do that, we have designed actually a double layer facade. So we have an outer layer, which is a transparent photovoltaic panel oriented south and west. And then we have an internal, a second facade, which is the climate facade. So you can see there in the sketch how this works. So it's actually a highly complicated system where this transparent photovoltaic is used as as a shading system. And at the same time, the double layer facade, depending on the temperature outside, can be used for ventilation, so that it helps cooling the building, or that you actually do not do that because you would like the heat to be coming in summer, in winter time. So practically speaking, this photovoltaic facade is contributing 10% of the total energy consumption of the building. So it's quite efficient, but of course also quite expensive. That we also to be clear. So here you see some pictures from installation. And another thing which is very important, so as our buildings are often linked to industrial production or to R&D, so this 4-story building, we have totally revolutionized it by adding a 24-meter high automated storage and receiving system. So that means practically on the first floor, you ship in, you receive goods, so it's shipped into an automated system which goes over all floors, and where each product you put in can be shipped out at the right floor. And once the production is done, you ship it in again, it's stored there, and when somebody picking it up, the automated system is sending it off to the logistics area. So that's highly complicated things, of course, and that's what we are specialized in.
Thank you, Daniel. Very, very interesting, and I think that for both like Daniel and Gabriel, like they can provide like views about smart design, about two very different like environment. One more homey, intimate, about how to use technology to sort of like enhance like our living experience. As for Daniel, it's more about efficiency. How can we have like more sustainable, like more smart, more efficient like work procedures. But today, like we are here gathered to talk about mainly about the three keywords. One, it's about smart. Second, it's about sustainability, and the third, of course, it's about like our human-centric approach. And I think that within our home, the most human space is definitely, at least for Chinese families, is definitely the kitchen, because it's the place where we spend most of our time, where people gather, we cook, and so on. And so I would like to ask a question to Chrissy. We know that Bertazzoni focuses on the kitchen, but how does the company really provide a human-centric design to enhance our living?
Okay. First of all, it's a very pleasure to be here to discuss a so relevant and very inspiring the topic. So for human-centric, so we think so the human is the most crucial element because technology can be smart, and also process can be sustainability. But if nothing related on the experience is not related to human, it's all false flat. Okay, so for human-centric, it's like for over 140 years already. So this brand also carried on for already 6 generations. So it's for family enterprise operations, and also for customers, also for the family. So also in China, so we think about the local rhythm in Chinese market, right? Local lifestyle. So for product, so we for oven we can help Chinese consumer bake the Western pastries, but also we can precise of that the steam function. So we can steam stuffed buns, which is baozi. So we also can have a very high temperature. The technology can cook Peking duck. This is the function. So for kitchen, so you can see, so we bring the kitchen functions, and also the kitchen can be the heart of the home relationships, the central place. So that's it. And also we can do some like for Chinese customers. So we focus on their needs and also the design. By the way, I want to talk a little bit about design because the design also related to human-centric of this brand. You can see our product. This family, Bertazzoni family, designed this product about, you can see the passion on their design. Include as Gabon, as our another speaker, so he also mentioned some like handles, knobs in the design. So you can see the handles, knobs we designed for our ovens. So really can like bring you as customer to your personality, and also the different variants of the color of products can make our consumer reflect to their personality. Yeah, so that's all we can talk about in the human-centric.
It really comes down like to also the experience that the Bertazzoni family has, right? Like because we can have a lot of tools that can help us design, but at the end of the day, whether you really understand like how human behave, how, for example, like Chinese family, they probably steam more, like they have a different need. They also like, do they use a dishwasher or not? It also like really comes down like to like human knowledge, and I think that that's really what sets apart human-centric to, let's say, more purely like a digital and AI focused like design. And it also I would like to ask like a question to Gabor about that, like because you mentioned that you use a lot of like smart solutions and you use like a lot of AI, which is a very hot topic right now across all fields and all industries. What is, and it's a very subtle sort of like a relationship like between human designers and AI. Like there are some people that might be concerned about like, will AI sort of like one day replace like a human designer, or will it still like remain always sort of like a complementary tool? How is your view about that? Not only like right now, but also like in the future.
Well, I think that AI is for sure a transformative force, but I don't see it as a replacement. So for us, AI really helps us to do certain things faster. I can make a very easy example. We come up with a theme for our project with the concept, and we can run the concept through AI to create certain images super fast. So our client can see already, let's say, more or less where we're heading. Because for us, when we have as designers, I would say, when we have a concept, we already have in mind the whole project, basically. But for our clients, they're not in our field, right? So they need to understand better what are we talking about. So before, this process took quite a long time, and now with AI, we cut down this kind of process to very short time, so we can move on with actual things in the project. At the same time, for example, something a little bit personal comes to mind. A friend of mine, fairly recently, took the sketches of his 5-year-old son, which were about like some quirky animals, some cars, some impossible chairs, and he ran through a modeling tool, all these drawings, and ultimately he 3D printed these objects, these animals. Well, what came out was very surprising, right? And the kid could actually play with the things that he imagined, but we have to ask ourselves, who is there to praise? Is it the AI? Is it the 3D printer? Or is it my friend who actually had the idea to do this? So therefore, there we see that it's all about humans at the end of the day, because the emotions that they created together and the bond with the sun, this is what moved him to do this, right? So in this case, AI and the 3D printer and everything, the technology was only a tool to enhance this, right? So at the end of the day, I don't see AI as a replacement. I certainly see it as a development of the designer, as a tool that we can use. And those who embrace it, I think they will make it further, and I think that they will be more relevant. Because today, in a way, you need to use AI, everybody uses it. Therefore, yeah, I think that designers who use AI, at the end of the day, they will be more relevant.
Yes, it's definitely like right now it seems like it can help good designers be even better at their jobs and to create maybe environments that were not possible. Also that I really like what you said about the approach with the consumer, because you guys can imagine in your head, but then the consumer sometimes they don't really understand you, and it also enhance this sort of like a relationship. But a question to Daniel, you guys also use a lot of smart approaches, and I think that the workplace is probably the place where there is a lot of innovation about how can we create an environment that is smarter and also more human-centric as well. In your field, what are the main challenges that you're facing into sort of the pursuit of creating sort of smart and human-centric designing?
Well, I think actually there has not so much changed in that, right? I mean, I would say the basic of any good project is that you have a clear understanding for who will be the user and what the people want to do in their space, or how they want to live in their space, how they want to learn in their space. And so that is always a bit that's always the basic. So we are always, in our project, we always start with a very clear analysis of what is actually needed in a space. Then, for example, AI tools we do not really extensively use. So I understand also from Gabor that you use it for visualization or for explaining. But I see for really developing a concept, it's not yet really useful for us, because practically speaking, the complexity we need to grasp, we can only do because we have experience and we know what we can do, and we can also freely associate things, right? So we can be inspired, and of course in our work often restrictions and problems end up to be inspirations. So because you need to deal with that, you need to find solutions, and these solutions often are then the special twist in a project, the special quality of a project. And this I can't see it to come from any AI tool at that moment. When I look at teamwork, I would rather see AI to be quite a threat, because practically AI can do the stupid stuff, or the stuff you would have asked your junior colleagues to work on and to try out something and maybe to fail, and you would then coach them to, today you would probably say, I would prompt them to get the right result. Of course, cutting out that part is, I think, not really helpful. I fear at the moment we are a bit in a situation where we see these tools being available with a workforce which is still relatively skilled. But when you look, for example, what happens on the job market, for example, I just saw the figures in Switzerland that I think last year was around 30% less jobs on the market for junior positions. So you can imagine, where you will get the future seniors from when you don't have the junior jobs. And I think there we will head into very difficult terrain. And I think for all companies, we will need to be very careful in catering our teams to make sure that we can keep this kind of creativity and keep the good results without being dependent on AI tools.
Yeah. I really like that you mentioned about like how AI has also impacted the job market, because I think that specifically for certain jobs that are very experience based, for example, like lawyers, designers, you have to like have the opportunity to work on project as a junior in order to sort of like move on like to the next ladder. And I think that definitely will be a challenge like for the future, how we're gonna change like the pipeline, like the historical sort of like career ladder, like for designers and so on. But at the moment, definitely AI is like, I'm glad that it's helping you, like all of you, like to sort of like really provide like better solutions for your consumers. But another keyword like for today's talk, it's not just about like technology, but also about sustainability, which has been like a very good, like huge topic for decades now. Like, but every year, like we have like a new sort of like new materials, like new ways to make a more sustainable, like design more sustainable houses. And for Chrissy, like how does Bertazzoni like dwells in that realm?
Okay, sorry. That's very important question, right? So as an enterprise, so for Bertazzoni, we also have the big responsibility to do this topic. So actually, for Bertazzoni, this brand, so we are really focused on that longevity, which means we are using that high quality and also that recyclable materials. So in our product lines. So for example, when you use this our product, so we need to ensure you to use this product as like after several decades, not for several years. So it's also safe for your use after a few decades. So after that you use this product, maybe after few decades. So this also can recyclable into other ways. So for the production line, also Bertazzoni in Italy, this factory, also really follow that directivity of that EU ROHS. So which means we just banned to use some like damaged some like things like mercury, lead, and cadmium. Yeah, so we just followed this guidance. So for long life use, so also this our product, after just like if we reached that the whole usage of life of this product, so our stainless steel also can be recyclable to steel. Yeah, 100% of that. And also in the how to see that in also where for that transportations, we also use some like how how to say, very good for environment of that, how to say, molded pump. Not like a single-used plastics, we banned to use that. So for these products, this brand, you can see from factory to your kitchen. So we just like protect this environment very carefully as our strictly responsibility in this society. Yeah.
I think that sustainability is definitely like one of the biggest like topic, like especially in Europe. That's why a lot of like made in Italy or made in Europe like companies, they do have like higher standards in terms of creating products that are more here for the longevity, like that can be more durable and less sort of like thrown away after a few years. But the question like to Gabriel, because you've been working here for a while, and also like I'm sure that you also met a lot of like different local designers, like local manufacturers. Like how do you see the differences like in terms of like mentality between like local players and let's say like more international like Italian European players, and how do you think that local players will shape the future of design in China?
Well, interesting question. I would say compared to when I moved to China, things shifted quite a lot. So quite a few years ago when I moved here, I saw that the Chinese design, Chinese manufacturing of furniture was a bit of a follower of what was happening in Italy or in Europe in general. Therefore, people usually look at China as the factory of the world, but it's not the case anymore. Nowadays, there's local designers, there's local furniture producers, which are very, very valid, very good. And where does that come from? I think that for us Italians, we have this thousands of years of heritage of architecture that we can always draw from, in a way. And therefore, we're always inspired. But what was happening in China before, they were just trying to copy what we were doing. But nowadays, designers and architects, they are rediscovering their roots here in China. And actually, as we know, China has like a very long history. Therefore, what they're producing now is based on that. It's not based on what we do anymore. Therefore, now their products and their designs actually have a meaning, they have a thought behind it, and I really, really appreciate that. Let's just think of what happened, for example, in the automotive industry. I kind of like draw like a parallelism there, because before Chinese cars were just like cheap, not good quality, and they were like mass produced. Nowadays, it's a totally different situation, right? So now they push on technology, they push on innovation, they push on luxury, everything. And now it's us who are in an uncomfortable place, the Western world, right? And I feel like this shift will eventually happen also in the design and the furniture industry, where, let's say, a few years from now, there will be some Chinese brands, for example, who I think that they will be leaders in design, not just followers, for example. I really find it fascinating, I have to say, because it's two different worlds, far away, but we kind of do the same thing, right? And therefore, I really like to, how to say, I would suggest a cross-pollination, you know, between cultures. That would be the best. And as a matter of fact, we do that. We do have collaborations with Chinese studios. We do have some partners up in Wuhan, and we do many projects together, actually. Therefore, we are already doing this. We're already on doing this kind of collaborations with local studios, local designers, and the results are, I would say, very, very good. And about the furniture, just last thing, I feel like that the producers are producing very good quality things right now with very good design. So for the Italians out there maybe listening, it's worth exploring, definitely. Yeah.
Because Italy does contribute a lot in the sort of like rise of Chinese designer as well, because IED, where you studied, has a lot of like Chinese students, and Italy in general has been sort of like the real, like the country that pollinated a lot of like Chinese designers. So we can see a little bit of that craftsmanship, like expertise, and also like in this new rise of Chinese designers.
Maybe that was just like the spark that gave the beginning for all this. Maybe it was a spark. But right now, independent designers here, they can do very fascinating things. And as I said, also for manufacturing, I've seen that they're rediscovering ancient techniques that they were used here in China. So they're not looking elsewhere, they're looking at their own roots, just like we are doing back in Europe. Therefore, when we see beautiful solid wood chairs, curved wood, whatever it may be, that's a Chinese culture. It's not Giorgetti, you know, but it's actually maybe Ming era or whatever it may be, you know. So it's maybe there was a spark. Maybe that's what inspired them. Okay, let's go into design. Let's follow this route. Let's do architecture. But they're fully independent, definitely.
And I guess it's also like propelled by the fact that a lot of like clients are also asking sort of like more deeply Chinese like designs as well, like from not just copycat. Because we saw like in your presentation that, for example, like the Japanese design, Japanese house, really rooted in Japanese culture, like the one in Thailand and everything. Like are consumers sort of like getting back to the roots more as well, like and not just the designers?
Well, yes. The short answer is yes. The customers sometimes they require more of a, I would say, 100% Chinese kind of design. Obviously, in that case, I wouldn't tell the client, yes, work with us, because obviously we specialize in something different. And I like to bring and talk about my own heritage and my own knowledge. Therefore, I think there's a place in time where we can be cutting edge, where we can be perfect for our clients, but there's also a time and place where we can take a step back and maybe we can suggest some other studio, we can suggest somebody else, because we know that they will do a better job at that than us. So in a way, we also need to be humble. We can do many things, we cannot do everything. But we need to recognize that there's value in Italian design, and there's also a lot of value in Chinese design. Therefore, we can work together, we can work on different projects. It just depends ultimately on the client, yes. It depends on what they ask for. So if it's Chinese design they want, then we just step aside probably.
Sure. And the one last question, like I would like to ask, like to Daniel, because we touch upon, like for example, the use of AI, like in our design, also like more sustainable materials. What are other trends, or sort of like that you can see, like in the future, like that are gonna impact like your job, like your company for the next 3 to 5 years?
Well, let's first talk of sustainability, right? I think the good thing is that in the meantime, to look at sustainability of projects has become normal, right? So it's in most of our projects, this is somehow a given factor, and it depends mainly on the budgets, on whether you can implement more sophisticated systems or not. So that means there is a certain awareness. It has also to be said that, of course, there has been an absolute revolution of the cost of these things. So, right, for example, most striking, you can see that with photovoltaics. right? So today, if they do a new building, a new factory somewhere, there is hardly a question whether you would put the photovoltaic system on top of the roof, because it simply pays off. It has a payback time of a very short, maybe 3-4 years. And this is very different from 10 years ago, when these were kind of luxury elements. So I think the building management systems, right, to optimize the energy consumption in buildings, of course, become more and more important. Although we have to say that, of course, not always these management systems are then managed well. So we see also that sometimes these systems are, let's say, over-designed compared to what the client later can handle. So we see, for example, sometimes that after a few years, they simply the client has lost the know-how on how to manage it properly. And that's a big problem, of course. So that means often these kind of efficiency measures or sustainability measures, they do then not have the long-term result as expected, because they are not managed properly any longer. So people have change in their facility management system. The guys don't know anymore how to adjust the parameters based on the production requirements. So these are things which will stay a problem. So that means on a long term it will be a question of whether the operation of a building and what you do with it, whether it can really be that sustainable as what it was when it was designed.
I think that also in terms of sustainability, I guess that every few years there are like a new technology coming out, like there are also like new materials coming out. And how do you think that it's gonna impact like your job? Because I guess that when you design a building, like it's there for, I don't know, 10, 20 years, but then like you have new materials, like new solutions. How do you implement these new solutions to buildings that are being already sort of like existing? Like how to inject like new solutions?
Yeah, well, of course, the new solutions give you new opportunities, right? And of course, in our type of projects, it's always a question also of the cost of the new solution, right? So before it can be really widespread used, we have to prove to a client that it has a payback time which he's then ready to invest into, right? So that means practically you can say that everything which has payback times within 5 years should actually not be a big issue to finance. But again, I mean, today you see economic situation being tougher, a lot of companies being more under pressure than before, so they have less appetite to do something like that, even if it would make sense. So I think these are cycles, and at the moment I would say we are probably, due to economic pressures, we are in a cycle where it has become again a bit more difficult to do the more advanced systems than it was a few years ago.
Very interesting. And I would like to close like with one question to all three of you. We are definitely like looking to the future with a lot of like hope and a lot of like excitement about how new sustainable solutions, about how like new AI or technological tools can sort of like reconstruct like design. Like if you were to describe in few words, like how do you see like the design of the future, like both in general or like specifically like for your company, like what are we gonna see like in the future, like for each of you? like in terms of like how technology is going to shape design?
Okay, I go first. Okay, thank you. Yeah, for example, the new material came out. So for Bertazzoni, so we have already see some new opportunities, just like coming very soon. We will apply to our appliances the layout. So for example, in Q3 or Q4 in China, we will launch the new product with new finishes. For example, just like the door of the oven. So we will apply for mirror one, the gold color of mirror. Yeah. So it's very unique in this market. So especially for my neighbors, so maybe I hope I can let you to interested to this product. You can try to apply this kind of product into your project. Okay.
Interesting. What about like together?
Well, new materials, new technologies will always come out. And this is like an endless cycle, obviously. It's been like that forever, I would say. Therefore, what we have to do is always keep an open eye and open mind and try to understand if these new technologies are going to bring something valuable for our clients and valuable for us and the design language that we're trying to convey in our projects. Specifically, I cannot know much about the future, right? But what we can do is always do our research and do our best to incorporate these new technologies into our designs. But ultimately, I feel like technology will always be there. We as designers will be there, and we'll merge these two worlds together for better projects, for a better way of living. Maybe it's easier, maybe it's more comfortable, maybe it's more relaxing. I just think about all the technology that there's out there, and it's a loud world, right? So now when our clients go back home, they just want to relax. They want to disconnect maybe from the world. So maybe we can implement some technologies in that sense. So it's not going to be something more, how to say, modern, more minimalistic, more loud. It's going to be something more quiet, more welcoming, more comfortable, more relaxing, where we can actually turn off our brains and finally disconnect from the world, which is very, very loud around us.
Daniel, would you like to conclude?
Yes, I think same here. Of course, when we design buildings and spaces, of course, each time we pursue a concept and then we try to optimize it in a way to really match the situation. And there, of course, we always have a study of solutions. And of course, new materials and new technology is part of this study. And then, of course, we will decide which one to propose and which one to say, no, this is not the right solution for this project, or this is here something we would like to try out. And of course, as designers, we also have our own interests, right? Sometimes there are things which we are more interested in, and we try to push a bit more, see whether we can convince the client to let us do this. And that's going to happen. I think we will for sure see a lot when it comes to recyclable material. There will be probably quite more offers on the market. And of course, building technology, as I said, with building management systems, which then are linked, for example, to computer system with AI tools, for example, forecasting the weather, taking data from the weather forecast of tomorrow to decide whether you today switch on the heating or not. So, or of course, making prediction on on occupancy, on how many people will be in the office on Monday morning at 9. So to start optimizing the aircon systems, for example, for the building. So these will be interesting things, and I think looking forward, we should all have an interesting life ahead.
Yeah, definitely. Thank you very much, to all three of our guests. We had a very nice a conversation about sustainability and technology, and this was the end of our talk. And we should have a nice continuation for the IDI today. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you.
all.
Thank you.
Our marathon about Italian design is keeping going. Welcome again to our friends from home. We are going to now introduce the talk number 14, and I would love to call on stage Silvia Albano, Assistant Professor Practice Architect of Xianjiatong Liverpool University. A round of applause. Thank you, Silvia, to join us on stage from Suzhou University. Please, have a seat. Mr. Jelun Zhang, Assistant Professor Architecture of the Xianjiatong Liverpool University. Welcome on stage. Benvenuto. And finally, Mr. Yang Song, Assistant Professor Architect at Xianjiatong Liverpool University. So we are on good hands today because we have a very interesting panel organized and made by Xianjiatong Liverpool University thanks to our long-term cooperation with them. Since years we do workshop and cooperation with the professor of Department of Architecture. And now I give the floor to Silvia to introduce our speakers and to deep down about the talk of today, that is Beyond Earth. And then we will discover more.
Yes.
Welcome.
Thank you very much, Anna, as usual, and thank you very much to the audience. Today I'm particularly proud to moderate this talk because I have the chance to talk with two of our colleagues of the architecture department of the design school at Xianjiatong Liverpool University, the institution where we are working for. Let me briefly introduce them, and then I will give the floor to both of them for talking about some specific part of their research. Dr. Jelun Zhu holds a PhD in architecture engineering from Sapienza University of Rome, and it's a licensed professional building engineer in Italy. But even more important, he serves as a member of the Aerospace Committee within the Engineer Association of Rome, which is, I'm pointing this aspect because this is a fundamental part of Jelun's research, since it's quite focused on building environment in extreme context, and in a bit he will present his research. And then our second speaker is Dr. Yang Song, is another architecture researcher, but also a multidisciplinary scholar who has a master's degree in architecture from UCL Bartlett School, and also a PhD from the University of Liverpool, our shared partner. Furthermore, his expertise is around the implementation of new technology, specifically AR and VR, and taking care of creating a new immersive design and space, plus human-robot interaction and immersive design again, but also generative algorithm. Sorry, there are so many topics that for me sometimes is a bit difficult to give a hierarchy, because you will find quite interesting. So let me leave the floor to Jelun. I will be very happy to listen your space architecture exploration, and I'm sure that our audience will be very interested in this new frontier of design and architecture. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Sylvia, for introduction. So I will present of it since I can see the monitor better. Is there any chance we can dim down a little bit the light? So
Yes. Oh,
thank you so much.
Thank you.
All right. So today I'm going to talk to you about the space exploration through architecture. All right. This is a brief introduction, and as Sylvia has already introduced me, so this is all my contacts, and there's a QR code for my LinkedIn account. All right, let's start with the crew space exploration history. So this is the main source of the steps that we, as humankind, went through since the last century, starting with the 1960s, right here, the dawn of the human space flight. So as you know, we started the space exploration with 1960s with Yuri Gagarin as the first astronaut who went to the space. And then after that, we actually succeed to build our first space habitats, starting with a space station launched by the Soviet Union, then America, etc. So since we are here celebrating Italians' design icons, I would like to highlight the importance and the role of Italy, right, during the space exploration. I don't know how many of you guys know that Italy is the third nation around the world to be able to launch the vehicle, went to space in 1960s with San Marco project. So then starting with the 1980s, we started with the international collaboration with Mir Space Station, and then in the 90s with the International Space Station, built since 1998, right? And then starting from the new millennium, we have the rise of China. We started with the first taikonaut, Yang Yiwei, who was the first Chinese astronaut. And as you all know, we succeed to build our own space station with Tiangong #1, #2, and then now the Tiangong space station, which is fully assembled and continuously occupied since 2022. So this is a brief history, and then there are upcoming space programs. I think was one of the most famous one is Artemis Accord, which is an international cooperation between these nations. It's close to 40s. They are trying to land on the moon again, and they succeed the first test flight in 2022, and we plan to land again on the moon in 2027 with Artemis 3. But this mission depends on a support mission by placing the lunar gateway near to the near rectilinear halo orbit. So all the Artemis 4, 5, 7, etc. will depend on the lunar gateway, which creates a bridge between Earth and the moon. So that's our space programs as China. Okay, so these are information coming from the China Space Agency that we planned to land on the moon with our taikonauts before 2030. So what are the challenges that we of living on the moon, right? Because we can imagine that the context is absolutely different for the terrestrial one. So starting with the general information, we're talking about two astronomical bodies who are totally different in size, for example, also in materials, etc. But most one of the topic on the central, let's say, aspects is the gravity. On the moon, we have about 1/6 of the Earth gravity. We have different orbital and rotational period, which means that we have different length in terms of day. So one lunar days equals most likely 28 terrestrial days. Okay, we don't have a so-called atmosphere, so we have a very thin, let's say, composition of air composed by helium, neon, hydrogen, argon, which is very different from the terrestrial one. And as you can imagine, that surface temperature is very different. Okay, so we're talking about a range between 100 during the lunar days and less than 170 in the lunar nights. Yeah. So, this is animation about the temperature fluctuation in the lunar surface built by the Lunar Renaissance Orbiter over a 5 years period. So you can see the temperature ranges when the surface is hit by the sun. And this diagram shows the temperature related with the latitude, okay, where you on the moon. And the temperature is in Kelvin, right? So here the hottest area can touch 400 degree Kelvin, and the lowest can be found close to the poles, right? And we can be close under, below 50 degree Kelvin, which make the moon one of the coldest zone areas in the entire solar system. All right. And these are the candidates of possible landing space of the next space exploration and where the space agencies declare to set our settlement on the moon. Okay, the reason why these sites have been chosen is because for the for the more constant temperature, and another reason is that it has been found the presence of water, okay, under these craters. So the water represents an essential need, especially when you're going to live on the moon, and water is one of basic elements that we need. Okay, so that's, let's say, to sum up all the challenges that we need to face up. What we need to face up in terms of architecture is we need to design a closed system, not only from the aspect of environmental aspects, because we need to maintain a closed system in terms of temperature. We need to guarantee a most comfortable temperature for human beings, terrestrial beings. We need to protect the inhabitants for the radiation. We need to guarantee to provide the breathable air, since in the space there's a vacuum. We need to provide humidity level, and then we also need to protect the astronauts and tachonauts from the heat of the meteoroids, since there's no atmosphere to protect us, so the meteoroids hit the surface very easily. So we need to define a closed system to against the lethal conditions from the surroundings. On the other hand, we need to define the closed act in terms of the resources, right? As you can imagine, we don't have manufacturers, right, on the moon yet. So we need to guarantee that all the raw materials need to be manufactured and be transformed into the sophisticated tools or materials that we need. Of course, we need to guarantee the essential needs like water, air, as well as food. Okay, and then one thing that one terrestrial, let's say, designer, something we take for granted, that also the land is a resource, especially on the moon, where the area that we produce is actually very limited. And of course, also services. Okay, so the manufacturers, social services. Just imagine social services like hospital, right, that provide medical services. For example, a gym that you train and you maintain your body in a health state. Or, for example, even when you were talking about for a longer space staying, and there's a next generation of lunar habitants, the school, right? So these are kind of social services. So what about the solutions? So actually, space architecture is defined and was established in 2002. Okay, so it's a very recent discipline with the Millennium Charter. So there's a classification of the kind of space habitat, starting with class 1, which are pre-integrated, and they are fully assembled on the Earth, and they are ready to use. Then the class number 2, they are always prefabricated on the Earth, but what they can do is that they can guarantee larger volumes, and they can be assembled when they are launched and they arrive to the destination. The class 3 means that kind of habitat can be built in situ using in local materials. And in that way, we can actually get rid of the services and manufacturers on the Earth. So these are 3 types of space habitats. So this is an example of class 1 habitat, which is obviously the International Space Station. In this animation, you can see the assembly process of the International Space Station, which took more than 100 launches between 1998 to 2011. And these are the prototypes that we are developing currently. And this is one example proposed by European Space Agency, SOM, and MIT in 2020. So this, you can see, is a deployable structure that during the launch, they can be compressed and so can occupy entirely the payload ferry. And once arrived into destination, can be deployed, guaranteeing more internal space and volume. And this is another project developed by European Space Agency, and Norman Foster is an architecture firm based in London in 2020. So this kind of prototype, they combines the inflatable modules internally that can be deployed once retrieved to the destination. And then in the outside, Foster designed a concrete a shell using the lunar regolith and the 3D printing technology. Okay, so the external rigid shell, we provide protection against the heat, the impact of the meteoroids, and the thickness is designed to guarantee the protection from the radiation. The internal inflatable modules, we guarantee the hermetic interior indoor and maintain the breathable air, temperature, etc. And this is a project proposed by Harbin Institute of Technology that leverages on the underground lunar tubes. Okay, so there are evidence that under the surface of the moon, there are kilometers of, let's say, caves that can be used to, and the team in Harbin Institute of Technology, they want to use these underground areas to place the first, let's say, lunar settlement. Okay, so naturally, so this cave will provide natural shelter for the radiation, the temperature, etc. And what we are doing at KTU. So this is what I want to talk to you today. So this is the list of activity we have been done since 2023. We published many papers on terms of space architecture. We developed and proposed several workshops about the space architecture. And with our undergrad students, we went to the biggest event in terms of aerospace area. And we published several papers in the conference. And the last one list, we actually won a conference in this year's International Astronautic Confederation in Sydney, and we get the second prize in the Australian Space Architecture Challenge. And this is the project I want to talk in deeper this today. So this is our concept, general concept, that we want to take advantage of the underground space on the moon, since it provides natural shelter for the external, let's say, hazards. So we want to emphasize this aspect by creating a kind of spacecraft that we want to distribute our functions underground, but at the same time put a, let's say, a part of the settlement on the surface. So in this case, we can still receive the solar radiation, the light, and this is where the greenhouse here has been put. Okay, so starting with the first layers, we have the greenhouse, we have the residentials, and at the bottom area, we have the functions for the raw material excavation. Then we wanted to guarantee the rotational platforms to guarantee the horizontal distribution of the functions and the modules. And then we have also a vertical platform to guarantee the vertical transportation. All the modules were fabricated on the Earth, but they are also fully, part of the module, they are expandable to align, to allowing more feasibility during the transportation phase. And these modules can be enlarged to occupy the shape they actually want. Okay, you can see here the overall, every layer is actually a cylinder, is a circle. So we take advantage of the inflatable area to shape each of these sections. So here actually there's a construction process starting with the first landing of the, let's say, initial habitants, right? They need to start to reinforcement of the underground caves. And then we place the vertical core system with the vertical transportation, and then we gradually put all the modules. And the vision is to develop an underground city with multiple skyscrapers. So in terms of sustainability, we want to create a fully supportive and closed-up ecosystem by taking advantage of the, let's say, symbiosis between the plant, food, humans, and the biological waste. So through the greenhouse, there's a generation of food, and then this food can be consumed by the humans, and then with the product of the recycle, the water, the CO2, the biological waste, like some manure, and we have also the use of the fungi that can process the biomass. In terms of the residential part, we have the analysis of what are kind of activities that let's say, the first astronaut, they need to face up. Since we never designed for a, let's say, lunar resident before, so we started to analyze what of kind of activities that astronauts, they need to do in their daily routine. So actually, we, after that analysis, we place all the functions, we transformed these functions into areas, into rooms, and then we place them in a circle, right? So all the path during the daylight, it will be very, more reasonable. So here is a video that I want to show you about the process. There's the audio.
At the lunar South Pole, Malapert Massif offers abundant sunlight and excellent communications.
Can we dim down the light
Possible
a little
nearby
bit?
lava tubes could offer natural shelter, while water ice in permanent shadow could support ISRU and self-sufficiency. Project Moon Metabolism proposes a sustainable lunar settlement in lava tubes, using modular and inflatable structures powered by solar energy and self-sustaining greenhouses. The surface is organized into 3 parts: the metabolic ring for energy, manufacturing and transportation, the surface habitat dome, a light-transmitting radiation-resistant living space, and the exploration hub, a mobile lab for short-range lunar exploration and soil research. The main structure of our project is a tower, with most of its volume hidden underground. Beneath the surface, lava tubes provide natural shelter. Here lies the core habitat, with living, research, and support systems. The tower consists of 3 main parts. The surface dome hosts the observatory, control room, and greenhouses, supporting research, food production, and mental health. The central tower provides protection, residential platforms, and transport hubs, including transfer platforms for cargo and modular units. On these fixed platforms, prefabricated inflatable modules expand gradually downward, creating flexible spaces for living and research. The project starts with temporary surface facilities, advancing with robotic assistance and lunar regolith 3D printing, expanding layer by layer with functional modules, and ultimately evolving into an interconnected underground city. In addition, inflatable modules are easy to transport and assemble, balancing privacy and interaction to create a healthy, harmonious lunar habitat. For sustainability, beyond ISRU, the greenhouse adopts a 4-cycle ecosystem, ensuring efficient recycling and self-sufficiency. Moon metabolism is not just a base, but a sustainable life cycle system, uniting technology, humanity, and innovation for the future of lunar living.
Right. Thank you so much. And so if you're interested to be connected, there's my LinkedIn account. You can scan the QR code and stay connected. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Jelun. Before going more deep into this topic and maybe start a Q&A session, I would like to give the floor to Yang to present another implementation of new technologies in architecture and design field, specifically about AR. So this way we can, after that, have the possibility to discuss with the audience if there are any questions, or just to start a debate to better illustrate some specific details of this application in our discipline. So dear Jan, now the floor is yours, we are ready to listen your presentation about the application of AR in design discipline. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So I think Jordan has already brought you to the moon, right? So it's time for us to come back to Earth. However, I'm gonna bring you to another virtual space, which is augmented reality. So today's topic I want to share with is some of my experimental research or some workshop outcomes. So the title will be Augmented Reality for Parametric Design and Assembly in Architecture. So before I start my presentation, I will just do a brief introduction about myself. So my name is Yang Song, and I'm currently the assistant professor from XJTLU, Department of Architecture. And before that, I got the PhD from University of Liverpool and the master from UCL. And I also have several working experiments with the Sumirham Design company as well as FedPark company from London, UK. So today I will share you some workshop outcomes, research outcomes, and real projects. So my research interest is kind of broad related to digital architectural technologies. So the main research part, which is the augmented reality, and I also combine the robotic fabrication as well as AI assisted for design and 3D printing technologies. So in the future, in the following steps, I will show you several cases related to this area. So from the beginning, probably most of you don't have an concept about what is augmented reality. So augmented reality is like what you can see from this video. So actually you can see the real world plus the virtual holograms on top of that with the help of AR glasses. So the AR glasses that is displaying on the screen is from Microsoft HoloLens. So that is a transparent AR goggles that you can see the physical world plus the virtual information. So this kind of technology normally used for industrial design to show the related information of the production, as well as to show some experimental things for the surgery operation, as well as the visual things for the theater. But recently, we are getting explored to using this technology into architectural areas. So the first project that I want to share with you is called Bloom Shell. So this project was done in 2017 in UCL. So we are trying to create a method for quick fabrication of duplicative structures. So you know that with the current fabrication method, we need to translate through a 2D document, and then we have to measure the location of that. But using augmented reality method, you can see from this video, we can actually see the component location as well as the component shapes. So what we need to do is just we have to prepare the 2D flat unit and then use the AR glass to scan it. So the system will tell us where it is and what is the relation index from the whole structure. So the user just need to activate the AR UI and then heat and bend the material that we have to fix the shape of the structure. And for the assembly process, we just need to heat them again to make them a little bit sticky and stick them one by one. So by using this kind of visual enhanced method, we achieve this structure within 2 hours. So you can see the AR really help us to increase the efficiency of the construction, especially for some very complex geometry shape. So based on this kind of exploration, we are trying to make some system. So this system is a kind of human domain system. So you can actually see when the designer is wearing the glass, and then computers suggest him with some design generated through the algorithm. But during the fabrication process, if the designer is not satisfied with the arrangement, he can change the pattern at the real time. So the AR goggle sensor can detect your changes and then generate a new design for you. So this kind of system, we are trying to use it to emphasize the importance of the designers from the design stage to the construction stage. So by using this kind of method, we achieve a very complex geometry design, especially for our final graduation exhibition. So we achieve that kind of complex shape also within half a day. So apart from using AR for manufacturing, for my PhD research, we did a project which is called AR Bot. So that is giving a chance for you to talk with robots through augmented reality. So you can see from this image, actually, before, if you want to operate a robotic arm, you need very solid computer science knowledge, as well as you have to do all the debugging things. But with augmented reality technology, we already make this kind of debugging things easily. So what you need to do is you just need to play with your hand gesture to change the sliders, which you can see through AR, and also you can point out the location where the robotic arm gonna pick and place it. So in this way, you just use your hand gesture to do a coding method instead of you standing in front of the screen to tap the code. So by using this kind of method, we are kind of successfully to make several mesoid structures. So this is one of the application of this method. So this one was a workshop that I collaborated with Yonsei University from Korea. So that workshop was done during the pandemic time. So the participants, they are doing this kind of virtual programming in Korea. And then we have a live streaming. I'm gonna operate the robot in UK. So we provide this kind of a remote robotic programming method to meet the requirement of the pandemic situation. So we are trying to apply this kind of things to some more serious scenarios. For example, if we have some dangerous place that the human work cannot be accessed, so we can send our robotic arm there, and we can control the robotic arm in a more safety way with the help of augmented reality. So you can see this video is demonstrating that the participants, they are coding in Korea, and the physical robot that you can see is from the lab in Liverpool. So by using this kind of method, the operator no more need to be on set. They can remotely operate the robot without coding, but just with hand. And later we apply this kind of method to not only to the lab-based robotic arm, but also to a movable robotic arm. So this is a workshop that I done collaborate with the Lebanese University in Hanover. And we are trying to plug this robotic arm to a movable platform, which is called MIR. And that is exactly what you can see from the hotel, that the delivery robots. So they are share the same kind of logic by exploring the area for the robotic arm. So what you can see here is, apart from the lab-based robotic arm, we are expanded by the size of the structure. So this is 3 meters long and 1.5 meters tall a wood brick wall by operating this kind of robotic arm with AR technology. So all the participants, they don't have any knowledge or any experiments using robots, but they can operate the robot through AR pretty quick. And the third project that I want to introduce was an workshop that happened this year in Tokyo. So this is a workshop I collaborate with Eri Sumitomo in Tokyo, and we are trying to explore different materials being applied with AR technology. So you can see the title is called Wood Cycle, which means we are using a reclaimed wood for the structure itself. So This is the AR vision of the outcome. So actually, when the designer doing their design, they can actually visualize them in a one-to-one scale on set in AR before the structure is being built. So that will give a more intuitive feedback for them to change the design or fill the space. So you can see our step from the first step, which is the scanning, and we get this kind of reclaim the material from nature and also some waste from other projects. And we scan them, categorize them with different size and different width. And by using augmented reality method, actually the participants, they are playing with the volume. So the volume means some volume are the positive volume which have the structure inside. Some are the negative volume which are the spaces. So after they are playing with this kind of volume, we can generate a series of installation structure done with the reclaimed wood. And then they can preview that in a real time in a one-to-one scale. And for the assembly part, we are also using augmented reality method. So what you can see here is a kind of tutorial for the participants. So they just need to use their hand to change the order of the component, and they just need to place them one by one according to the AR guidance. So for this kind of very complex geometry shape, we just use 3 hours to achieve that. So you can see if we compare with the conventional method, we need to measure the length, we need to measure the distance, and we have to find the correct material. So that will take more time than using the AR method. And the fourth project I want to introduce is like a more large scale. So this one is a workshop that we done in XJTLU for this summer. So we have this kind of workshop every year, but I want to introduce to this year's project. So this year's project is called Bamboo Fusion. And you can actually see this is the photo of the final outcome. And actually, because we have a pretty large scale of the screen, so actually the real physical model is a little bit larger than that one, so you can tell the scale of our project. So our project is divided into several parts. The first part is the structure. So you can see from the design, we have this kind of hexagon geometry shape, and each of the connection point of the structure is different. So the length of the structure as well as the connecting angle, they are different. So our strategy is to use the robotic arm to place the wood and also use the chip saw to cut it with the different length and the angle. And for the assembly method, we are using augmented reality method as well as the combination of robotic arm. So the robot's gonna help you to find the location of the wood, and the worker wiring AR is to fix the screws. So this kind of collaboration will get the strengths and benefits from both human and from human adaptability and the robotics precision. So apart from the structure, we also have this kind of bamboo panel. So you can see according to the design, we have around 70 panels, and each panel, they are in a different shape. So our strategies is to use augmented reality again to measure the length of the frame, to measure the connecting angle of the frame, and then cut it, bend it, weld, connect it with the AR guidance. So by using this kind of method, we achieve the pavilion from design to design finalization, to fabrication, to final assembly within 5 days. So all of our workers, they are actually the students because they don't have any experiments about woodwork, about bamboo work, or robotic operation or AR experiments. So you can see how this kind of visual system can enhance the design as well as construction. And the last project I want to share today is a kind of a very large-scale art installation that I did with the FabPub in UK as well as BWS Studio. And this project is in Doha, Qatar. So actually, probably you cannot tell the scale from the image itself. The installation is a whale shark shape. So the length of the whale shark is around 60 meters, and the height of the structure, the shark will be around 30 meters. So the shark itself is larger than our gallery. So you can imagine how big it is compared to we have some human in the model in the image, so you can see the human size. So our strategy for achieving this art installation is also using the help of augmented reality, because this one was asked by the 2022 Football World Cup in Qatar. So they only gave us 3 months to design as well as build it. So our strategy is to cut the whale shark into different pieces, and in different pieces we use the metal rebar to mimic the shape of the shark. And apart from the metal rebar, we have the steel plates to make the surface of the whale shark. So from this image, you can see the first one, we are training the workers how to use the electronic bending machine to bend the rebar to the angle, because this kind of organic shape has different angle and different lengths. So we cannot send the rebar to the factory for mass production. We have to build it step by step. And for that image, it illustrates that after the rebar shape is done, we are attaching the metal sheet on top of that to make the surface. So the whole project contains around 4,000 metal rebars and 7,000 pieces of the metal sheets. So all of us, including the training time, we finished the fabrication manually within 2 months. So although probably 2 months is a little bit longer, but we also have some time for training the workers. So compared that, and also compared to the conventional technology, I think it's pretty fast. So after we make each piece in UK and we ship them to Doha, Qatar for the final fabrication, for the final assembly. So you can see compared to the human scale, that is the tail of the whale shark. You can tell how big it is, right? So this is the video about the AR recording. So on the left-hand side, you can exactly see our fabrication process. So we are bending this kind of metal rebar according to the AR guidance. So you will know the length of the rebar, you cut the length, and you will know all the bending angles, and you just need to use the electronic bender to bend it. And the middle video shows that the opening ceremony of this art installation. So we also add several interactive lighting systems inside of that to make it more eye-catching at night. And the last one is our fabrication process, as well as some AR vision of that. So I think although this project is done in 2022, but this one is still alive in Doha, Qatar right now. So if you have chance pass by that, you can check it. It's in Luxor Plaza, which in the middle of the hanging in the middle of 4 high-rise buildings. Yeah, I think that's all for what I want to share. They are related to my personal research, to my exploration about using augmented reality technologies. And one more thing is that we are having a collaboration project with Iguzini. And if you want to have some experience about virtual reality, you can check that place and we will provide you a virtual reality tour. Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much, Yang. So I would like to take the beneficial to have a Q&A discussion between us, but also between us and the audience. So I would like to invite any of you to ask any questions you have about this project, about the implementation of this new technology into the design. And just to break the ice, I would like to start this discussion also because, for example, with Jeluna we discussed about the moon. Talking about the moon can be poetic, of course, but can be also super technical because it's a very technical topic. You share with us a high level of calculation expertise that, of course, require a deep preparation. In light of this, as you all know, we are representing an architecture department, and our mission as educator is to prepare the next generation of architects or designer in general. I think that will be very important to clarify which role architecture as discipline can play in space exploration, and changing the scale, which is the role of architects in this system, how architects can be involved in this process related again to space exploration if we consider this as the new frontier of the design. Thank you.
That's a really good question. Space exploration that we are going to face in the next generation is absolutely different for what we had in the last century, in 1970s or 1980s. So in the last time, during that period, the more focus of the space exploration were to try to guarantee the survival condition of astronauts, just to keep them alive. Okay, so just to test that we are able to stay in a very hazard and hostile environment. What we are going to face the next stage is to try to live in space, which means a harder, let's say, conditions, more sophisticated device to guarantee the vital parameters, right? And what we are going to face, for example, is the radiation. That currently there's a maximum period of time that the astronaut can spend in the space, which means there is the, let's say, maximum exposure of radiation that our body can, let's say, bear. But what we just imagine that a average mission to the moon, if you want to spend more time, will be very long time. And for the next one, actually in the space agencies, we're planning missions to the Mars, right? I think many of you guys have already heard about it. So average mission to the Mars will be 18 months. So there will be 6 months to reach to the destination, right? You're going to spend a few months there, and then you need to wait a window's time that the Mars and Earth and, for example, also the Sun, we are in a correct combination of the angles between these bodies to come back. So the average mission of Mars will be 18 months, 1.5 years. So just imagine you live in a metal box without anything, right? We have experienced the pandemic that we just live in our house for, 1 month, that will drive us crazy. So one of the, another experiment that we've been doing is try to analyze the psychological stress of the astronauts if they are limited in a confined environment. And I think this is what architecture can do, right? During this space, since we cannot do anything or a little thing that we can do about the spacecraft itself, but we can absolutely make the indoor space more comfortable. And that's what architects and architecture can do. So I think space architecture is a natural consequence of next space exploration. Yes. Because as our civilization, we reach to a level that we don't want just to keep our future astronauts alive, but we want to thrive in the space. So we want to guarantee, let's say, the human rights. You want to stay in a comfortable place, right? So I think this is a natural consequence of the space exploration, especially if we want to think about that maybe one time in the very future we want to establish a permanent lunar base, right? We don't want just to the basics of the space station, of our workstation, but we want to have more, let's say, human-centered, more comfortable so that the future generation can actually enjoy staying in the moon and just doing the passions. And on this aspect, there's a consequence of autopoietic system that as world technology will develop in the better technology, the architecture that hosts the human should reflect the level of technology of our civilization. So just imagine we learn the culture of the, let's say, ancient civilization. And one medium is architecture, right? We studied architecture of, ancient Babylonian, Egypt through architecture. But just imagine what will be 1,000 years from now. We started to understand that this civilization that has just started the space exploration, what kind of architecture, what kind of spacecraft can represent our civilization. That's, I think, is the role of architecture.
Thank you very much, Jalun. This is very fascinating, and also for us as architect and also educator, I think it's very important how one of the key principles of our discipline, taking care of people, considering the well-being inside the space, and all the implication of people inside a built environment can be translated and expanded in a different context. So thinking about, in this case, space exploration. Since you are mentioning correctly, of course, the possibility of living on the moon or maybe Mars, because it's something that, for example, a couple of years ago, I remember here in Shanghai, there was an exhibition arranged by Foster presenting their own, let's say, space architecture to Mars. At this point, I would like to ask you to share with our audience some reflection about which kind of impact this space exploration can have to the architecture on the Earth. Because, of course, now we are thinking about this next step. But what can remain in our planet? So think about the future, but also what we can keep here in our Earth.
So back on the Earth, I think the impact is obviously another very high level, since after dealing with these extreme conditions in the space, we can absolutely deal with some less extreme conditions also on the Earth. Especially we are in this drastic moment of environmental climate change. So obviously we can extend our habitat even underwater, right? This looks like a very poetic, romantic dream, but maybe in a few years with the rise of the sea level, we need to expand and find new habitat also under the sea, or the era or the place that currently they're on the land may be covered by water. So we need to also to explore how can we guarantee our natural habitat also on the Earth, especially in the perspective of the climate change and extreme conditions. So coming back to the architecture, I think also it is important that we explore different. I learned a lot about architecture when I started to think about architecture, for example, without gravity. Right, and for example, also think about what could be architecture, what architecture looks like when I cannot leverage anymore on terrestrial manufacture. We should design something that is able to maintain the functions without everything else. So I think it's what we can reach one of the purest, let's say, form of architecture that you can get rid of the all thing that we take for granted. Right? For example, the land, the unlimited availability of resources, for example, the gravity, or the social services, right? And what remain is the architecture as the medium between the nature and the human. And that is, I think, is what we can do also the exploration of architecture. What architecture really is to host users, but also to communicate with, taking in account of the nature, right? This, I think, is the impact part. And coming back to this is also very nice to think about it, right? Because we start to develop just think about what is the essential part of architecture we need to deal with. Yes.
Thank you very much, Jelun, for this clarification and for this sharing again. Now, coming back to another type of new technology implementation. Thank you very much, Jan, to share so many different projects, so many different applications, because we had the chance to visualize so many different possibilities. Now, coming back to our major, I would like to ask you to clarify which are the real benefits to implement AR in an architecture discipline. Again, to better understand how the connection between the major and this new technology can give an improvement in our realm.
Okay. So I think that is a pretty good question, right? Because we are trying to use the technology and to serve our research or serve what we are doing right now. So I think to applying augmented reality in architectural files, it will be divided into several areas. So first of all, I think because augmented reality is a kind of visualization things, so that one is better for the design part, obviously. So because using augmented reality technology, you can actually preview the things before you build it. So which means that you can actually walk inside of your model and see the real design into a one-to-one scale. So for example, we have several experiments about applying this technology with the students. So whenever they design a space, they can actually wear the device and then walk inside of that. So probably some of the parts that they design make them a little bit shocked because they don't like the design. So they can change it in a real time. So by using this kind of visualization technology compared to the conventional method, which you sit in front of the laptop, the visual power as well as the scale power will be maximized. So that will be a very good advantage for the designers, especially for architects, to measure their spaces, to fill their spaces, to modify their spaces before the things is done. And especially for design part, I think augmented reality method can also be applied to the architectural education area. Because for the students or for the very younger generation, they don't have, probably they just access the architectural file, so they don't have the sense of the space. So by using this kind of very intuitive and direct visualization technology, they can feel their space and they can have a spatial feeling and get this back to their design process. So I think that is the first beneficial area about using AR in architecture files. And for the second one, AR, I feel like is very great to supervise the construction process. Because for now, for example, we have several experiments about combining AR with the BIM, the Building Information Modeling System. So actually, when the worker is doing something on the construction side, they can exactly see their construction model in AR, which means that if they feel like there is a collision or there is something wrong, they can actually take a note in AR to convert that into a digital version later from their system. So this kind of workflow is totally different with what we are doing right now, because for the construction worker, they don't have a direct communication with someone who designed the system or who designed this kind of construction system. So there will be a lag. But if the worker wearing the devices, they can just use their hand gesture to mark them down. So this kind of process will give more accurate for the construction scenarios as well as for the later, let's say, the maintenance process. So that is the second application that I can see that applying AR to architectural files. And the last one I was thinking is applying AR to construction part, because I have already showed several examples of that. So you can see, especially dealing with the complex geometry shape, augmented reality is more better than the conventional method. So we don't need to measure them, we don't need to locate them. Exactly we are seeing is not the 2D document, but convert them into a 3D version. So the worker, especially non-skilled worker, they don't need to understand the logic about how to measure, how to find the location. They just need to follow their eyes. They just need to follow this kind of visualization guidance to assemble that. So for the construction process, probably AR is not suitable for all type of the construction, but there will be several things for AR to apply, especially for some modular cases assembly process, which they don't need that much technology. They just need to know where the location for each element, and they can follow the AR to this kind of guidance. And one more thing is that I think AR is much more better for the rendering or visualization of a real project before it's built. So, for example, like a high-rise building or in the interior design, so you can actually wear the goggles to see how it's gonna be after it's built. So this kind of visualization thing is really difficult for me to explain by words. So you have to experience that, and you will feel that this kind of technology really advanced the current methods. So that's these four fields that I feel like AR has a great advantage to be applied for architectural files.
And especially this way, this can be reconducted to the topic of this human-centric approach, where the person, the client, or the users, as before Jaloon mentioned, can be really involved in this virtual space and be part of this projection, let's say, of what is the intention of the design. Now, last questions. You gave us this clear overview about the application of these technologies. Now, let's talk also about possible limitation in our field and maybe also specific possibilities, just to have a complete overview on this application. Thank you.
Yeah, I think talk about this technology, probably it is not that familiar with public because the technology has just been released things, I think 2017. So probably most of the public, they are familiar with the game which called Pokemon Go. That is the first AR initial prototype. But until now, I feel like augmented reality still have some limitations. So the first one is about the device itself. So actually, we need a very expensive device to achieve this kind of visualization. And apart from the price of the device, the visualization angle or the field of AR is quite limited. So what you can see is exactly like the glass you are wearing. So apart from your glass frame, you cannot see that. So that is exactly the current limitation of the device itself. So what we are how we are dealing with this kind of limitation is we are trying to find a correct material and a correct construction method. So by using the temporary technology, we cannot manage like big size of the constructions prototype. So what we did is like we cut them into slides and we are trying to make it in a human accessible scale. So that is how we deal with the limitation of this technology. But I feel like in the future, with the development of technology, with the development of devices, this kind of limitation can be solved pretty quick. And the other issue is that for augmented reality device itself, for the location detection, it is not that accurate. So what we are trying to do is we are using several QR codes to give the assist location for that. So by using this kind of method, we don't need the space detection from the device itself. So actually all the things that are locked by the QR codes. So I would like to say this is a kind of method to help us to increase the accuracy, to kill the imprecision from the device itself. And also, I feel like the visualization from AR is not that realistic feeling. So that probably also another limitation from device itself. But apart from that, you can actually feel the scale, feel the space. So the quality is one aspect, but apart from that, you can still get the information that you want. So the above limitations, I feel they can all be solved in the early future. Especially we are having some MR devices which mix the pure virtual and mix with the real physical. So like the Apple Vision Pro or the Meta Quest 3. So by using these devices, you will have a better visualization and experience compared to the Microsoft one. So these kind of things are the limitation from the devices itself. But I feel like in the future we can, let's say, we don't need to think about the limitation. We can just explore our feelings or the areas that we want.
Or at least using the limitation to push the boundaries of our research to find a new solution. Okay, thank you very much, Jan and Jeloen. We hope that this sharing was interesting for all of you, and we are ready to answer to any other question you could have and share with us later. And especially, as Jan mentioned, if you would like to join our virtual reality design for Iguzzini, we will be super happy to help and instruct. Okay, thank you very much.
So let's keep it going with our talks this afternoon. Welcome again to IDI Talks. And we will run to the next one. Talk 15. We are a little bit late. So I would love to welcome on stage Ginevra Young from Associate from Andrea and Partner Legal Counsel. Welcome as our moderator. Big round of applause, please. Welcome, Ginevra. Juan Carlos Dall'Asta, Head of Department and Senior Associate Professor for the Xi'an Jiaotong Liverpool University. Warm welcome. And finally, Senior Associate Professor Giancarlo Di Marco, Academic Director of the Design Fab Lab of Xi'an Jiaotong Liverpool University. So they are coming to join us every year. We are long-term cooperation, and this panel is very, very interesting about cooperation with Iguzzini. Today we have Gabi Gan representing Iguzzini, and normally we run a workshop with the students. So please, everybody, I would love to catch your attention, to pay attention to this cooperation that was being very, very interesting. So now, Ginevra, I give you the floor to you to introduce our speaker, or let them introduce themselves and to deep dive in the talk. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Anna, for this introduction. Good afternoon, everyone, and welcome to Talk 15 of the 10th edition of IDI. Today we will focus on Aguzzini project plus Fab Lab promo. We are honored to have here two amazing speakers, Juan Carlos Dall'Asta, Head of Department and Senior Associate Professor at the Xi'an Jiaotong Liverpool University, and Giancarlo Di Marco, Senior Associate Professor and Academic Director at Design Fab Lab and Xi'an Jiaotong Liverpool University. Thank you very much for staying here with us today. So, Mr. Juan Carlos Dall'Asta, he is the Head of Department and Senior Associate. He holds a PhD in Architectural and Urban Design from Politecnico di Milano, specializing in urban morphology and sustainable regeneration. His research explores architectural philosophy and the pedagogical integration of artificial intelligence into human-centered design. He is internationally recognized academic and practitioner, and he has collaborated with renowned architects. His extensive contribution include over 50 research projects, 5 authored books, and numerous publications in leading international journals, establishing his prominence in contemporary architectural discourse. You have an amazing CV, I can say. So, the floor is yours.
Thank you, thank you. Good afternoon, everybody. So we are from Xi'an Jiaotong Liverpool University, and you have seen some few speakers, colleagues. We are quite active here, right? So let me please introduce a little bit who we are, because then we are going to move about our research strategy and how this is connected to industry. So quite related to what is happening here, right? So this brief introduction will provide you a little bit of a background about how we are making new strategies about research. There's a lot of discussion about changes, AI integration in education, regarding also research, but actually we understand that we need a structural and fundamental change of how we produce research. Our design school is built with 4 departments: architecture, civil engineering, industrial design, and urban planning. We are based in Suzhou with our university. Our vision about research, right, of course, we are, let's say, a very interesting joint venture between Xi'an Jiaotong University and Liverpool University. So, of course, we are trying to provide an international experience in China that I think is a very interesting and challenging educational project. But today we are not talking about education, we are talking more about, let's say, how we focus in our research. In our research, of course, we have a vision of internationalization. We locate ourselves as a bridge, right, between East and West. But in the same time, for us, it's fundamental the connection that we can have with industry, right? So for us, it's quite relevant to have the opportunity to get in contact with industry, because we consider that it's very related to what we are producing. And we, let's say, we have this opportunity to be a very interesting bridge between different cultures and between what is academia and industry. Before going there, I think something we need to better understand is how we produce our research profile as academia, but also as researchers, right? I think one of the things that AI innovation is in a way changing in terms of mindset is how we need to be close to our own discipline, or how much we need to open to other disciplines, right? I think this is very important. Across the world, there are different, let's say, aims in how you build a profile of a researcher. Some cultures are more oriented into specialization, and others are more oriented into, let's say, general education, or let's say a wider spectrum of research. I think this is a very interesting discussion, because
I feel we are in a process that when we are moving from, let's say, in one hand, it's kind of a paradox because we're moving in one hand toward a higher level of specialization, but in the same time, AI and the new tools are asking us more to orient toward general knowledge. So that is very interesting from our point of view. What we are going to talk about is how we produce research with a focus into what we define as practice-based research. I'm talking about that because it's a very interesting and challenging topic. In university, we produce research, as you know, in many ways. Let's define the traditional ones that are related to publications, research income, patents, and whatever. But especially as a design school, as architects or designers, we also have a very significant production that we define as practice-based research. Practice-based research per se is quite challenging to be recognized because we have a system that is, let's say, science-based, right? But from our perspective, that is a way that we can connect, for example, with industry. In our own production and performance, of course, I'm not giving you numbers, but I can tell you the proportion. We have a 10 times production that is into this sector. So for us, it's strategic, and later you will see with a proposal from Giancarlo how this is moving, right, to a better understanding and to the necessity to provide a proper framework in order to understand how this can be designed, right? So related to research, of course, is our teaching, and we love to apply what we define as research-led teaching, so we use both activities. But this is also a matter of contradiction. Again, in the, let's say, worldwide system, there are two positions. Let's say one that is more conservative, which sees this clear line and division between what is research and teaching, right? They really see this as a borderline that you should not go through. But from our perspective, or especially, for example, in universities, mainly in Australia, they really do believe that these two things should work together. So how teaching can benefit from research and vice versa. And this is actually the model that we are looking. It's not just about research and teaching, but it's also about external engagement. So I think this graphic is quite meaningful into explaining how these main three areas can work together, right? And how can we produce a better learning and teaching experience in one hand, but also in the other one, how can we produce research, but at the same time, without that isolation that many times is happening from academia, that for a reason is kind of taking a distance from industry and from the real world, right? So we organized, this was around, let's say, 6 years ago, our research labs into different topics. These were our labs. One is based into cultural innovation, another one into digital design and fabrication, and the other one is into urban and landscape ecologies. This was a previous structure, but with the changes that are happening, we find out that this is not anymore at the level to react to the new necessities we have. So in a way, we are moving from research labs to research incubators. We also have new directions of research. These are the three ones that have been identified in our department that are aligned with the school and the university. So the first one based into AI for design and urban futures. The second one into material. Actually, that is related to material innovation, but we have a different definition of it as architects and designers. For us, it's material culture. So actually, we include there as well not just 3D fabrication or innovative materials, but it's also about heritage. And the last one, of course, is about sustainability. But let me go deeper into what is practice-based research, because this is what is going to be related to my colleague's presentation, right? Because I understand that there is perhaps a question mark of what that means, right? And I think we can start from here. This is the traditional path of research, right? With all the process, identifying the knowledge gap, the search for existing information, data collection, and then, this is what normally researchers do as a process, right? Let's summarize saying that it's a circular process. What is the difference with practice-based research? This is fundamental because the process is not more, let's say, circular or linear in a circle, but it's actually quite different because every time, for every of the phases, there's a check with industry, right? So even from the starting point, like identifying the knowledge gap is not moving directly to the data collection, but every time, as you can see from this diagram, that I think is quite clear, is you need to come back and to check and to understand if this is industry related there's a more wider interest in terms of research. And I think this is actually the real benefit of practice-based research. Of course, it's a gray area because it's many times misunderstood, right? But in XJTU, we still believe that this is a fundamental part of our research, and actually perhaps is the one that is more able to produce identity. And for us, it's fundamental for many reasons, and perhaps the main one is because this needs to be related to industry. We do believe that the things should be changing in that direction, right? So actually, what we want to bring today, share with you as an experience, as a more strategical direction that we are taking. We have a wonderful fab lab in our institution, in our design school, right? But now we want to provide a framework to it because will be the medium, will be, let's say, the bridge that will allow our research to be in contact with the industry. And this is what about Giancarlo is going to present now, right? So I think more or less, thank you. Yeah, thank you from my side. This is our design school if you want to follow us. I try to be as faster as I can since we are late. I hope I did it.
Thank you very much. I'm going to ask. I have some question, but I'll ask you later.
Okay.
I will introduce Giancarlo Di Marco. Giancarlo Di Marco is a building engineer, architect, and leading computational designer whose work spans advanced 3D modeling, parametric design, and digital fabrication. He is an internationally recognized professor and researcher, author and contributor, with experience teaching and speaking at top institutions and global design conferences. He continues to shape the future of digital design through innovation, education, and cross-disciplinary collaboration. The floor is yours.
Thank you, Ginevra. Do you mind if I stand? Can I stand?
Yes. No problem.
Okay. So, hello everyone. This is my third day here. And today I want to talk to you about a different story. Okay. So, usually, as Juan Carlos was mentioning, when you think about academia, and actually we are always asked about academia, like, so your semester finishes on December 13. And then when does semester 2 starts? Oh, it starts at the end of February, after Chinese New Year. Oh, so you are on holidays. No, we're not on holidays. Like, it never stops. So when we don't teach, we do research, which is the most important part for us, actually, because the university, as Juan Carlos was mentioning, is research-based. So we have to maintain a certain production. And usually it is a science-based research. So there is the typical research project, as it was illustrated already. But what we are trying to do now is to establish a practice-based framework. Practice-based research is actually led on projects. And this is where we will try to connect with companies. We are in China, so China is a very fast-moving society and also a fast-moving market. And we have all the infrastructure for doing research for academia, of course, but also at the industrial level. So we can count on a fab lab, which is equipped with the cutting-edge technology, from the usual standard 3D printing to industrial robotic arms, collaborative robotic arms, small production lines. It is actually scattered throughout the university, and I will talk about this in a few seconds. But one thing that, given the context, one thing that I would like to point out is also the possibility to work with companies under one unique umbrella, today represented by the Made in Italy, which is probably an excuse to start this kind of conversation. So what could we offer as a research partner for Italian companies? And there are some excellences here in this event. So we have been talking about this for the past 2 days. Many speakers were, giving the typical traits of the Made in Italy, and we're identifying these words. They were kept on coming up, like heritage, craftsmanship, sensitivity, and beauty. So these are actually the traits that apparently define the Italian style and the Made in Italy. So what we can offer and how we can align to this principle by providing services and research, practice-based research using AI and robotics, automation, sustainability, and in one word, basically providing a shoulder for competitivity. So we have a project here which is already on display, and it was made in collaboration with Iguzzini. The idea is actually, it's very interesting because it is a project that is not only a research project involving VR and eventually also AR in a second step, which was also delivered in collaboration with one of my colleagues that was presenting before us. And we have in the Iguzzini booth, there is a VR headset where you can experience the light effects that one of the products, which is also on display for real, you can see it also, you can experience it also in a VR environment. Now, this is not just about visualizing the product. The idea behind this comes from one experience that I had when I was working in the practice. And together with the Iceberg Group, because I was a senior advisor for Confindustria, and one of the companies or the groups I was working with was Iceberg. And the idea was to develop a virtual showroom, basically, for them. Because every time a company like Iceberg or whatever brand, like Bourbonese or whatever, every season they have to ship their catalog worldwide in all the showrooms. So why don't you virtualize the showroom? And in that sense, you can save a lot of money, basically. So the idea is, what if you can provide some virtual experience for your products? So that's what's behind this kind of application. And we have all the infrastructure, technologically speaking, but also in terms of expertise, to support these kind of ideas and commercial initiatives. So what we have as in education institutions, these are the numbers that we can count in. They look like educational data, but I also invite you to look at them from another perspective. We can count on a huge number of students. Actually, SJTLU, as far as I know, is the international university that is the fastest growing international university in China. So a lot of students, which in the end for us, they are research partners. So when there are complex projects, usually we try also to involve students in research tasks. We have about 200 academic staff, which means that we have a very broad and diverse expertise in basically all the areas that you can imagine. We come from different nationalities, so almost 100 different countries in the world are represented inside XJTLU, which means intercultural approach to all projects. And there are also 100 programs in the university. We are representing one small part of XJTLU, which is the design school. So, of course, XJTLU has many departments, many schools. They are also very business-oriented. They are more, for example, chips-oriented or robotics-oriented, etc. And they can also provide this kind of practice-based research support. But as we are talking about Italian culture, Italian lifestyle, made in Italy, of course, the right approach will be to have a human-centered vision. So the design school can provide this approach. And of course, we can also build up working groups involving other professionals and other expertise from other departments and other schools of the university. We ourselves are architecture, industrial design, and then engineering and urban planning. And all of these disciplines are actually receiving the new indications from a university in terms of integrated embedding AI and all digital technologies within the programs, so educational part and also the research part. So the idea would be to have a design framework, and inside the design framework we can involve AI, robotics, chips, and also business. I don't know if you know it, but in XGTLU there is the International Business School of Suzhou, which is one of the most important in China. What we do usually in our research now, which is basically something that can be applied already in industrial processes, is embodied AI. In particular, this is part of my research, so studying how AI can be used in automation. I actually apply AI in the automation of robotic fabrication. But anytime you have some digital fabrication technology, whatever it is, you can actually now train AI, embed AI in order to have flawless and safe processes. And another thing is the adaptive product design. So companies that have already products established in the market, they can also do a version, let's say 2.0 or whatever it is, where the product becomes adaptive, which means not only interactive, not only reactive, those are basic levels of automation, but adaptive, which means that the product becomes enters in a conversation with the user, so it anticipates maybe some needs and understands it before they are even manifested by the user. That's the next level. And one thing that is important, a couple of data that are important more than the educational in this context, is that XGTLU has about 200 million RMB grants in last year, during last year, which is a number that maybe you can think is just about internal project, but in the end, in a practice-based research framework, accessing to this fund means that companies that want to do research with us can also participate in joint project and can also get money, funding via the university for research projects that are actually shared, and somehow the outcome is also shared with the companies. And of course, we can provide, actually, this is kind of a modification of a data that comes from the official presentation, which says it's an English-speaking institution. But actually, I think in this context, the most important thing is that we can also have this kind of Italian cultural approach, which is probably more important in this context. So, yeah, that's what I wanted to share with you. And if you have any questions, we can talk about this later, because I think we don't have any time for this session. But if you have any questions about how to collaborate and do research together, please get in touch. I will be around.
Thank you very much, Giancarlo. I suggest to all my contacts your presentation and your university for sure. I suggest to other people to do the same. So I just have one question for each. At first, for Carlos. Could you clarify the transition from research labs to research incubators? What is the real difference beyond the change in name?
Oh, this is a nice question. Yeah, thank you, because at least I can clarify this point, because many times, especially nowadays, we think to make change just by changing names, but things are the same. So I want to clarify, and to me it's not just a branding change, but the change that is moving from labs to incubators is actually a mindset change. So, and this related to how research is evolving. So we're moving to a framework, from a framework that is trying to put together, in a container, the lab, the research lab, based into the discipline, different expertise, right? Mm-hmm. So I was mentioning we have 3 labs, the Cultural Innovation Lab, the Digital Design and Fabrication Lab, and the urban and landscape ecologies. So that was a so huge effort to put together people, to be aligned, let's say, in these three different research axes. After 6 years, we discovered that this is quite a limitation to the very specific and narrow expertise from people. And also the interest at the different levels, starting from the university, from the school and the department, has changed. So the idea was to move from these labs to the incubators. The incubators actually will follow the three strategic guidelines. So the first was related to AI and design, the second one to material innovation and material culture, and the third one to sustainability in general, right? So till this point, they appear to be the same. We are changing names, but actually the difference is that the labs, they contain people, right? But the incubators, they contain projects. Okay. And that is the difference. So we are actually changing from a closed environment to an open ecosystem where different ideas can come inside. So this will allow us, for example, following Giancarlo's presentation, if there's a specific interest in one sector, and this is industry related, we now have the structure, the framework that can receive that without forcing that to be into a discipline alignment, right? So I think this is very interesting. In the same way, this is allowing us to initiate with a new way to get funds. So we are also planning to have some fund seeding for emerging projects. So the logic is totally inverse, from a closed system to an open system, from, let's say, more a top-down strategy to a bottom-up going strategy, where we will allow projects to grow. And then if these projects are growing, they can become school-level hubs or even university research centers, which not be anymore coming from the imposition or the will to put together knowledge, just disciplinary base, but actually is opening to more interdisciplinary framework. So this also will allow us to connect with another units inside that school, but also with another units in the university, or better and more related to today's presentation, to involve directly industry into these incubators.
Thank you very much. I would like to discuss with you for hours, but we don't have enough time. So I'm moving to Giancarlo, and I have another question. You presented design as the unifying language between made in Italy, heritage, and advanced technology. In a practical collaboration, how would your school of design process typically begin to ensure that the essential emotional and brand values of an Italian product are not just preserved, but authentically enhanced by AI and robotics?
Okay, this is a very interesting question, actually, because this happens also with us as designers. Something that happens with technology is that sooner or later, if you get involved with technology, one of the risks is that you start having your design process being like technology-driven, which means that, and this is something that we were also discussing in the previous days. So what should not happen is that technology takes the lead. If the technology takes the lead, there are many negative consequences in terms of quality of design, uniqueness of design. So you also go towards a standardization which is not good. But also you take away the soul of design, the cultural aspect of design. With Made in Italy, with Italian design is even more challenging, because Italian design is actually characterized by a strong heritage component and craftsmanship component. And actually, I remember when I was working in Italy with Confartigianato, for example, there was a lot of resistance from the professionals, even to use computer-aided design, because they thought that it was taking away the unicity, for example, of the defect of the manufacture, right? But the point is that you can well, not easily, because that would be not exactly true, but with skills, if you have the right skill set, you can use technology for what it is, which is just a tool. So you can perfectly be in line with all the values of Made in Italy or any design production, even by embedding technology, even by embedding advanced technology, but with the right skills. So relegate technology to its role, which is just that of a tool. Let's never forget that.
Totally agree. Thank you very much. So I'm not asking you if other people have questions because we don't have time, but let's take a picture. And thank you very much for staying here with us.
Thanks to you.
And now in few minutes we will start the next round of talks. Talks number 16. We are looking for and waiting for our moderator and our distinguished guest. 5 minutes. Enjoy. Elaine.
Sì, sì, sì. Ah sì, allora aspettiamo.
Allora, we will need to improvise a little bit because we changed the moderator. She was quite precise. Anyway, we will introduce. Good evening, and we will keep going with the next panel. So I ask to join us on stage for Design for a Better Life, Design Thinking in Business, Mr. Carlo D'Andrea, President of D'Andrea and Partner Council, Mr. Pietro Luigi Ghigo, Retail and Commerce Creative China, Essilor-Luxottica, GM, Mr. Zhu Jie, Brembo China Brake System Design Leader. Welcome. Thank you so much for joining us. Mr. Jansson, Chief Strategy Designer of Pininfarina. Welcome. And finally, our beautiful Elaine Zhang, co-founder of OPI Studio. Welcome. And finally, Roberto Sergi, CEO of Nuo Asia. So I hope our distinguished guests, they will enjoy this very interesting and very...
So we start from there to here, right?
Up to you. You can improvise. Anyway, all our speakers, they have the freedom to introduce themselves. We will show some material that is video and PPT.
Please take a seat.
And enjoy.
Thank you, Anna, and thank you all the teammate of Easton to put together this brilliant panel. And I'm very interested to dive into your expertise and especially ask you how we become world champions in what we do. In life, in sport, in business. I'm very happy to also to say hi to the thousands of people that are watching us online. Thank you. In Italy, in China, and around the world. Very, very happy. So remember that we are online also. That said, I would like to start the first round with our good friends, Roberto. We know each other for many years. Actually, I remember we just arrived as intern many years ago, and I'm very proud to see how the pinnacle of your career with the new position as CEO of Nuo Asia. Welcome, Roberto. Tell us something more about what you are doing.
To answer to your question, how to succeed, marry the right person, no? As we spoke yesterday. So what we are doing? We are probably doing the other way around, that is over the Italians are doing, in the sense we are founded by Chinese family. So at the end is Hong Kong-based family office. We are try to fulfill our promise, which is Nuohe, which means promise, in fact. So we try...
In Chinese?
In Chinese, Nuohe,
so
promise.
You are blending between Italy and China then.
After 20 years, I'm able to say Nuohe.
Very good beginning.
Very good beginning. And we have invested in 11 companies in Italy. With the goal to expand internationally. So we help financially, operationally, to become the world champions. All our companies are...
so these are the companies you own now?
Correct.
Ah, very nice. I see very
it's all our
iconic
here.
brands like Bialetti, Proraso, like also Venki. And after also, it's quite a mix of champions, right?
It's quite a mix of champions. All of our companies generates majority of the profit of turnover outside Italy. Okay. And for majority of them, the workforce is majority outside Italy. I'm very proud to say that since we invest in those companies, we generate 4,000 new jobs, of which 2,000 in Italy and more than 1,000 in China. And
this is not bad at all, especially with this climb of business. Well done, bravo.
this is what really makes proud of, let's say, of the collaboration between China and Italy.
So you are doing exactly what here at Italian Design Icons we want to do it. So you bring the best of Italy into closer to the Chinese consumers. Is my understanding correct?
It's correct. We try to acquire those companies to help to succeed internationally, especially in Asia and China, of course.
Very good, thank you. We're going to dive in because I know you have some interesting stories about the acquisition that you made on your way. Thank you. Round of applause. Thank you so much, Roberto. And now let's go to, if no, I say one of, if not to say the largest one in your business. I want to say that as a bit of a proud Italian that the POTUS, the President of the United States, wear Italian sunglasses. Is that correct?
Yes, especially the previous one was famous for the aviator Ray-Ban.
Yes.
Trump, I'm not 100% sure he does, but so yes, I'm working for EssilorLuxottica, which is
a
we have a
global
video.
leader in innovative vision care products that revolutionize the way people see and experience the world. From iconic eyewear to smart glasses, advanced lenses, and medtech solutions, we are addressing the world's evolving vision needs. With approximately 300,000 wholesale partners, 18,000 retail stores, and a strong e-commerce presence, our omni-channel approach ensures patients and customers have access to groundbreaking products and services that improve their well-being and empower self-expression. We are guided by three strategic drivers: medtech advancements, wearables, and a portfolio of brands with a deep connection to consumers. Innovation is at the heart of all three. Our R&D roots and world-class supply chain allow us to be bold, break boundaries, and pave the way for a new future in sight and sound. Our role as a socially responsible and sustainable company is paramount. Our sustainability program, Eyes on the Planet, aims to minimize our environmental footprint and maximize our social impact. Through our one-site EssilorLuxottica Foundation, we fight for good vision as a basic human right, with the goal of eliminating uncorrected poor vision by 2050. With over 200,000 employees in over 150 countries, our diverse global team drives our success. Together, our ambition is clear. We are building a platform where the eyes are the gateway to new possibilities, bridging the gap between the digital world and the human experience. At EssilorLuxottica, we are empowering humans.
Yeah, so
these are just few of the brands that you own, right?
This, yes, a lot of people normally doesn't know EssilorLuxottica, but then they know very well the brands that EssilorLuxottica owns and runs. So EssilorLuxottica is a fully integrated company, starting from eyewear and helping people see more and be more. This was our tagline until last year. And you have seen a huge element of innovation. So the mission of the company is trying to look ahead and switching from a pure functional product that is something to correct eyesight problems to more. So we are switching from see more, be more to empower humans, because starting from, again, eyewear, which was invented some time ago in Italy, by the way, has never really changed. Design was part of the integration in this century, becoming a little bit a must-have accessory sitting on your face, but the product itself never really changed. And now we are in a phase that is extremely interesting, because from functional product to design and must-have, we are looking on how to include new boundaries, such as including helping hearing aid within the eyewear. So for people that have the dogma in wearing the hearing aid machines, that we are including into a new product integrated in the glasses that it's
Keeping design as a must.
Keep design as a must because it's something that you want to look good, and from a 2B perspective, you want to sell. So standalone, have a product to help hearing problems is not enough. You want something that is beautiful. And the same goes for the wearables. So the partnership with Meta, where we started developing Ray-Ban Meta, Oakley Meta.
And by the way, this one was very covered by media because your former owner that he passed away said to Zuckerberg, if you want to do it, you come to Agordo. Because
absolutely. And
can you tell a bit more? Before?
No, it's someone that you don't know about this man a lot since recently that it became quite famous. Before, he's always been a very hard-working man, Leonardo Del Vecchio, where in Agordo started from a very small factory producing eyewear, and then started becoming bigger and bigger, started acquire brands, acquire competitors, and it became eventually the leader worldwide in what it does. So he was able to bring Mark Zuckerberg with his private jet and the private airplane in the valleys of Agordo in northeast of Italy to sign this deal that potentially is going to change everything, because the ambition is, why not one day to replace the smartphone with the eyewear. So let's see where this will go, but it's very interesting.
Thank you. We're going to continue on that. Right? And so from a medical device, let's say, it became to a potential alternative to the AI, smartphones, and so on.
Absolutely.
Still keeping, and this is beautiful because this is one of the few things when I was discussing with Mr. Gigo, that Italy is actually the founder and the leading in the sector of the eyewear. And plus now, I believe you also bought the French, so which is not even... Let's go on. Brembo.
Yes.
To go fast, you need to have also brake that help you to stop fast.
Always.
Please go ahead.
I will start from a presentation and a quick introduction about Brembo.
Okay.
So, maybe... okay. So about our history, we start from 1961 in Brembo in Bergamo. And then in 1975, we become the supplier of the brake system for Ferrari in Formula One. And I will go quick in this part. So in 2010, we start open our R&D center in China at Nanjing. And till last year, worldwide, we have around 50,000 employees, and the revenue is around 4 billion. And talking about our product,
one of the largest Italian company in China, by the way, as a facility.
And investment, we have a lot. Yes. And talking about the business, I think we have 5 business units, and the first one is system. So in system BU, we are talking about the caliper for the cars. So for example, you all see the Maserati outside. There's a caliper. This is from our system BU. So in system BU, we have our customer like Ferrari, Porsche, Lamborghini. This is Europe. And in China, we have also Xiaomi, Xiaopeng, NIO, Zeekr. They are all our customers.
Actually, they always, when they present, especially the iconic European brands that you mentioned, very happy that you mentioned many of them are from Italy, but the Chinese, they were very proud to say that they are using Brembo design brake system.
Yes, correct. In this year, there's a lot of development of EV car here in China. And we have a very good cooperation with this COEM. And we, as Brembo, our brand, give our customer and adding value. So our customer is very appreciate that we, as partner, together with them to provide a good solution to the market. And another BU is disc. Disc is for the customer are seminar about our system. And we have also motorcycle, aftermarket for the upgrade, performance BU for racing, Formula 1, Formula E. Okay, this is more or less our product. And today we are talking about design. So here in this year, we got 3 important awards. Two is from the Compasso d'Oro. So one is for the carbon ceramic disc, and the second is for the Formula E brake caliper. And also last year, we win a Red Dot Award for the MotoGP caliper. Here's the picture here. And then I have a video to show you about design in Brembo. Okay.
Thank you.
There are moments when a new awareness takes shape, when blurred images suddenly become clear. An awareness that is rooted in our history and our heritage. Through a journey made of people, an attention to detail, of energy management, performance and success. Always evolving, using the best technology, anticipating trends and future needs, driven by the will to keep being a timeless brand. Brembo's new language was born from this awareness. From an attitude aimed at discovery that opens new avenues for creativity. All this is Brembo design.
Thank you, Luigi. Very happy, and especially because I remember I just celebrated my 20 years anniversary, and when you were discussing about Brembo, I remember the first step of Brembo in China. So it's great to see all the way you have done till here today. And this would be your 4th award, a seat as a panelist in Italian Design Icons.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much.
And now, Hélène, a good friend, I really asked personally to join our panel because I believe she got it all. A twist of US, Chinese soul, and Italian inspiration with jewelry and so on. The floor is yours, Hélène. Thank you so much for being here today and to help us also to know more about what you are doing.
Thank you. Thank you for inviting me to be here. I have been working in the jewelry industry for 26 years.
There are moments when a new...
Mainly focus on the product development for large-scale manufacturers. I started my career in China jewelry factories. But an important part of my journey came from Italy. During my many sourcing and development trip to Arezzo, Bolzano, and Vicenza, I have learned how Italian craftsmanship and technical artisan have shaped our industry. Italy not just produced beautiful jewelry we all know and famous brands. It also produced some of the world's most advanced jewelry making machines. The equipment covers almost all jewelry production lines: tubing, chain warping, CNC machine, electrical forming, and 3D printing, casting, polishing.
In the jewelry sector?
In the jewelry.
You know, I was not aware of.
Production line. Okay. Italian make every different type of machine and provide to the world. So the company, like the big company in Italy called Legor, Sisma, and BGT are very well known in the industry. And in our factory, we have all of them.
Okay.
60% of our machines from Italy. And the CNC cutting system and 3D printing are all Italian made. So today, it helps us to deliver the quality we want by using Italian machine. We're very proud of it. Italian trainer, they also come into our factory to train our technician how to rock and roll the machines. They teach us, they push them to the best performance with the skill and creativity with those machines. Today, I'm a co-founder of OPJ Studio and our PAJ group, the jewelry factory. We create a personalization platform to service the retailer. It's a B2B business. We'll not just provide the product, we also provide the tool combined with 3D rendering and AI implement. So people to help the
So you
consumer.
make them see it and you make.
Yes. And all these products, they can created by the consumer, and you turn into a model. All these models were pushed directly to our manufactory for production. So we use Italian 3D printing machine that allow us in a scale production can print out one-of-a-kind jewelry, one piece of each for personalization. So in the future, we're looking for using more Italian machine with Italian craftsmanship to create a new path of customization jewelry, and other customized product.
Thank you, Ellen. You know, you teach me new things. The northeast of Italy was very famous for a big trade fair on gold things, but I was not aware that we were also producing mechanical machines that were working in order to make the final product. And happy to know that. Thank you.
Thank you. I think in the whole industry in the world, I would say in a high quality manufacturing, they usually use about 60 to 70% of the machine are from Italy.
Thank you. So you are telling us also in the jewelry, we are world champion. And we're very happy. Thank you. And now let's give the floor to a designer, right? Because Pininfarina firm, you did all. You do cars, you do building, you do interiors, you do products, exactly. And especially you celebrate very big 100 year.
100 year.
Yeah, please tell us more.
Yeah, century. Yeah. So I think today.
Pininfarina,
Yeah.
where family history becomes Italian style. Collaborations become a way to reach the sky.
Beautiful car, by the way. Yeah.
Visionary design becomes iconic elegance.
So let's use the video to be a short intro to what we have
Craftsmanship
done before,
becomes a gem of artistry.
and what we are doing.
Technology becomes moments of delight. Architecture becomes one with nature. A journey on water becomes a personal island. Aerodynamics become passion for performance. The measure of time becomes a style of life. Aspirations become the race for glory. Connections become timeless beauty. So, what do you want to dream today? Pininfarina, we move dreams.
Round of applause. Beautiful tagline, by the way. I usually love the taglines, the one you say, it's beautiful.
We move dreams.
Yes.
Yeah.
Go ahead, please.
Yeah. So before I came here, I was thinking that what differentiates our brand from the other brands? Because today, all guests sitting here are all Italian design icons, I think. But what differentiates us is we are Italian design icons that facilitating the other brands to be icons. So might be a little bit different because we are design house. So
indeed, you are world champion because I saw that you are in Ferraris and so many.
Sure. So we made a lot of champions. We have the brands to be champions for a long time ago, the champions of the past. I know we are actually helping more brands to be like world leading champions. So because I'm a designer, so maybe my position is a little bit different from business decision makers. So I came here mainly with point of view, trends, and maybe some approaches. Because now what Pininfarina is doing, you know, what we have done in the past century, we made Ferrari and Lamborghini, but now we are helping the brands to be the new icons. There's a very easy phenomenon in this world, because when, I don't know if you notice that we read less and less, but actually, for me, I read like 20 books last year, but I read only 2 or 3 this year. But actually, we are exposed to ever more information in this area. So
maybe even overexposure, I would say.
Yes, overexposure. So in this kind of world, a lot of the icons, the classic Italian design icons, or no matter what icons, are struggling to impress the target audience. Not to mention the new brands.
To reinvent themselves, you are saying.
Exactly. And so actually, we are thinking like how to find clarity in this time of chaos. So we can see a lot of brands, a lot of new brands, they are designing, they are stitching different design elements together. They even can make Frankensteins. So it's a little bit weird designs. But now we are hyping the brands to find their essence of the brand DNA.
Actually, let me jump in on this. I have to say it's right, because if you remember, we are living here and you had seen like already 5 years back, the Chinese new energy vehicle that Mr. Zhu was mentioning was a kind of Frankenstein. Sure. Now instead you have very beautiful car, I have to say.
Yes, we see a lot of...
It's a development, right?
Sure.
Maybe because they hire you.
Exactly. So like, this is what we're doing. Actually, we can notice these trends in a lot of products, because I'm a digital strategist that got to look at the trends. Like you see Lamborghini, they evolve and evolve. Just as they launched the Manifesto, new concept car. It is quite a manifesto of the brand DNA. So the Y shape, the aggressiveness of the car really become a very clear Y shape of the headlamp. And the wedge, the triangle shape, it's become clearer than ever. And in China, we mentioned BBA, like for example, Mercedes launched the new Vision. It's called Vision Iconic. So it just strengthened the world of luxury, and BMW, the world of sports, and like the new class design language. And also Audi, they returned to the concept C, representing the sheer beauty of geometry, clarity. So we can see that all the brands are returning to clarity. They want to impress the audience with one single icon. So I don't know if this is kind of interesting.
Very interesting. I'll just let you tell you that I changed a car lately.
Oh,
and
really? Which car?
The main point, I'm not making advertisement, but the main point and the main feature was, of course, my daughter decide. And I say, Baba, I don't care about the brands, I want TV on it. So this was the main criteria. I'm going to come back on you and on the evolution. And thank you to mention the new car of Lamborghini, because I did not see yet. But I would like to go to Roberto and tell me, because I was impressed with what you're saying. We are trying, of course, this is the good point of Made in Italy. We produce good product and we sell abroad. But not all our small, medium enterprise can do that. So it seems to me that you are trying to bridge these great opportunities of great Italian product to bring here in the market. Can you tell us some stories, like maybe some companies that you could acquire because it was in difficult time, or because you believe that they have in China potential? Share some of your experience. You have many brands. And get ready, Gigo, because I come to you on that too.
So I must say that our idea, my idea especially for on this point has been evolved. Together we try to put also, I'm trying to put a kind of mindset to our portfolio companies in terms of paradigm. China was, of course, for majority of them, the sourcing market for a good decade, and then became the biggest market for selling product. Unfortunately, it's not longer as easy as before.
we are observing, as we said before, for EV, but for any kind of consumer goods, local champions popping up and are fierce competitiveness, especially because they deliver simple, good products, good design, more competitive in terms of price, and the majority of the time, overall, the consumer journey is somehow at least good as the Italian one. So what we are trying to do with all our companies also be evolving as well, not in China only as a market where they can sell, but it's also where they can source design, technology, manufacturing as well in an advanced way. For some, all of our companies, we are discussing with some high-tech industrial park, even for the sportswear, because the best technology are at the moment here in China. So how to build a local smart factory with the local technology. So what again, is a kind of paradigm. We try to evolve with them the business model. So China is not any longer a market where we can sell, but it's a market where we can source idea to become global champions. Of course, as I say, some of those are quite relatively, to back to your question, strong in China in terms of iconicity. You mentioned just Bialetti, of course. We are category leader in the Mocha. So far, we are the number one the category with double of market shares from the second, which is Chinese.
But Chinese, they're using Mocha?
Yes, as
I'm learning.
They're using, as you probably use, the teapot.
Oh, the rice cooking.
Not in the proper way.
Okay.
We're
going to get there.
So it's probably the same way. But as well, even though we have a leadership, we are thinking the next. So of course, the next also with them, we are trying to localize some process, so on. So we establish a subsidiary here, which is not only sales subsidiaries, not only supply chain, but we also do some R&D. Scarpa, the global R&D center for the resoling is in China.
Can we put back the slide for all the brands owned by no capital? Like this, I'm going to dive a bit more. Please go ahead.
Yeah. So I would say for Scarpa,
which is the latest one, right?
One of the we did the last year. So we do high door performance shoes.
Scarpa in Italian means shoes. Just
whoever goes to Himalaya or does 1,000 for sure has at their feet the Scarpa. Our R&D is here in China as well. Bendy Spoon is consumer, is tech as well in China. We have quite a good number of engineering working for Bendy Spoon. Is one of Italian global champions, one of the 3 Italian unicorns.
Nice. Which I was not aware. So I'm so happy that I'm keep learning. You know, when you are in the right pool, you keep learning.
3 unicorns in Italy, and Bendy Spoon is one of the 3.
So unicorn means over $1 billion company.
Over $1 billion company valuation. Okay. Yeah. This is what we are trying to do. So use China, leverage on China to become world champions. So of course, it's not only because it's a Chinese-driven financial company. We put only the financing from China. We're trying to do a step ahead to use China as evolution of the business model.
Thank you for the please. This is very good. Diego, I come to you because he mentioned something that for me is very interesting. And I was discussing also with a few friends here, and I secured in the panels, in the audience, that is a well-knowledge PE person, that the outdoor business in China is one of the one still keep growing solid, plus 30% last year, keep growing this year. And you have many lines of your product. We spoke about Ray-Ban, but also Oakley for all the sport. How is adapting your company to the Chinese design needs?
So it's one of the questions and the points that I actually wanted to talk about that I believe it's interesting. I've been here 8 years now. And when I arrived, one of the first things I've learned is that we knew very little of China. Coming from HQ, from Italy, being here, I started realizing how big, how unique the environment, the consumer journey, the expectation, the taste is. And in these 8 years, it has kept evolving and becoming more and more unique. What we are doing as companies that enter China most of the time as a mistake is thinking that the model that we use all over the world applied to China would just work, because it works everywhere else in the world. As a business model, distribution model.
As an Italian way of thinking, I guess.
No, not only Italian. Every companies that come from outside of China and they come in China, they believe that just replicating the model would work. Same as with products most of the time, right? And so adaptation to the market, it becomes a necessity if we want to be competitive in a market where Chinese brands are becoming more and more and more competitive, fast, and with a wide range of product made for Chinese, with a Chinese background and taste. So it's very interesting to try to be competitive with brands that have a huge heritage in the rest of the world. Ray-Ban, Oakley. Why Ray-Ban is famous in the rest of the world? Because every celebrity in Hollywood growing up, we have seen they were wearing Ray-Ban. Here, they don't have the type of reference, right? So you have to try to create the heritage that was built in 50 years, plus making it relevant for the future, for the new generations of China. Also, in a matter of...
Don't be the glasses of my grandpa, right?
Also, in a matter of products. Very, very simple. Chinese, Asian in general has a different shape of face. So has a little bit wider shape of face. The nose is different. So for the glasses, it becomes very important to adapt. Otherwise, you wouldn't be selling. We have also so the first part of the answer is try to make the brands relevant for China. So leveraging on the heritage where we are coming from, but speaking to Chinese from a product, from a communication perspective, from a design perspective. And the second one is we are big enough to try to make things China for China. And we are in a stage where...
You're big enough, you're modest, right?
to acquire already existing Chinese companies that are leaders in eyewear. For example, we have a significant share in Bolon, that is the brand number one. We have retail stores that are here from Chinese brands. So this is one way of adapting to the market. It's buying, okay, and being sure that they keep on being relevant for Chinese consumer. Where we are, or what I feel we are at as a stage, is that first stage, mistake in trying to replicate the model in China, doesn't work. Second stage, try to do things China for China. And now we are in the third stage, where we have the chance to do China for the world. Because the technology infrastructure, some consumer behaviors, innovations that you have here are so ahead that we have the chance to learn from here and bring it somewhere else.
Wow, thank you. Please, round of applause. Thank you so much, Gigo. And I want to tell you one thing. I want to share with you a secret. That for the first time in the 10 years of IDI, with over 600 speakers, this year for the first time we had one gentleman that he came on the stage with the glasses, that he could read all the speeches without nobody would see it. And of course, I'm not sure, but this is the advancing of the, as you said, Chinese to go global. Thank you so much. And I want to link exactly what said now Gigo to Mr. Zhu on the design, because we are saying people telling us that, if you are an Italian, German brands to plan a car, design, or whatever, and this Pininfarina can also help us, it take 36 months, 3 years, 4 years. Instead, in China, you need to be fast. 12 months, 16 months. How you adapt as Italian company to this request of innovation, of design, and this switch from old European clients to maybe new Chinese clients? I know you give me some question, but I forgot about it. I like more this one.
No problem. I mean, you point out the point. You can see now in the automotive industry, especially this year, we have a lot of COEM, so Chinese OEM brand, which sell very good, like Xiaomi, like Xiaopeng, NIO, Zeekr. So this is also.
I believe these are your clients because you repeat like
of
4 or
course.
5 times. It's like you're sending the message.
No, because it's different from, like you say, in Europe, BMW, Mercedes, also in Japan. We have Honda, Toyota. So their lead time is around for cars 3 to 5 years. So here in China, especially for EV car, I think our customers, they cut their project development time. So the pressure also comes to us. So for us, I think also our design time is already short than in Europe, in Italy. And what we do, it's that we need to understand the needs from our customer. Because here, one of the advantages that we have the R&D center in China, we have our employee work here to close with our customer. When we understand our customer, we are Chinese, we understand our taste, as we said, is different from Europe. So we can give a customer a satisfied design. And then the customer is here, I think, also their focus now is increased the taste. They want to have not only a caliper, so we produce caliper, no? A caliper not only perform better, they want to show their personality. So to show their personality, and we need to focus, let me say, the information exchange. So here I think with the COEM we have more exchange information with our customer, and that is what I think can help us to short our development time.
Thank you. Communication means that you are based to the customer, or also different way of doing business comparing as we are doing in Europe, right?
It's quite different because we in China we have WeChat. WeChat is not only a tool to chat with friends. We use it to work, no? And it's really can. For example, when I was because I work also in Italy for European customer, and we will have every 2 weeks meeting every 2 weeks with the customer, and they give us feedback, and we work up 2 weeks with each other.
24 hours.
Yeah, 4 hours is 1 day, let me say. 1 day later, we give them another version. We will give also here, I think we have more resource.
If not, you lose the client, right? The famous China speed.
Yeah, the famous China speed. The speed, I think, is not only we really put more resource, I think, in China for these customers.
So time and pressure.
Time, yes.
In order to become world champions.
Yes, this is the invaluable.
And I want to come to you, Ellen. Time and pressure make also diamonds. Please, and you can give the microphone. And one of, my president, President Mattarella, met with your president, and they are long friends, and they're trying about the cultural exchange, beauties. So you are in a sector where beauty means a lot, because jewelry can help to improve the performance right?
Jewelry is a pleasure. Jewelry is connection. Jewelry is heritage to the family.
And so when we are discussing about the Italian design in jewelry and Chinese design in jewelry, there are point of contact also as glasses you should adapt, or how does it work in your sector?
I think I want to share my implements that I'm in the jewelry industry for 26 years, and I still want to share my my experience with Italian craftsmanship, their creations. First of all, I want to say Italian product is very efficient. Italian machines very efficient. I want to share my scene. When I was in a factory in Arezzo, silver factory, they only have 3 people. And one of the production line is producing chains. And there are a famous brand called Better Silver. Better Silver. It's a family-owned business. They have a production line, only produce chain. It's about this big of the room. I was in a higher level looking down. There was 6 machines produce about 500 to 600 kilos of silver chain with 6 machines, but 1 technician. And the technician really...
Very high performance, I would say.
Very. And he only worked from 9 o'clock to 1 o'clock. And he take 2 hours siesta. And then he come back at 3 o'clock until 5. But he produced 500 kilos of silver chains per day. He knows the machine like his own baby, and he rock and rolls those machines, take good care of them. So for that, I learned that each machine, we want a human touch. So chain is a machine made, but it has a human touch in there, and it makes all those machines, it's like, when they're making those chains, it's like a symphony. I hear the sounding of the machine making chains. It's a music to me. It's beautiful.
Beautiful. Thank you for sharing. I felt it when you were saying. But for them, they can sell to the Chinese market? They can arrive there? Or is it still a family-owned business that they remain in the areas? Or you help them to come to China?
It's an international brand.
Okay.
I remember they are the second biggest silver factory, chain factory. They specialize in chain. They probably have over 200 choices of a chain. And they create their own machine. They make their own tool. And they sell all over the world. If you go to a professional jewelry show, you will see a small booth there. But only people in our industry knows this is the best silver chains. And the people there for 3 generations, and they really understand what they're doing.
Very good. And you know, this is something in China. In China, I see that there are coming very new Chinese brands, right? Like, I mean, historical Chinese brands, but they are. How is it this trend? Because in Europe now, everybody buy gold.
Mm-hmm.
You know, like they say, I don't buy stock, buy gold. How is it in China?
Silver become very valuable too.
Gold
is assets to the family. And everybody buy gold. And Italian gold especially are famous in our industry too. Because Italian, they're very good at shaping the material. And they make a small, lightweight gold in a big scale. So I want to talk about electrical forming in Italy. This is a very specialty. It's very easy in our industry if you use 24 karat gold to shape the components. But Italian, they can use 9 karat, 14K, 18K to make in the electrical components because that's much harder material, and the specialty are very well known in our industry. So you're talking about Italian brand, These are the brands, they are very big and well known in the jewelry world and jewelry factories. They sell, talk about gold, they sell tons of gold and export from Italy.
Thank you, Len, for sharing this. And especially to tell us about this important history of important sector that is booming also in China, and where we can have also some Italian spin. I asked to the organizer, because I don't have my phone with me and I don't check the time, Anna, because if I had my phone, sure my wife would call me. So when I am on the stage, 100%. I believe we have a time also for another question for our friends of Pininfarina. So, 100-year stories, evolution continues. What will be next? What you are working now?
That's very interesting.
Continue to be a world champion.
Yeah.
And to bring the Italian flag on the top.
Yeah, I think the story Pietro just shared about when coming in China, for China, the localization is a very interesting story, and especially for the Western European world leading champions. When they come for China, they do localization. But now I want to say that we are doing a two-way thing. It's localization and globalization on the two-way. For example, one of our clients, Scania, if you are not familiar with this brand, it's a top truck brand that is equal...
The Scania, from where? From Sweden?
Sweden, yeah. Equal to Rolls-Royce as a passenger car. So when it came to China, so it used a lot of Chinese...
I don't know if Volvo would agree with that, but it's okay.
Oh, yeah. It's a little bit controversial, maybe. Yeah, so when come in China, it use a lot of Chinese technology, intelligent technology. And you know, China, the drivers, they spend a lot of time on the truck. They sleep on the truck. So they made some adaptations for the Chinese market. The product made adaptations. And at the same time, some brands, when they are going abroad, because you know, one of our brands, Chetty, the brand sells for like 2 million units yearly, and half of them are outbound, like to the Europe, to the other countries all over the world. But the thing is brand is not that clear. So for the models we are collaborating and for the brand DNA projects we are working, we want to make this brand clearer and clearer. So, but you know, as a design partner of all the OEMs, maybe some of the projects are very confidential to say, but I like to share in a few years, we can say that in a few years, a lot of Chinese brands, they are coming to the world. So it's not only local Western brands and localizing.
Yeah. As Mr. Gigo was saying, also Mr. Sergio, sure. You need to adapt, but you can also see that it's good to acquire some knowledge in the territory and to bring it around the world.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. And also, in that way, Italian design, the essence is more about the sheer beauty, because we have talked a lot with the other decision makers, with OEMs. In a lot of people's point of view, Italian design is about the pure pursuit of beauty, the sheer beauty. That is why the Renaissance happened in Italy. So that is their attitude. So we dress our brand with the design concept, with a pure pursuit of the beauty.
Yes, Renaissance started the beauty, and it keeping being the second manufacturing producer of Europe, a member of G7, member of G20, and leading in the brands, and as we see it here in many sectors, starting from outdoor, glasses, eyewear, I wasn't like choosing the right word, eyewear, brake, jewelry, and design. Thank you so much. Big round of applause to our amazing icon. Thank you to teach us how to become world champions. Very good. Now it's time for a little gift for all of you, the certificate of participation and a goodie bag also. I will arrive photo, 1 second, time by time. 谢谢。
Stay with us few minutes to go on stage with the second part of our afternoon. So we will have on stage our icon. Thank you so much. Music. Ni hao. Ni hao. So, now, good afternoon again to our guest. Please take a seat because it's a very, very warm moment now. I want to call on stage our icon, all the brands they have been supporting IDI since long time. And we are very happy and honored to call you one by one on stage. So I would love to ask to Mr. Davide Bruschi, Casappa Hydraulics GM, please. Luca Fameli from Comau, Head of Sales APAC. And Andrea Messini is a free sitting plan. So, very good. Andrea Messini, welcome. Representing Comau as the CEO. And finally, from Ducati, Son Chiwei, Head of Marketing. Welcome. Please, have a seat. So the purpose of this round table is to dive a little bit on the DNA of each of our icon. We will have one or even two questions from my side and one from the media. This is very important. We are very pleased and honored to give space to our brand. They will show you material talking about their DNA, their strategy, their vision, and also it's important to share with all of you that you are our audience here in this gallery, but also in live streaming, watching us from home. Little bit more information. So I start with this round of questions with Casappa, Davide Bruschi. As sustainability becomes a strategic priority for machinery manufacturers, how is Casappa integrating eco-design principles, recyclable materials, and energy-efficient hydraulic architectures into new product development?
Okay. Thank you for the question. Thanks for the invitation. Let me start briefly with a short introduction of our company.
Sure.
Maybe,
We can play the video.
Okay, fantastic. Casappa is a medium-sized organization, company with headquarters in Italy. This
This is not Casapa.
Exactly, I was saying this is not Casapa, my dear. Please, sorry, go ahead.
Right. And so we have more than 70 years of experience in hydraulic industry. And we produce, design, manufacture and sell hydraulic pumps and hydraulic motors, together with our sister company, Technord, that is focused on electro-hydraulic controls, and Icron, focused on advanced filtration. We can provide to our customer all the main components of the hydraulic circuits of their machine. So Casapa have mainly three plants worldwide, three manufacturing plants worldwide. The most important, of course, is our headquarters in Parma, Italy. We have also an important plant operation here in Shanghai, Pudong, and another one in India, Bangalore. But we also have important trading center and service center in US, Korea, and Brazil.
And you're in charge for APAC or China market?
Yes. Actually, yes. Casapa Shanghai has been founded around 20 years ago. And since then, we have been undergoing an important transformation from a very simple, basic manufacturing plant to a more advanced organization, more innovation-driven, market-oriented. So today in Casapa Shanghai, we can basically find all the main function of the value chain. So we have the strategic marketing, we have the product design, the process design, the application team, the after sales. So this is what is today Casapa Shanghai. Our main customer here in China are main OEM, local OEM, but also international OEM based in this market. In the agriculture, material handling, and construction industries. And we partner with them in order to support the technological upgrade of their machine and also their internationalization process in overseas market. For us, the Chinese market is a very strategic market. It's not just a market, a destination market for our products, but is also becoming more and more an innovation market. So a testing ground for our product development.
That's why I would love to ask you, looking ahead,
Yes.
which kind of technology trends can impact in the future of Casapa
See,
in the next decade?
That's a good question. I believe that one of the main trends will be digitalization. That's the reason why today we are presenting here the Casapa Smart Pump that is developed especially for this market. Will be applied first of all in our local OEM here in China. Regarding your question, how we will take advantage of the digitalization trend in the Chinese market, but first of all, by the strong localization of the product development. That's something that we have pursued in the last years. And today, in order to be faster in the response to the market, but also to understand the trend of this market, we have fully localized our product design. We have expanded the role of Casapa Shanghai. So through the localization of all the value chain, today Casapa Shanghai has been elevated to the role of a regional headquarter of Casapa in East Asia, and we are going to upgrade the role, also have a regional headquarter for the Asian market. Making Casapa Shanghai our main center of operational excellence, product and process innovation and business development in this strategic market. So we believe that fully rooted in the Chinese market and fully committed to this market is fundamental for our growth. It's a strategic decision to continue to grow, not just in Asia, but worldwide. So the rising of Casapa Shanghai, the role of regional headquarter Asia, but also the more integration with our other partner company in our group, so Technord, Icron here in Asia, will allow us to propose to our Asian market the most advanced solution, the state of the art, and drive the growth of our group, both in Asia and worldwide. So for us, Asia will be and will be our main engine of growth. Casapa Shanghai will be the leader to drive this engine, and digitalization, the trend that we want to catch and leverage.
Now we have on the floor our media. She's representing the media. You can speak in English, my dear, right?
中文吗
Okay.
Can
So
I
because
speak
also
in-
we have our audience Chinese, and I will translate in English. Don't worry,
sure.
we are
Oh, yeah.
prepared. Go ahead. Thank you.
Thank you. 我想请问 ，Kasapa 在液压棒以及系统领域享有盛名，为众多工业及移动设备提供核心动力。那贵公司的技术创新如何帮助设备供应商实现更高的效率、更安全的运行以及更低的环境影响呢？
Do you need my support?
Sure. Tindo idea.
How do your innovation help manufacturers build equipment that operate more efficiently, safely, and with a lower environment impact?
Today we are presenting in this exhibition, as I mentioned, our key product, flagship product, that is Casappa Smart Pump. This pump is a perfect combination of traditional hydraulics with more advanced electronic control. And we will test and implement this solution, advanced solution, first in our main customer, OEM, here in China. This solution will allow our customer to have a better, more precise, flexible control of the hydraulic circuits of their mini excavator, so it's for construction machinery. And this allowed to improve the performance of the machine, but also to lower the consumption, the fuel consumption, and therefore have a positive impact also on the environment. You can imagine this machine, especially the mini excavator, are used in quite confined place in residential area. So this is more important for our customer to have this kind of technology that will allow partnering together with us to be more competitive in the local market, but also more competitive in overseas market, especially the most demanding market of US and Europe.
We have the video, so we can finish your talk with a video. Thank you. I would say compliments, a big round of applause to Davide Bruschi and Casap to be leaders and our icon for all the achievements and the imprinting you are giving to your sector and also to us. And now I give the floor to Comau. You can stay with us, Davide. Thank you. To Comau with Luca Fameli and Andrea Messini representing Comau.
Nice to meet you.
Welcome. Welcome on stage for the first time.
Yes.
With the Comau strong push into electrification and battery manufacturing system, what are the biggest challenges you face in scaling up production of modules and packs, and how are you ensuring both flexibility and cost competitiveness?
Thank you very much for the question. First of all, nice to meet here in China. We're an Italian company, and on the battery, I'm proud to say that we are a Chinese company and we are able to compete in the market. And the battery is one of the main area of the business for Comau. We are selling in China. I think that before the colleague of Brambon mentioned a lot of customers that we are able to serve. And on the battery, we need to keep flexibility at first and the cost. And today, being a strong player in the market, we have to say thanks to our people, our team, because we can achieve. So scalability and the cost down is the secret on which we keep our stage. Today, we are the only company not fully controlled at the capital Chinese, able to stay and to remain competitive in the market.
Now we can play the video. Thank you.
Comau is a worldwide leader in delivering sustainable, advanced automation solutions. Founded in 1973 and headquartered in Turin, Italy. In 1997, Comau officially entered China. With years of cultivation, Comau Shanghai became the Asia-Pacific headquarters in 2019. Our APAC headquarters is located in Shanghai, with branches in Kunshan and Dalian, and offices in Thailand and Malaysia. Comau APAC is always ready to provide customers with integrated services, including engineering, design, R&D, sales, and customer service. Innovation is our operational philosophy. Our business portfolio includes products and systems for mobility, e-mobility, as well as advanced automation solutions and robotics. Comau APAC is perfectly positioned to address rapidly growing markets in industrial sectors and ready to provide powerful and highly innovative solutions. Comau APAC is a leader within the automation industry. We are striving to be the best and committed to making our products and solutions global best practice examples. Leading the industry's technological frontier and dedicated to achieving excellent quality. Conquering challenges is part of Comau's DNA. Our talented experts always break old rules to open new horizons. We think globally, act locally, and share know-how from industrial automation and advanced manufacturing systems to create innovative, sustainable production. With outstanding technical strength and profound industry experience, we are helping manufacturers of all sizes in almost any industry experience higher quality, increased productivity, faster time to market, and lower overall costs. With an open and cooperative attitude, we work together with enterprises in various industries, contributing to upgrading and transformation of global industries. Comau's mission is to explore the future, to pursue excellence and persist in innovation and quality. We adhere to green production and achieve sustainable development. We are committed to becoming a leading automation supplier, serving all industries and anticipating the future with breakthrough technologies. The power of automation is the power of modern technology. This is also the power of Comau. Keep moving forward. Our steps reflect the future.
A round of applause to Comau. And now I give the floor to Mr. Messini, Andrea Messini. Comau is increasingly integrating sustainability into advanced automation. How are you designing your robotic and manufacturing solution to reduce energy consumption, waste, and emissions across high-volume production environment?
Okay, thank you, Anna, for the question.
Welcome.
Let's open up, let me say, a very long, deep discussion, but we try to make this short.
Thank you.
Particularly for what is concerned the level of sustainability we have in our company. That, as we show in the video, is a company that's produced and design automation for the car maker mostly. So let me say that the approach of Comau in sustainability, that is the level of presence in the environmental condition, can be clusterized in different levels. The first one, let me say, is what is connected how we produce the machines that are delivered to the OEMs. They use them to then produce their own product and system. Of course, we do our machines in our plants, and the first point in which we must be compliant and absolutely sustainable is how we run the production in our plant. So there is a full system that utilizes renewable energies. We have a lot of installation of solar panels. All the chemicals are limited, water treatment, whatever.
And this applies to all the plants worldwide?
Yeah, that is everywhere in the world. We have a full policy applied, so our green production is the first point. Then, in addition to that, let me say that what we design is embedded to the running of the product at customer in the way the customer can reduce their own impact due to the product being produced by Comau. At the end, we produce machines and we install machines, right? So it can be robots, can be automatic machines, can be CNC, can be systems for car assemblies, testing, general industry in different sectors. So that's why we want to reduce the impact at the customer side. Why? Because we want to build up equipment and technical solution together with our partners that are really consuming less and less energy, consume less lubricants, or everything could have an impact on what we say environmental friendly. So this is the first area in which we work extremely carefully at the level of design. Even our partner, our supplier, involved in this to cooperate with us at the design level to find solutions that are really more efficient in terms of what is the impact in the utilization. Then don't forget, we are utilizing even the most advanced solutions coming up from IoT or from AI, whatever. So all these tools can really help us to optimize how to use the equipment or make the customer utilize them to make the consumption of the time and machines much more reduced. So everything can help us is really utilized at the end of our process.
And now I bridge up to the next question, sorry. Is digital and AI technologies helping?
Yeah, it is. That's why we are mentioned this, we utilize widely at the design phase and utilize all the big data, all the information we receive even from the customer to make solutions that are really adaptable to what is their needs. And one important point I would like to say and remind is that when we design the machines, we spend a lot of our resources together with the interface of the customer to design solutions that are fit into their requirement. For example, the utilization of the space of the customer, the layout. So we use complex system in simulation of the processes of the customer, the layout, in order that we want to deliver to them, utilizing the new technology, production systems that are really fitting with their needs. So we are a sort of big tailor to produce what they really need to fit. Even we talk about iron and plastics and something like this.
Sure.
Because this is the differences we want to implement on
And
the
now our
automation world.
media will shoot in Chinese the rest of this question. Yes.
好的，请问那此外你们采用了哪些治理机制来确保全球范围内的高质量标准和网络安全？
So what is the governance do you have in place in maintaining high quality and cybersecurity standards globally? This is also quite interesting.
Yeah, it's a good question. We're a global company, and we have to make sure that in terms of protections and data exchange products, system, and how to protect our customer. All the certifications are at the upper level. We are certified ISO 27000, so we are up there, and we are keeping updated in order, I repeat, to guarantee our products and our customer as well.
Thank you so much. And now let's give the floor to Ducati. San Jingwei, he's representing the brand, and I would love to start with a video. So welcome Ducati on stage, and I'm very curious to know what are the specific development plans your company has for the cooperation in China. Consider that 2026 is the 10th anniversary of Ducati.
First, I'd like to take this opportunity to thank you, the organizer of the IDI, to invite Ducati here. And on behalf of Ducati, I'm big honored that to introduce you that Ducati company actually is an Italian motorbike company, and also almost with 100 years anniversary. Yes, and actually 2026 is the 100 years anniversary of Ducati globally. So to celebrate our 100 anniversary, we can start from the 3 levels. First is for the brand levels, and we will, considering the 100 anniversary, we will have a lot of localized celebration activities, and also we will try to bring our customers the most typical Italian ambiance, and also we will organize a lot of local activities. And also, part of the local celebration in China, we also will invite our customers, our clients, to Italy to join the global World Ducati Week as a celebration of the centenary celebration. And also we want our customers join with other clients in the globally to celebrate this anniversary. On the product level, actually next year will be a big year for China. We will introduce a lot of new products. For example, the Street Fighter new versions, and also we will have another off-road new product introduced to the company. On top of these volume bikes, also we will introduce a lot of 100 years limited version to China for our high-end top clients. And for the cultural level, actually we will base on our Ducati DOC, means Ducati Owner Club. It's a very useful and very influential social community of our top clients. And also we want to increase the influence in China. So we will try to build a platform for them so they can communicate with each other, they can interact with each other. And a part of this community, also we will try to organize more local riding activities and cultural exchange among our clients. This also will help us to upgrade the Chinese motorbike industrial's atmosphere, and also we will try to create a more material and certificate ecosystem in the motor industry.
Thank you for this comprehensive. We are very excited to see the celebration of 100th anniversary. So let's talk about Ducati as renowned for high-performance motorcycles that combine technology and style. This is the question that our media would love to ask you. Please.
是的，请问贵公司的设计理念将如何提升骑行的安全性、乐趣与环保性呢？
Actually, I think talking about design of Ducati, we're not talking only about the good looking, but also we're talking about a combination of styles of certification and performance. Actually, in terms of safety, actually in the past years, Ducati globally already launched a program named the Ducati Safety Roadmap. Actually, the concept of which is based on the high-tech advanced electronic control systems and also the chassis structure. So, for example, today we present to you the flagship of Panigale V4. Actually, this models as our flagship equipped with the most advanced electronic control systems, such as the EBC, such as the DTC, and also the Ducati quick shift systems. So with all this advanced technology support, actually this technology will not replace the rider. Actually, they can provide the rider with some more protections in a very specific or very important moment. So it means that the riders, they can ride the bike in a very safe mode, but he can fully utilize the performance of the bike. This is for the safety. And for the riding fun, actually, I think for Ducati, we are not pursued to be the faster on the specification papers, but we are pursued to make the rider become more faster, more comfort, and more stable when they're really riding the bike. So for example, our Panigale V4 equipped with the aerodynamic systems, so which can help you be more comfortable and more safe when you're riding a bike. And all these technologies will help you that the riders can focus on the route and also on the tempo of the riding when they're riding the bike. So it means that when all these high performance technologies can turn into a controllable, controllable riding skills. So it will be more and more comfortable for the rider to experience the riding comfort. Then for the economic care, actually, it's already in the whole process of the product development. For example, our Panigale V4, the engine of the Panigale V4 actually is coming from the MotoGP technology, but also it meets the rigid criteria of Euro 5 emission criteria. And also it can have a horsepower of 116. On top of this, Ducati also participated in a Moto E race. Actually, it's continuously pursue the combination of high technology, high performance, and the clean energies. So all this development result from this Moto E will be equipped with our future products. So to sum up that talking about the Ducati design, it's not only about the looking, it's about a combination of the responsibility, about the style, about the technologies. So we make the bike looks like a Ducati, ride like a Ducati, but also we need to consider a combination of the safety, riding fun, and also the economical care. Thank you.
Thank you so much, and I really guess one of our audience has a Ducati at home, back home, and or even here in Shanghai, it's super difficult, but anyway, maybe in Italy, yes. Yeah. You do? Yes, you have it. Yeah. Thank you. Good to discover. So I just want to ask to our speaker to stand up, to have a final picture all together, and thank you so much. Please. Let's come in front of the stage, big round of applause, and we end officially the first round with our icon. And we are very, very proud to thank you for the support among these 5 last edition that I'm managing, but even before Casappa joined in 2017, the first edition of the second edition of IDI. So it has been really, really long ride over 10 years. And I may say that Casappa, Comau, and Ducati, they always have been supporting IDI. Thank you so much for this support, help, and strong commitment to IDI, IDI Italian Design Icons. Please. And now we keep going our ride among the icons, inviting on stage Davide Angelibusi, FFMG Technical Textile from Suzhou. Please welcome on stage Gabi Gan, Corporate and Marketing Manager from Iguzzini, and Enrico Cenni from Magniflex that maybe is not arrived yet. So we will skip him and we will invite him later. Please, Davide. So I give you my microphone to introduce yourself a little bit, and we also play your video. Please.
Hello to everyone.
All over the world, performing yarns represent the very first and irreplaceable material for the production of special fabrics for clothing, furnishings, and the most sophisticated industrial applications such as filtration and protective apparels. In this specific field, Phil Man-Made Group stands out as one of the most innovative leaders worldwide. Phil Man-Made Group began its activity in Trieste and purchased its first production unit in Trevignano in the province of Treviso. Later, the group built a new plant in San Giorgio di Nogaro in the province of Udine, which was then expanded. Following this expansion, in order to fulfill the increasing market requirement for awnings and fireproof yarns for furnishing, Sunfill, a new company with headquarters in Magnago, was established. The continuous investments in new technologies allow the group to remain at the forefront of the difficult and competitive worldwide textile scene and ensure the achievement of important turnovers. In the productive cycles, the group produces yarns using mostly artificial and synthetic fibers. Highly advanced processes are reliably performed by modern equipment using ring, open-end, compact, and core-spun technologies. Quality and attention to the new ecological awarenesses have always represented an essential part of the company's global strategy. This principle is proved by the achievement of certifications recognized worldwide. The yarns made in the group's production units become a basic element for innumerable products and applications. Filtration fabrics, biomedical apparels, conveyor belts for the food industry, protective gloves. Yarns for solar protection meant for production of awnings or tarpaulins to cover cars and boats. Yarns for extreme sportswear. Self-extinguishing yarns for fire protection used for the production of firefighter protective clothing and racing car pilot overalls. Furnishing of public areas where regulations provide the use of fire-resistant materials. Behind an heroic gesture, there is always a yarn. Phil Man-Made Group.
Good. So let's start with the question. Do you want to introduce yourself, say something more?
We already see in our
video
video a little
enough.
bit. Anyway,
Okay.
I'm David Angelibusi, General Manager of Film Made from 2019. And our company is specialized in the technical textile application in many sectors and principally in the PPE, personal protective equipment. And we are in China from 2006 with a plant in Suzhou.
Yes. So with a diversified international customer base, how does FFMG ensure consistent quality, adaptability, and scalability across different markets, especially when responding to rapid shift in demand or new regulatory standards?
Difficult,
huh?
No, let's say I start explaining one simple thing and connect with the standard, and then later on also with sustainability. You have to think that years ago, the yarn, the textile is all made by natural fiber. Starting cotton, wool, all these kind of things, and step by step we arrive to the recent year where we have chemical fiber, synthetic fiber, that is what we use today for our product. So this is good, it's not good. If we think about sustainability, we can think maybe it's not so good, but at the end, what we do with our yarn is protect personal equipment. We need to save life, and we need to avoid accident. We need to achieve all the regulation, all the standard that we need to keep. So it's a hard question. Sometimes, of course, you would like running more in terms of sustainability. Sometimes you would like running more in terms of green. Sometimes we would like to do something different for the comfort, because anyway, we would like also provide the best comfort to our people. But at the end, we need always back to the first point. Our product first need to perform well, need to pass all the regulation, all the tests, all the standard, because based on this, we can save life, we can avoid accident, or we can minimize problem for
And
the
to do so, you are investing in new technologies, I guess.
Of course, we are always
Constantly.
investing not only in the new technology, but also in the new material. We have always our R&D that study for innovate the product, for make it, for improve the compromise that we said before, for find a new solution. And year we go on, and now we are integrating also what we call the smart textile. So now is coming the AI, is coming the electronics. So the textile is becoming integrated with these kind of things, and we can find what we call the smart fabric that is very useful, in particular, for example, in the medicine, when we have some people where we can monitor the life performance, the heart,
Or the
pressure, or the
parameters,
parameter of the life people. And these kind of things for sure is always a good development, but of course also is a big investment.
Absolutely. Now we have the question from media.
Yes. 富而美集团的技术与解决方案将如何为全球客户带来更高效、更可靠、更可持续的生产方式呢？
So, to recap, how the high quality of I lost my track. Industrial manufacturing. How your technological solution contribute to more efficient, reliable, and sustainable production for your global clients?
It's connected to what we just said. That means that we are continuing investing in R&D and in
new
quality.
technology,
Now, in this field is coming also the AI. Before there is not. And the AI help in particular in the quality department for the monitor of the data, for the monitor of the performance. And these kind of things will help us to keep a high standard and improve the quality. On the top of this, We have also a high partnership with all our partners for machinery, equipment, that we have solid partnership from years. And we always continue innovate for a guarantee quality standard and monitor what we need.
Thank you, Davide,
Thank
for
you very
this
much.
comprehensive, very detailed introduction and deep dive of the quality and new technology. So now I give the floor to Gabi from Egozzini. Also, Egozzini has been since the beginning a big supporter year by year of IDI. Please.
Thank you. So here is the presentation. I'm going to make it short, so we have plenty of time to have interaction. Yes. Okay. Egozzini, we are a company that was founded in 1959, and here are our values. So we put imagination as the top priority because we are Italian company. We believe we have Italian design excellence. And we have been driven by sustainability, connectivity, and a culture of light, and the innovation, of course. And here is a map of our global presence. And as a company, we have a very long history. Okay, so start from beginning, we were at garage. Actually, we did this kind of decorative lighting, and then those are the iconic products at that time. And you know, because in the 1970s there was a crisis in Europe, oil crisis and economic crisis. So we have switched from the decorative lighting to the functional lighting to the actual architectural lighting. Okay, and then we have expanded very quickly since 1980s, and our first overseas office was in Munich. Okay, and actually, when they did the interview at my booth, I also introduced this campaign. So as a lighting company, we always fight against the light pollution. Okay, I want to make it quick so we can move to the presence. So now we are a lighting company that belongs to Fagerhult Group. Okay, and with the global chains ever changing, we have new drivers, and sustainability is one of the most important driver of us. And we have different goals to achieve the sustainability. Okay, we joined the UNESCO Zero Emission Organization by 2045. And here are some figures that you can see. Those are our efforts that we have been keeping doing. And these are the products that is 100% recycled and 100% recyclable. Okay. And we have implemented the WCM methodology. Okay, of course, we have our governance to help us to achieve sustainability. One of the very important prize is the EcoVadis Gold Prize. Okay, we have been won this Gold Prize since 2023, so it has already been 3 years. Okay. And smart light is something that actually, if you go to our booth here, very close to the stage, you can experience the smart lighting. Okay, so right now I talk about innovation, imagination. We believe we have great creativity and imagination, but also innovation is a very important DNA for us. We do lots of revolution in the lighting industry. And we have in-house design to design and produce the optics that has maximum visual comfort, because in terms of lighting, this is one of the most important things for the human well-being. And also the in-house design can create the optic that has maximum efficacy, which means that we can save the energy, we can save the power, we can use as less as lighting products in a project with the effect that we want to achieve. And here are some evidence of the design awards that we have won in the past history. Okay, in China, we have been present in Hong Kong actually since 2000. And then we have the mainland China headquarters in Shanghai. and another office in Shenzhen and Beijing. We cover 6 different applications that from culture, hospitality and living, infrastructure, retail, and urban and working space. So just a quick look of our projects in China and in recent years. I believe all of you know this place, National Grand Theater. So we have done the indoor and outdoor lighting, and this is a project. This is a new temple, I think, in Zhejiang province that has been installed with our spotlight. So as you can see, the light effect there is very comfort. At Suzhou Museum West. Yeah. For this project, we have installed lots of small miniaturized spotlight, and it can achieve enough illumination in the cabinet, in the casings. And Dunhuang Contemporary Art Museum, this is a project we have realized in this year. Okay. It's in Yangpu, so if you want, you can go there, have a look. And here is a UNESCO project in Mongolia. It's a temple, yeah, but it has been installed with lots of our iconic products. From indoor, we have laser blade. If you can see the very linear-shaped small product installed in the ceiling, in the beams. And hospitality and living is also one of the most important applications. So I'm just going through this very quickly for you to have a look of the pictures. Okay, working space, and this Hansgrohe Innovation Park, yeah. And since 2020, we have brand brand VI changing. So this is our new tagline, like that moves. I hope you enjoy the video. So we believe light is not static, it's dynamic, it's vivid. Thank you.
And I bridge up about this to give you the question from the media, since you give to us a very comprehensive introduction of Iguzzini, and they are a leader in the world about lighting.
Okay, thank you.
请问一下，贵品牌是如何打造改善身心健康和空间品质的照明方案的？
So how does Iguzzini create a lighting solution that improve well-being and the quality of spaces?
Yeah, as I said, Iguzzini, we are a lighting manufacturer. So we produce indoor and outdoor products in different applications. And we are a lighting partner. Let's say we are lighting design. We are a design partner with the dedication to the culture of light that we believe can improve the quality of human beings, and through our innovation, sustainability, and connectivity. Today in our booth we have a new check system. It's called Filo-Rare. So it's a very small, very thin check system, as you can see here. I think it's one of the, smallest check system in the world. And it can integrate perfectly with the ceiling or the wall, with the architecture, let's say. So it's from its appearance, from its aesthetic point of view, it's already very pleasing, right? And we have, thanks to Suzhou Xijiao Liverpool University, so they have actually did some VI for our booth, so integrate with our booth. So I hope you can go there to have a look, and then you can understand more about this design concept. And apart from this, some of our products in different applications. For example, the light shade linen. I have mentioned this many times because I think it's the first lighting products made of linen, made of 100% natural material, and it's also new material without compromising the light effect we want to achieve. And also some of our iconic products like laser blade, which is a linear shape downlight, provide maximum visual comfort without compromising the efficacy. So all of our products have very competitive efficacy, which means that you can use as less as products in a space, and then can create a super comfort effect with enough illuminance on the floor and the place that you want to illuminate. Why? Because we have our in-house design department. This is very important. This means that we can produce and design optics and reflectors achieve the best efficacy. So many of our indoor products already have the efficacy around 167 lumen per watt system. So this number, just look at this number, it's already very amazing. Yeah, this is just some examples. Anyway, design is our DNA, so that's why we contribute to it. We did lots of efforts to achieve that. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Gabi Gan and Davide Angeli Busi from FFMG Guzzini. Please stand up and let's have a picture together. Big round of applause, please. Thank you. And we keep going with our icons. We are quite on time. Now I want to call on stage Miss Danielle Lee, Chief Exterior Designer from Pininfarina. Welcome. And Mr. Giuliano Francesco, Chief Technical Officer China from Pirelli. Please, have a seat. And Simone Trazzi, please come to join us. APAC and India CEO of UFI Filters Group, UFI Filters Sofima. Welcome on stage. And we will start from Pininfarina. Danielle Lee, we have material, please.
Pininfarina, where family history becomes Italian style. Collaborations become a way to reach the sky. Visionary design becomes iconic elegance. Memories become living harmonies. Craftsmanship becomes a gem of artistry. Technology becomes moments of delight. Architecture becomes one with nature. A journey on water becomes a personal island. Pininfarina, where family history becomes Italian style. Collaborations become a way to reach the sky. Visionary design becomes iconic elegance. Memories become living harmonies. Craftsmanship becomes a gem of artistry. Technology becomes moments of delight. Architecture becomes one with nature. A journey on water becomes a personal island.
Oh, what happened with the video? It seems we have a little bit issue with the video. Let's keep going. And I will shoot the question to you meanwhile, and we will keep trying to show your video. So the company Pininfarina, we have been celebrating 95th anniversary this year. So you are a leader worldwide. So how technology and design, they combine together in your practice?
Okay, so thank you everyone for allowing me to be here for this opportunity. I guess everybody knows Pininfarina. It's a very strong brand name. We've been around for 95 years. And now we have, of course, diversified into all the product sectors, including industrial design, architecture, naval, and of course, always cars. So by being so diverse, we're always at the forefront of the latest trends and technologies. And being a design agency, we work with many different brands. So we're always utilizing the latest technologies, including, as we all know, AI. But we're always in the forefront.
And how are the future paradigm about mobility?
So that's a very good question. For the future paradigms of mobility, because we work with so many different diverse clients, we always see, let's say, the future of where cars are going. So in the past, we had horses, and everyone wanted a faster horse, but then we had cars. So now we also work with clients that are looking into the future, for example, drones and flying cars. So, of course, cars will always be there, but we're always thinking one step ahead. We're working on concepts, concept cars, naval, everything.
So Pininfarina has expanded his vision across multiple transportation sectors, from rail to aviation and maritime. Now, how do you adapt your design philosophy when creating solutions for such different mobility environments, each with its own technical constraint and experience from passengers and their expectation?
So with Pininfarina, we have our core value, which is elegance, purity, and innovation. We apply that to whatever we do. With the different technical constraints, they are like rules in a football game. The sport is still the same, but we just have different rules. So by working with different technical constraints, it gives us more rules, but also more knowledge in different areas.
Sure. So now we will have the media question, please.
请问贵公司拥有悠久的汽车以及工业的设计传统，请问你们的设计方案如何改善用户的日常体验与使用功能呢？
With a long tradition of automotive and industrial design, how do Pininfarina solutions improve everyday experience and functionality for users?
Yes, so it's similar to the first part. We apply those core principles in everything we do, the purity, innovation, and elegance. But for the second part, we're able to learn from the different sectors of our practice. So we're able to apply the latest trends in UI, UX design into the way we touch and feel inside the car. But we're also able to apply what we learn from architecture now into cars and other services we do.
Now I want to stress this question a little bit with you, stress out. If you want to give a kind of hint of one of your projects that take your passion here in China, a project that you did in the past or maybe is ongoing or will be on the near future.
Oh, that's a...
I know it's difficult to pick
there's many things we
do. many good ones, but maybe since you...
some I cannot disclose. Of course, I'm a car lover, so yes. I love working on supercars. We do supercars, we do cars.
Sure.
That is what I love. But also we can do concepts and, like I said before, concept cars. That is like,
okay,
for
you
example,
don't
the
want to
flying
disclose
cars.
to us so much. Okay, I respect this. So now I give the floor. I don't know about the video. If we can try for the third time to see the video. Maybe it was a technical. Sorry.
Yes, I think the video will show more of what.
Of course, the heritage and the long history.
Collaborations become a way to reach the sky. Visionary design becomes iconic elegance. Memories become living harmonies. Craftsmanship becomes a gem of artistry. Technology becomes moments of delight. Architecture becomes one with nature. A journey on water becomes a personal island. Aerodynamics become passion for performance. The measure of time becomes a style of life. Aspirations become the race for glory. Connections become timeless beauty. So, what do you want to dream today? Pininfarina. We move dreams.
Thank you so much for joining us. And now I give the floor to Pirelli. Welcome, Giuliano Francesco, Chief Technical Officer from Pirelli China. And now this is the question for you. As mobility shifts towards electric and autonomous vehicle, how is Pirelli adapting its tire design philosophy to meet the unique performance demands such as weight distribution, instant torque, and noise reduction?
Thank you. Thank you to all of you to be here, and thank you for the question. Yeah, definitely we have started in a new era of the automotive industry. You mentioned the EV cars that has, in our case, in our industry, in our product, bring a lot of challenge. You mentioned the three main aspects of the e-vehicles. They are much more heavy. The battery has higher weight. They are also, they have no noise, basically. So the main noise comes from the tire. And third, they are very fast. The grip at the beginning, the torque at the beginning is much more than the traditional cars. So the challenge for us is exactly, try to find the right compromise, as usually happen for our product, a right compromise in order to fulfill this challenge. And exactly what we try to do with the tires that are fit for this kind of vehicles. How are we going to do it? This is the challenge we had in the recent years. In particular, I have to say, in China, where, of course, these cars are much more used than in the rest of the world. Here, one car on two new homologated is a vehicle, is electrical cars. So all of our, let me say, newcomers are developing electrical cars. And how we are going to do it? How we are going to challenge and this new market new tendency? First of all, we have a new way to design. Basically, we are going to use more and more the virtualization during our design. We are going to use the new technology. The new technology means digitally. The digital part is more and more important during the design phase, but also the artificial intelligence as well. So, in order to fulfill the new tendency that are also before was also mentioned during the previous speech, that the newcomers in China has a different time to market compared to the traditional OEM, we have to be fast. And to be fast is the mantra that every day, in particular in China, we have to fulfill.
How to be safe?
To be safe. First of all, again, what we want to say that definitely we need to change. We changed the way in which we designed. As I said before, the tire is a compromise of a lot of performance. You need the speed, you need the safety first, you need the balance of, you need the comfort as well, and you need the sustainability. In order to do that, we have discovered recently that thanks to the new way in which we design, we have we call digital twin, our digital tire, allowed us to discover in a short time, compared to the past, a sort of trade-off that before was not able to achieve with the traditional way in which we design. And when I say traditional way, is basically design, create the product, put on the race, try, and then try again. So with a lot of time that today, first of all, the market will not allow to spend so much time, but also today we talk also sustainability. From sustainability point of view, definitely this is the new way to approach.
We have the video, so I would love to show to our audience.
I've been waiting for. Living the moment till I die, and I'm gonna chase it, and I'm gonna chase it. I know we can't ignore it, no matter how hard we try, no matter how hard we try.
Thank you. And now it's time for the media question, please.
请问倍耐力是如何提升驾驶安全、效率，并且减少环境影响的呢？谢谢。
So we talked already about the solution for a safer driving experience. How about efficiency and reduce environment footprint? And also about the digital-driven solution that are transforming the tire industry. What is the relationship between drivers, vehicles, and mobility ecosystem? So that will give a comprehensive
Thank you.
question.
I can answer firstly with an example.
Sure.
The example is the product that is shown on the stand. That is our P0E. This is let me say, going continue what I was saying before, compromise. The P0E is the first tire in the world, in the ultra performance tire, that is able to have achieved the AAA on the European leveling. What does it mean? It means that this product is A on the safety, on the wet braking.
Yes.
A on the comfort with the noise, and A on the sustainability with the rolling resistance. Before I also, let me say, forgot to mention that another important part of the vehicles is the what we call rolling resistance, the way that we try to make our product more sustainable, because the EV technology require more autonomies for the battery, so our tires to, let me say, be more let me say, performance, in this sense. So with this product, we are able to achieve this, I would say, big compromise, having again these three aspects of the performance, and all of that are designed, and this performance has achieved thanks also to the digital solution that we have put in place during our design. This product is also a flagship product in terms of sustainability. More than 50% of the material inside are bio-based or sustainable material. So again, this is the way in which we answer to the needs of the market. The second part of your question is related to the connectivity.
Exactly.
Yeah, here, we recently presented also in this occasion one of our latest technology is our cyber tire. The tire is the latest product, the latest components of the vehicle that is the only one that touch the ground. So thanks to our technology, we are able to take some important parameter, important data that are unique, and we are elaborating, passing this data with our algorithm, passing this data and more information to the vehicle, and be integrating our product as part of the other products that are today connected, the cameras and sensor in general. So yes, we are answering to the new tendencies with a product that apparently is not digital, with the way now that yes, is a digital tires, and is the first one in the market so far.
Compliments, and thank you for being here today. And also a few days ago, Thursday, with the event, it was very interesting to be part and to welcome Pirelli to IDI in such a way, let's say. And now I give the floor to another protagonist and supporter since years. I welcome Simone Trazzi, representing UFI, Filter Sofima. And I would love to play the video first.
Yes, thank you.
Stop. What do you see? We see energy around us, coming from a living and breathing world. This is our vision. We are UFI Hydrogen, the first innovative hydrogen tech company leading the adoption of green hydrogen for a zero-emission world. We are among few others in the world, pioneers in decarbonization. After years of success, innovation and research, we have achieved a scientific miracle. MEA UFI. By employing our MEA H2 tech membranes, water is transformed into green hydrogen through the process of electrolysis. This allows us to generate clean energy to fuel airplanes, ships, cars, and industries globally. By 2030, demand for hydrogen is expected to increase dramatically. Hydrogen is also a priority for Europe, particularly for the South Corridor, in which UFI can play a strategically decisive role. We saw the future 50 years ago, when UFI Group started its filtration business and began contributing to the transition towards green mobility all over the world. Today, that same vision has led us to open UFI Green, a completely green factory in China, which produces clean technological innovations using renewable resources. In the future, we see green energy. Now, it's time for green energy, the breath of the planet.
Very interesting, and I want to exactly talk about how UFI contribute to China's green transition and circular economy goals in the context of China 2020-2030 transformation decade. What is your strategic approach in the Chinese market?
Okay, thank you very much for having me here. Thank you, Anna, for the question. So, allow me to spend a few words about UFI. UFI is a global solution provider in filtration system, in thermal management solution, and as you have seen from this video, even on hydrogen technologies, supporting the green mobility and the smart energy. But what does it mean that? So we are a filter maker. Filter is a system which is separate what is useful from what is harmful, supporting engine, supporting system, machine, working in more efficient way, working reducing their emission and last longer. Regarding thermal management, we support especially the new energy vehicles with our suite of products, chiller, condenser, coolers, and also with integrated modules, which finally allowed new energy vehicle to work more efficiently, thanks to the fact that we are able to keep the batteries or the transmission in the right range of temperature. Concerning hydrogen, so you have seen UFI Hydrogen is a reality, is a new company that started in operation in Ala di Trento in Italy, which is one of the few in the world which is producing MEA applied on electrolyzer and on fuel cell. MEA is the core of the hydrogen production. So I believe this is all towards decarbonization, towards sustainability. What our approach? Our approach, I used to say, is a global approach. Global vision, but local action. We have a global R&D development center between Italy, China, and India, but we have a very strong engineering department here in China, especially in China we are the most advanced one in the group for thermal management, as well as strong manufacturing capabilities. We are vertically integrated, so we are producing a lot of our components in-house, as well as we are able to be fast in the market. 2030 is definitely a target in terms of decarbonization for China, and I believe that UFI is perfectly in line with that and with its strategy.
And how UFI is minimizing the environmental impact of his product design and manufacturing processes?
Well, when it comes to manufacturing and to design, I think that we always need to combine sustainability, responsibility, and efficiency. So we are the ones selecting renewable material. We are the one working towards our manufacturing processes in order to constantly reduce emission and reducing power consumption. That's also how we were designing our new factory in Zhejiang, Ufi Green, which is a brand new plant we opened in operation in 2024 with very strong attention on that. For example, we have a solar panel on the roofs. We have more than 15,000 square meters of solar panel producing partially the energy we need for our manufacturing processes. We have a sandwich panel and double glazing solution in order to minimize the heat dispersion among the very large production areas. And we have continuously focusing in reducing emission among all our manufacturing sites. That's also true for Ufi Hydrogen. I give you one example. We are now in production already with the so-called Generation 1, in which we are using as catalyst iridium and platinum, are a very expensive material. Now we are using for iridium something like 3 milligrams per each square centimeter, and in the Generation 1.5 we already reduced the consumption of iridium to 1 milligram per square centimeter. So we are still focusing on innovation, and I believe there is always a space to combine innovation and sustainability.
Absolutely, and I would love that our friends over there, since the cocktail didn't start yet, they pay more attention, because here we talk about innovation, high quality of performance, technology, and I would love their attention. Anyway, let's keep going. Now is the time for the media question. Thank you.
Yes. 请问如果时间拉到2030年，您希望能够展示哪一项里程碑，来证明意大利企业为中国的脱碳与循环经济转型做出了实在的贡献的呢？
If we will meet again in 2030, what milestone would you like to highlight as proof that Italian enterprise across energy, industry, and technology made a tangible contribution to China decarbonization and circular economy transformation? This is quite an important question.
Yeah. Well, 2030 is an important gate for the objectives of China decarbonization. And we are working towards those objectives because that's pretty aligned with what we do as a product, as a system. So our solutions are sustaining and supporting our partners, global partners and Chinese partners towards decarbonization, because those are the products we do. Personally, I believe that in the future there will be more than one technology, more than one solution, and those technologies and solutions will coexist together. That's why it is extremely key and essential that those companies are working together in order to speed up the process, the green transition. This is what we are trying to do with our partners. We are trying to create a cross-alliance industry in order to speed up that. And I personally believe it's not just or not anymore a matter of success of one singular company, but is a matter of creating a module, a platform in which international companies and Chinese partners could work together. Again, we believe that the way to do that is through innovation.
Thank you so much. So I would love to invite you to have a picture together. Thank you again to Pininfarina, Pirelli and UEFI to be on stage at Italian Design Icon 10 edition. We have the leaders of excellence worldwide on the stage today, and I'm very grateful and thank you so much. Let's have a picture, please. And now we are going to face the last round of our icons on stage. I would love to invite Davide Storti, General Manager of Semar China. Please, Davide, join us on stage with Marco Moraya, Asia Business Development Manager of SAIS, and Daniel Heuser, President and Chief Architect from VirtuArc. Please join me on stage. If someone see Daniel, please call him on stage. Otherwise, we start. And to finish this last round of icons. So, SAIS and Semar are one of the latest icons start to work cooperating with us. Semar this year, SAIS last year, and we are very happy and proud to be with you here on IDI stage for the celebration of the 10th anniversary with the contribution of what you are doing in China, your project, your vision, your strategy. So let's start while we are waiting for Daniel with Davide Storti. We have some material. Let's go. So let's deep dive about Semar in China and the product they are doing. So with a deep expertise in custom precision solution, how do you balance standardization, tailor-made engineering when responding to highly specific client needs?
Okay. Hello, and thank you for the invitation.
Welcome, Davide Storti.
Thank you. If I can, I will do a short introduction of the company. Okay, so Semar is an Italian group. We are focused on the production of current transformers and voltage transformers for low voltage and middle voltage. And we are in China with a manufacturing plant in Jiaxing, and we have 2 manufacturing plants in Italy and 1 in Tunisia. So I go to your question. Yeah, of course, being able to match standardization and customization is a key point of our strategy. We do this by developing a platform for our product. So all of our range of product from the low voltage to the middle voltage are developed according to the international standards in order to be able to guarantee that the quality and the interoperability is ensured. And then we follow a strategy of modular design in order to be able to add the additional function or adaptation based on the specific customer requirement. We also invest a lot in R&D in order that we have the resources for, let's say, quick innovation, because we know the speed is also important.
Sure.
And we try to cooperate very fast with the customer in order. So we start from the baseline that is we are sure about the quality level, and then we adapt it, working together with the customer.
And how do you integrate sensor data analysis and remote monitoring into your precision machinery?
Actually, since 2017, the group SEMAR also started an R&D hub. It's called iSEMAR, and they are focused on developing IoT IoT solutions that are exactly integrating the digitalization inside our product. For example, I just mentioned a couple of them. We have developed a power monitoring system that is a sensor that is used to monitor the presence of the single phase power, and in case there is any issue, it will communicate remotely with a dashboard and will inform the maintenance team that there is a problem. Also for the middle voltage, we have a similar solution that goes in this direction. It's used to monitor the status of the underground cables. So it's possible to measure, for example, the load current, the temperature, or the humidity of the soil. And by monitoring this parameter, it's possible to prevent a possible issue instead of react when the failure already happened.
And what are you exposing and exhibiting into your booth? Which kind of product are you?
In this case, yes, we have the AORI sensors. Is also what we saw before in the video.
Yes.
This is something. It's an IT sensor. Yes, that is applied for the industrial application or also for consumer use, and it's allow you to measure the quality of the air, but not just the pollution that we know, like PM, more famous, like PM 2.5 and so on, but also the electromagnetic pollution and the noise pollution.
Okay, let's go to the media question now. Please.
请问 SEMA 的设计是如何提升工业操作的安全性跟效率的呢？
How do your design contribute to SEMA safer and more efficient operation in the industry?
Yes. So the current sensor, that is our core business, is absolutely a critical safeguard in the electric system, because their job is to sense the current in electrical system, and in case there is an issue, for example, there is an overcurrent due to a short circuit, they will send a signal to the circuit breaker that will trips and stop the power in the system. In this way, it protects the people and as well the infrastructure.
I guess I will have your equipment in one of my products next time in my life, house, my car, and whatever. No, so you feel safe.
Yes, yes.
So now let's give the floor to Marco Poraya, the first time on stage with us, representing SAES, and let's play the PPT. Yes. Go ahead.
Okay.
You have to push.
Okay, so this one, right?
Yes.
Wait. This one. Okay, sorry. Okay, so this is about a new project. So I started a few years ago, kind of an experience to try to move from B2B products that typically serve industry and electronic fields to try to move to consumer applications. Okay, this is kind of process. Product cycles. So we follow and basically observing and decoding and designing. So it's clearly the new paradigm so that we follow in our let's say, project developments. So this is clearly also observation starting from nature and from understanding what kind of nature offer us to understand in terms of product developments and products, performance. And this is some of the example of how we can translate this kind of understanding in some of the clear kind of design, and clear, developments. And this is some artistic kind of, observations. We come out with some of the that inspire us in a new design. And these are example of products that basically are container that are used to preserve the food from wasting. So we extend life through basically vacuum seal. So we have kind of a combination of a machine that is able basically to pump out most of the atmosphere that is inside of let's say, a normal package, and basically take out all the oxygen that typically is the mechanism that degrades, so the foods and create waste. At this point, this way is clearly also create kind of an iconic type of, design that can be also used in a daily use. And so basically this is clearly by the observations of what is basically the understanding of how to remove, for example, molecules of gases from, for example, wine conservation as well. So when you open a bottle of wine, and you want to preserve the wine taste for a long time, at this point, so you can use this kind of a vacuum, let's say, lead that is connected with a machine that is able again to pump out gases and remove mainly the atmosphere for long time preservation. This is let's say exposed to our, let's say, stand here,
Cabuto.
And Cabuto, that is clearly one of the example of this diversification. So we start from let's say historical vacuum science and vacuum understanding about how to remove molecules from sealed environments, and we translate this to new, more let's say applicable products for the standard utilization. So in the family, and Bipod is becoming our, let's say, new brand. So we want to advertise in this kind of system. Here's a short video about Cabuto. Yes, explaining basically this is a kind of type of products that so we're again pushing this kind of market and this kind of consumer industry, and this is another example, very interesting. So of evolving some of the core-based technology we develop inside, like smart materials, that was able to be used for actuators. In this case, as a kind of a concept that is used, to protect, basically drone from the fall down. So, and we develop basically a system that is able to create sort of an airbag around, the drone when the drone fall down. And we know very much that this drone becoming popular and is flying everywhere. Sure. But the risk of falling down and create huge problems, and also damage the drone itself and all the instruments that the drone is equipped with. At this point, so we come out with this idea of basically develop kind of an airbag system on this. Okay, so and this is clearly some of the composition of these systems. So that's clearly also create some of these applications. This is an example of, yes, again, the container with vacuum, and clearly some of these concept about the drone systems. And this is bipod. So that is clearly our main brand for these new developments that we're trying to develop. This is something more on structures, on the elastometer, so that can be developed for also some application in the field, in the different fields of application. We're trying to elaborate these kind of concepts in order to apply to consumer goods. And this is a new project that is going to come so very soon. And yeah, let's see some other video here, the coding. Some of the lactic structures and let's say elastometer materials, so they can be 3D printed. So this is some of the concepts that you can combine together to use a multiple function, like for example, I don't know, elastometers or other things in, for example, shoes applications or other, final applications. And yeah, so this is our, let's say, key brand logo that we like to promote, and yeah, that's basically.
Thank you. So now, since you give us so much comprehensive explanation of what SAI is doing, I want to jump to the media question. Please.
Sure, please.
好，请问贵公司将高精技术融入日常用品的做法，将如何帮助消费者提升生活品质与使用体验呢？
So how SAI is transferring high precision technology into everyday object, improving the quality and the environment of people's lives?
Okay, there are several examples of this. So clearly the company is a kind of right now in a transition mode. So in the sense that we start from a very strong core competencies in, again, vacuum science and chemical and physical science. At this point, the company is ready to move on a more kind of a transition where clearly sustainability and other main, subject becoming concrete and real. So one of the example of this is, for example, food packaging. So we are develop a kind of, product line that is able to preserve also food from exactly from the degradation, and this through creating some barrier for oxygen and water that are permeable, so clearly to most of the package, and clearly provide kind more extending the conservation of the food. This is clearly an example of this transition going on, thanks to the technology we developed basically more than, let's say, 50 years ago. So so this is clearly a good example of success of this story. Okay.
Thank you, Marco, and welcome again to IDI. So now I give the floor to Daniel Heusser from Virtuarc, and let's play the video to start. If you want to talk.
Yes, of course. Sorry. Unfortunately, I cannot see what we show, actually. Here you just see pictures of some of our projects, right? And what you see, of course, is that we are doing buildings where people go to work, or we do schools where students go to study. So our work has mainly to do with the time of our life, or the 8 hours per day we are working, and that's something which is our home turf, right? So that means when you look at your lives, so you will get up in the morning, you will go to work wherever it is, and the reality is that you probably spend more time at your workplace than at your home, at least in the normal work week. And that's why it's extremely important that workplaces are providing a kind of a home feeling to you, right? And of course, when you look at schools, it's even more important because there you have students, They starting as little children in kindergarten, and they grow up, and we need to create spaces which really cater for every time, every lifespan they have, or every age, right? So that means from where they grow from being toddlers to adults. I think this is repeating mostly, right? So you see some amazing things. Of course, most of the buildings we do, you cannot see them in the skylight of Shanghai. So you have to go to industrial zones, or maybe I've seen before, to Qiandaohu, for example, where we did a mineral water factory. And it's very beautifully located with a beautiful view to the misty Qiandaohu. But of course, our buildings are buildings which are linked very closely to functionality and to doing something.
So now I want to have the media question, please.
请问贵公司的设计与建设方法如何确保空间更加健康、人性化，并且兼具长期的可持续性呢？
So this is quite interesting. So how can you ensure that your design and construction approaches create spaces that are healthier, more human-centered, and aligned with the long-term sustainability?
The key is, of course, a careful study of what people need to do in their buildings. So buildings or spaces are, of course, environments for us to live, to be comfortable, to be safe, right? So that means you have the basic needs of protecting shelter, keeping you warm enough, keeping you dry from rain, all these kind of things. And then, of course, the more you go into specific needs, you have more and more tailor-made spaces, right? For a school, for example, you have classrooms. I see here today a lot of children. That's very good. Hello. So, and of course there you have, for example, music rooms which have to be designed exactly for the kind of music which will be played in this room. Is it for singing? Is it for piano? So what are reverberation times to be considered? So it's an extremely complex element. And of course, as architects, we have to have the core competence of knowing all these specific things and still create a space which feels natural, which feels normal, right? So it should not feel like, oh, I go into a space which is, which is exactly for all these things. So it should be a good environment serving the people to do what they want to do.
And honestly, I've been to many of the factory you have been designing, and I had exactly this feeling. A lot of natural light, a lot of good flooring and wood, big spaces, garden, and they give really a good vibe on everyday quality of life of people that are spending 80% of their time in offices. So the vibe, stepping in these factories, this building, is very, very good. I'm a consumer, so I'm not, no? So,
okay, I'm extremely happy to hear that, of course.
Yes, I don't want to say exactly, but you know which one I mean, right?
Yeah.
And I also want to stress and highlight that Virtuark has been the supportive partner to design IDI this year. The layout is thanks to you, also the ideas.
Thanks to my team, to Andrea,
this beautiful infinite,
and
also the entrance. So thank you for your commitment, your support, your creativity, your excellence also in delivering this project, helping me, helping Instant as well. So please.
Maybe I would like just
Sure.
to mention one part of the question was about sustainability. And I think one of the most important factors of sustainability of buildings is that buildings are normally there for a very long lifespan. Ideally, they should be.
Sure.
So that means the part of their sustainability is also how well designed they are to be
durable,
future-proof, to be ready for use and for all the technology changes you look at. So, for example, when you look at that schools today are pretty different than schools 100 years ago. Of course, you still have classrooms to a certain extent, but it has a lot of things have changed. Or if you look at the industrial workplaces, a lot of things have changed. And to be able that the buildings we design, they are adaptable and they are fit to cope with all these adaptations. That's important, and that's a part of sustainability.
of course. So now let's finish this roundtable officially, and let's kick off the cocktail, inviting and open the gallery to everybody to join us. And thank you so much again to Davide Storti, Marco Moraia, Davide Heusser to be on stage with us and to be supportive to IDI, Italian Design Icon, this year to celebrate together the 10th edition. Thank you so much. Please have a picture together. Thank you so much.